Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 226. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a smile as she arrogantly looked down at Lu Yin. Hold on? Aunt, who gave you the guts to speak so arrogantly? I thought that I could finish you off, but now it seems that I have no choice but to use that move. Open your eyes wide, Aunt, and I'll show you what a Night King is like. This is a battle technique that only Night Kings can comprehend. Night King's body. With a low growl, a gray stream of air spread out and enveloped Night Queen Yanqing's body, gradually fusing with her four-line battle force. Immediately after, a gale swept out in all directions, crushing the ground and distorting the void. Countless people watched on nervously. What battle technique was this? Was it a Night King clan battle technique? Outside the plains, Chilean Day Knight's eyes burned with passion. The Night King's body was an extremely powerful battle technique that only the Day Knight clan could comprehend. It could raise one's physical strength by a level, and this level was equivalent to an increase of one's battle force. In other words, Night Queen Yanqing possessed 5-line battle force at this moment. Many of the great powers who were familiar with the Night King clan sighed in amazement. Every time a Night King clan battle technique was used, it would shock everyone. The Night King's body was quite famous, but there were very few people who could successfully cultivate it. No one had expected Night Queen Yanqing to succeed. In the Sword Sect, a white-robed elder exclaimed, "The Night King's body? I never thought that a little girl would be able to cultivate it. It's comparable to the third sword of the 13 swords, and it's a battle technique that can overwhelm those of the same level. This little brat is immune to the third sword, but I wonder if he can withstand the Night King's body, which is on the same level as the third sword." At this moment, Star Sibyl, Han Chong and Grand Aini all had solemn expressions. They could all sense Night Queen Yanqing's strength. This woman had hidden her strength well. From the moment Night Queen Yanqing had displayed the Night King's body, she had already reached the same level as Star Sibyl, Han Chong and Lu Xiaoqiu. In the eyes of many who understood the 13 swords, Lu Yin had only been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu because of his special constitution. This constitution allowed him to be immune to the third sword, but it was not an offensive power. It could be said that Lu Yin's strength had not been accepted, and even Grand Aini Mavis had not been accepted. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's true powerhouses were Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he could sense that Night Queen Yanqing's power was rapidly rising. Her power was as deep as the ocean, but it was also as indestructible as a mountain. Don't admit defeat because you're afraid. Otherwise I'll personally go to Astral 10 and crush you. Night Queen Yanqing's voice was cold as her body suddenly vanished. The next moment, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the scene in front of him rapidly receded. His entire body had been smashed into the ground by an enormous force. This force had shattered his 4-line battle force and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing stood on the plains and looked down. She did not know how deep Lu Yin had sunk into the ground. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the plains. She saw Lu Xiaoqiu, Star Sibyl, Han Chong and everyone else and she smiled. This was the power of the Night King's body, which was comparable to 5-line battle force. A single strike was enough to crush an ant. In front of his screen, Undying Yushan sighed. The Night King clan was too terrifying. On Earth, Zhou Shan and the rest clenched their fists as they watched the screen nervously. Lu Yin had actually been knocked into the ground, and this battle boded ill for him. More than 1 billion Earthlings were silent as they anxiously watched the screen. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's eyes flickered as she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She felt that Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant expression was an eyesore. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Nayland put down her wine glass. Can the Night King's body survive in space? A shadow appeared behind her and answered in a low voice, "Anyone who hasn't become an explorer can't survive in space." The Night King's body can raise Night Queen Yanqing's battle force to the level of 5-line battle force, but it can only allow her to stay in space for a slightly longer period of time. It's still not enough to survive, and this period of time is very short. Are there no examples of anyone below the explorer realm surviving in space? Madame Nayland was curious. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters were able to kill explorers in space when they were Lemeters. However, rumors are just rumors and they have never been proven. Madame Nayland frowned. The 10 arbiters, it was the 10 arbiters again. After the great changes in the universe, the 10 arbiters were like monuments to the younger generation. Their every move could be compared, but no one could truly compare. Since Night Queen Yanqing's current strength was not enough to survive in space, then what about Lu Yin? Madame Nayland had not forgotten the shock she had felt when she saw that Lu Yin was still alive. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing stood proudly on her own. She exerted some force with her feet, causing a layer of light to flash across her long white legs and the ground to explode. "Get out here." She pressed down with a powerful shockwave in an attempt to force Lu Yin out. Everyone watched nervously as the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Underground, Lu Yin let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would not need to reveal himself, as only the 10 arbiters had been able to reach this stage in the history of the Astral Combat Tournament. But now it seemed that he could no longer suppress her. It was a pity that he could not use the Sirius Palm. Otherwise, the 9 stars of the Sirius Palm combined with his 4-line battle force would not be any weaker than the Night King's body. Forget it, this was also good. He would be able to put a shocking end to this year's Astral Combat Tournament. As he thought about it, his eyes trembled. His 4-line battle force, which had collapsed, reappeared once again. Purple battle force spread out from the cracks in the ground, creating a purple halo that distorted the void. Night Queen Yanqing was disdainful. 4-line battle force could not even withstand a single attack from her. Countless people frowned as they watched. Was this still 4-line battle force? In all of the previous tournaments, 4-line battle force users were considered the strongest. However, things had changed in this tournament and 4-line battle force users were nothing more than foils. Suddenly, a dark golden light flickered and shot into the sky, dyeing the sky a dark gold and dispelling the shocking purple. Everyone stared blankly. That was 5-line battle force? Starsabil and the others narrowed their eyes, and they subconsciously took a step forward. They looked down at the ground in disbelief. How was this possible? 5-line battle force was something that only the 10 arbiters had been able to achieve back in the Astral Combat Academy. Night Queen Yanqing's body trembled, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Beneath her feet, the dark golden light shone with a dazzling brilliance. High up in the sky, more than 10 mentors appeared, including Astral 10's Sandmaster. They all looked on in shock. After the 10 arbiters, another 5-line battle force has appeared. This kid's talent is no less than that of the 10 arbiters. Another 10 arbiters candidate. In front of their screens, countless people were shocked, including space-exploring powerhouses. Battle force was very difficult to comprehend, and only top-notch institutions like the Astral Combat Academy could produce battle force users one after another. In the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, anyone who could comprehend battle force was considered an elite. Even space-exploring powerhouses who had comprehended battle force would find it difficult to achieve 5-line battle force, as it was the mark of a powerhouse. Any space-exploring powerhouse who could comprehend 5-line battle force could easily crush others of the same level. Now, however, a Melder had actually comprehended 5-line battle force and possessed such a shocking color. Lu Yin stepped out of the ground with a calm expression. He had experienced 2 near-death disasters on Driftcharge Planet. The first time he had used the arcane art of life and death to raise his battle force to 3 lines. The second time he had unconsciously circulated the arcane art of life and death in outer space, which had raised his battle force to 5 lines. Even now, Lu Yin found it hard to believe that he had been able to reach this step, but the arcane art of life and death was just that mysterious. He was grateful to that elder from Driftcharge Planet. If not for that elder, he would have wasted his 2 near-death disasters. Now his strength had transformed. The arcane art of life and death was the most mysterious technique. However, this technique was not something that could be cultivated. Lu Yin did not know how to survive the first calamity, and he had almost become a piece of white meat. As for the second calamity, if not for the Nayland family's spacecraft coincidentally passing by, he would have definitely died. He did not want to experience that again. He clenched his right fist, and his purple battle force transformed into a brand that covered his entire body. Outside of this brand was a circle of dark golden lines that made his entire body appear dark gold. He could feel an incomparably terrifying strength. This was a strength that he had obtained at the cost of his own life. He would use this strength to end this year's Astral Combat Tournament. Not too far away, Night Queen Yanqing's pupils dilated as she stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was slowly walking out of the ground. Her face was deathly pale. Impossible, how did you break through to 5-line battle force? That's something only the 10 arbiters can do. You can't possibly do it. Lu Yin looked at his own arm and then turned to face Night Queen Yanqing. At this moment, her innate gift of purple eyes did not affect him at all. Impossible? Then give it a try. I hope that you can withstand it. His body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Night Queen Yanqing. His right hand appeared at her forehead, and he flicked his middle finger against her forehead. There was a soft thump, and a shockwave tore through the void as Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She felt dizzy and she could barely see her surroundings. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he disappeared again. This time, he reappeared in the direction that Night Queen Yanqing had been sent flying. He pressed down with his palm, and there was a deafening boom as the ground was reduced to dust. Night Queen Yanqing was ruthlessly smashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing her smooth stomach. Don't forget that you have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-line battle force, Lu Yin reminded her. Night Queen Yanqing, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a sinister glint in her eyes, and she roared as she endured her heavy injuries and rushed out of the ground. She spat out another mouthful of blood as she glared at Lu Yin. That's right, I have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-line battle force. The victor is still unknown. She then charged at Lu Yin. Night King Fist. Lu Yin cracked his neck. This was the effect that he had been looking for. How could he train his 5-line battle force without a suitable opponent? It would not be easy to increase his battle force and he would have to experience battles. Night Queen Yanqing was the first suitable opponent for him to battle. Bang, 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 bang. A glaring light flashed in the void as two figures collided with each other at a speed that no one could see. Their afterimages lingered high in the sky before gradually dissipating. Only Starsabil and a few others could see the real bodies of the two, but even then they could only see blurry shadows. Regardless of whether it was Night Queen Yanqing or Lu Yin, they were both on the same level as Starsabil and Han Chong in terms of strength. No one dared to say that the four of them were the strongest. However, Starsabil and Han Chong's attacks were more focused on their domains and spiritual force, while Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing's attacks were more focused on their physical bodies and battle force. These were two completely different combinations. Boom. A giant crack spread across the sky and tore through the second energy barrier that the mentors had set up. Fortunately, the mentors had appeared high up in the sky and blocked the shockwaves. Otherwise, some of the students would have died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 227. Shockwaves blasted into the ground from high up in the sky. It was unknown how deep the ground had been blasted. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the ground and attacked the two people. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This was a fighting spirit that had been hidden in the depths of the earth. The previous battles had not affected it, but this battle had damaged the earth too deeply. The Black War Spirit used star energy to form a long staff that swept through the universe, causing the entire area to be filled with black staff shadows. This was a combination of a domain and a battle technique. High up in the sky, one of the mentors was shocked. This is the battle technique of Astral 2's leader from several hundred years ago. With a whoosh, Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing's figures flashed past the war spirit, causing it to freeze in place before collapsing and dissipating. The staff shadows that had filled the sky also disappeared. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Astral 2's student leader's war spirit couldn't even last a second. The difference in power was just too great. Bang bang. Lu Yin's left arm blocked Night Queen Yanqing's punch while his right hand grabbed her elbow. Is this your so-called Night King's body that's comparable to 5-line battle force? Night Queen Yanqing panted heavily as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. She glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Lu Yin sneered, the Night King clan is only so. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed and kicked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not even try to dodge, and instead he slammed her into the ground with a palm and stared into her eyes. Night Queen Jinwu. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. You've heard of the 10 Arbiters? Lu Yin was shocked. He's one of the 10 Arbiters? Night Queen Yanqing looked at Lu Yin and sneered. So you didn't know that Night King Jinwu is a rare genius of my Night King clan. He's one of the 10 Arbiters and he's also my older brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the universe's powerful Night King clan really did have one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin had only been curious about this person, but he had never expected to learn the name of one of the 10 Arbiters. Do you dare kill me? Do you dare to beat me? I'm a princess of the Night King clan, and I'm Night King Jinwu's younger sister, the younger sister of one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin looked at her with disdain. I thought that you were a powerhouse, but I didn't expect you to have a weak side. It's over. He then exerted some force with his palm. Not only did his 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm shatter the ground, but it also turned Night Queen Yanqing into dust. Everyone was silent as they watched Lu Yin slowly rise into the air. He had won this battle. Everyone from Astral 10 cheered. Wuda was so excited that he almost jumped up. There was hope that the newspaper would sell well, and he looked at Lu Yin fervently. This person had to be followed closely. He was a proper news producer. Starsabil and the others stared at Lu Yin deeply. It was only at this moment that they truly looked at this person and admitted that he was on the same level as them. High up in the sky, the dozen or so mentors looked at each other, their eyes still filled with shock. This year's Astral Combat Tournament had far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, they had already decided to end the Astral Combat Tournament with this battle, as the top 4 were not suitable for them to reveal anything. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe stared at Lu Yin in shock. Melder, Astral, 10 and 5-line battle force. He was just too powerful. This person was just a minor character from the fringes of the Outerverse, but he had accomplished something that even the heirs of the Innerverse top powers could not. Who said that there were no miracles in the universe? The people on Earth were already cheering. They couldn't understand what was going on, but they knew how shocking this battle was. After all, it was a battle of the top 4. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan was similarly shocked. Lu Yin was only a melder, but once he broke through to become a Lemiter or even an explorer, he would quickly rise to prominence and challenge the top 100 rankings. In a dark room in the Innerverse, a wine glass shattered. Trash. Behind him, Lu Xiaoga stared at Lu Yin on his screen, and his eyes gleamed. In the Life-Seek realm, inside and outside the arena planes, all the students looked up at the sky. This was the first time that an Astral Combat Academy mentor had appeared. The Astral Combat Academy's teachings were very liberal, and the ported battles and trial zones were all controlled by the students themselves. The mentors would occasionally give guidance, and many students had never even interacted with the mentors before. Rather than calling them mentors, it would be more accurate to call them protectors of the Astral Combat Academy. All students, listen up. The following is a decision made by all of the Astral Combat Academy's mentors and the 10 Arbiters Council. The Astral Combat Tournament is temporarily over, and the Astral Combat Academy will respond to the call for a battlefield in the human domain. With the top 4 as the leader, the Astral Combat Academy will lead teams to the human domain's borders to contribute to the human domain. The time for the final battle will be announced at a later date. Then he repeated the announcement. Many students were shocked. The Astral Combat Tournament had ended? Countless people cursed in front of their screens. The tournament had ended right after the top 4 had been decided. It was too disgusting. Lu Yin sighed. It had ended. The trial master had reminded him that this was the final battle. As for when the Astral Combat Tournament's final battle would take place, that would be decided by the higher-ups. However, what about the rewards from the sponsors? He remembered that the Nayland family had donated a harmless source box suitable for perceptive intermediate lock breaking. It was said that there were also top-notch techniques and so on. Many people had come for this. Starsabil, Han Chong and Grand Aini appeared on the plains and walked up to Lu Yin. The final battle hasn't been decided yet. Let's use this time to improve ourselves, Starsabil said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle and comforting. Lu Yin stretched his arms. The past few days have been too tiring. I should relax a little. Grand Aini sneered. Relax? Little brother, you probably haven't been to the astral battlefield before. Every day space exploring powerhouses die. Do you really think you can relax? Lu Yin was shocked. We won't be going to the front lines, right? It's hard to say. With our strength, we're qualified to go to the front lines. At the very least, even explorers won't be able to defeat us that easily, Han Chong said. The Sword Sect was a colossus in the Innerverse that controlled the number 1 flow zone, far surpassing Myriad Sword's peak. If he became a personal disciple, his status would be even higher than Wendy Yushan's, which was too tempting. Old Kai didn't mind, and he continued stroking his mustache as he glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hesitated for a while before sighing. Forget it. The Sword Sect doesn't suit me. Old Kai was shocked. Kid, think carefully. That's the Sword Sect, the first flow zone Sword Sect. As long as you agree, you'll immediately become one of the most powerful figures in the Innerverse. A single word from you can even make an entire weave in the Outerverse submit to you. That's much more powerful than your King Zishan. Can you resist the temptation? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Old Kai, don't tempt me. It takes courage to refuse. Old Kai looked Lu Yin up and down. Tell me the reason. It's simple. The Sword Sect doesn't suit me. They value me, and it's probably because my battle with Lu Xiaoqiu made me immune to the third sword. In reality, besides that, even if I've comprehended 5-line battle force, I'm still insignificant in front of a colossus like the Sword Sect. They even have 10 arbiters, and I'll just be a research subject. That kind of cultivation environment won't be beneficial to my progress, Lu Yin explained. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 228. Old Kai praised him. Not bad, not bad. You're still able to resist such temptation. Kid, you've improved. Go and rest for a while. Someone will come to take you to the erudite flow zone tomorrow so that you can experience the inner verse. It's completely different from the outer verse. The scenery is completely different from the outer verse. Lu Yin left unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He really wanted to join the sword sect for the sake of his status, but it wasn't suitable for him to join at the moment. He could only wait until he had the strength to protect himself. Since the sword sect had extended an olive branch to him, it wouldn't be just this once. He would have to wait until he had the confidence to join. As soon as he left the treasury, he was stopped by Michelle. When are you going to do what you promised me? Lu Yin felt awkward. He had promised to help her comprehend battle force when he had invited her to fight for a training ground, but he still hadn't fulfilled his promise. I'm sorry, but I have to go to the border tomorrow. How about you wait for me to come back? Michelle stared at Lu Yin with obvious dissatisfaction. Lu Yin sighed. I'm not trying to push you away, but I have to leave tomorrow. Michelle turned around and left. Lu Yin wasn't interested in chatting with the students of Astral 10, so he found a random spot and started rolling his die. He had wanted to wait, but he had to leave tomorrow. Who knew if he would be monitored on the spacecraft? He had no choice but to roll his die now. He hadn't rolled his die in a long time, and he missed the moment when he took it out. Actually, he had tried it in the trial zones before. He could use other people's innate gifts, but he couldn't, which was very strange. He now had more than 597,500 star crystals on him, which was enough for him to use. He tapped the die and watched it spin rapidly. This scene was unfamiliar to him, but it made sense since he hadn't rolled his die since leaving Astral 10. When the die stopped spinning, it showed a -3. Lu Yin was excited. It was actually a 3. This was very difficult to roll, and it had only appeared twice in his entire life. He hadn't expected it to appear on his first roll after such a long time. Wait, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Could it be that the longer the time between rolls, the better the roll? 3 pips seemed to have been isolated by luck, and he had not been able to get it no matter how many times he had rolled it, especially when he had been in the Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace. He had only managed to roll it after entering the time-stop space, and he could still remember the exhaustion he had felt. If it was true that the longer the time interval, the easier it would be to roll it, then that was a regular pattern. Looking at the 2 screens, Lu Yin didn't even hesitate before tossing his formcast model onto the first one. The last time he had upgraded the formcast model, he had used over 10,000 crystals, but it had only decreased by a small amount. This time he tossed in 290,000 crystals, causing the formcast model to rapidly descend until it finally landed on the next screen, where it reflected a bewitching light. Lu Yin trembled as he took it and excitedly looked at the completely transformed formcast model. There was no mistaking it. This was a 5-stage formcast model. He actually had a 5-stage formcast model, which was enough to raise his formcast model to the Explorer realm. This formcast model was too precious, and he had never thought that he would be able to obtain it. Although upgrading the formcast model had cost him 300,000 crystals, compared to what he had obtained, it was simply too profitable. This kind of quintuple formcast model could not be bought even if one had the money. If he hadn't used the serious art to absorb the crystals and had instead just absorbed the star energy in the universe, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the peak of the Melder realm. Cultivation also depended on resources, and sometimes, resources were even more important than talent. Lu Yin was beginning to understand the meaning of this saying. Nurturing an ordinary Melder in the shortest amount of time required around 150,000 star crystals. This was a huge sum, at least for the outer verse. Even though there were countless planets in the outer verse and some of them even produced star crystals, it was still difficult for the various powers to maintain this expenditure. It was no wonder why so many soldiers were only sentinels or seekers. This was only for nurturing Melders. If they were nurturing Limeters, the expenditure would be 10 times greater, let alone explorers. There were 2 most difficult hurdles for explorers. One was star energy and the other was breaking through. Lu Yin had once asked Uncle Reuben about the difference between an explorer and a Limeter, and the old man had vaguely mentioned that explorers had different physiques compared to ordinary people. There was also a state called exhaustion. He hadn't gone into detail, but Louis knew that breaking through to the explorer realm wasn't that easy. Of course, there were still many explorers in the entire universe. Even if a civilization that had left the universe spent a lot of resources to nurture an explorer, the number of explorers in the human domain was still enough to scare people to death. And the place where the human domain's powerhouses suffered the most losses was the warfront. Louis turned on his gadget and searched for reports on the warfront, but aside from the general news, there was almost nothing else. However, he still managed to find some pictures, and through the pictures he could feel the brutality of the warfront. Many of the pictures mentioned that the deceased had been explorers or even cruisers. He searched Planet Conan again, but there was no response. Louis put down his gadget and took out the harmless source box from his cosmic ring. He activated the serious art and also took out the giant emperor's third eye. He stared at the source box and saw a boundlessly complex world. This was a world where star energy and various other types of energy mixed together. He had Karen's lock-breaking experience, so he could try to unlock this source box, but he didn't have time. Unlocking a source box would take too long, and there were too many uncertainties. Master Wuxing had once said that there was no such thing as a harmless source box, and any source box could cause death. Louis planned to take things one step at a time, and there was no need to be too radical. Right now, the most important thing was to rest and wait to go to the erudite flow zone. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped and Louis opened his eyes. It was time. When Louis arrived at Astral 10 space station, he saw a large warship with sinister weapons exposed. The ship's hull was engraved with the symbol of a blood-stained scroll, which was the symbol of the human domain's erudite border alliance. This was proof that this warship belonged to the erudite flow zone. No one came to greet him, and when the hatch opened, Louis walked in and saw Silver smiling at him. Louis' eyes narrowed. "You're going to the erudite border alliance as well?" Silver smiled. "That's right. You're my captain now." Louis shrugged. "We're just foot soldiers. You don't really think that I can be a captain, do you?" "You can be a small captain." Silver's smile was brilliant, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the journey. Louis looked around the interior of the warship. The decorations were simple, and there wasn't a single trace of extravagance. The patrolling soldiers all had stern expressions, and there was still a murderous aura around them. He remembered that Gu Er, who he had killed in the Tao of Purgatory, was old Guda's son. As the Astral River arc drew closer and closer, Lu Yin's gaze grew colder and colder. He would never forget that scene. It had been the same back then. The Astral River arc had slowly approached, but then it had suddenly stopped. Then he had heard cries of despair and endless crimson. If not for old Guda deliberately delaying the Astral River arc, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Louis would definitely have his revenge. The Erudite Alliance's warship passed through the arc first, and behind it, a row of spacecraft boarded one after another. The arc was extremely large, and Louis could not figure out how the humans had built it. He did not look at it for too long and simply turned to leave. If he did, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would do something. Now was not the time. After passing through the Astral River, one would enter the Innerverse. The Innerverse and the Outerverse had completely different feelings. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the universe, the higher the chances of a powerhouse being born. Although this rumor could not be verified, the Innerverse was indeed much stronger than the Outerverse, which was why many Outerverse powerhouses wanted to enter the Innerverse. The Astral River covered the entire Innerverse, and its tributaries covered the entire Innerverse as well. The 8 largest flow zones were currently located in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and they circled around the edges of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone as they headed towards the Erudite Flow Zone. Not long after, just as the warship was about to leave the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Louis saw a formless ripple spreading out in front of them. Outside the ripple was a giant spacecraft, and within the ripple was a rather ancient mechanical spacecraft. It was probably some civilization that had just made contact with the universe and was using this spacecraft to explore the universe. Inside the spacecraft, there were several figures constantly looking out, curiously sizing up the universe. This kind of spacecraft could not even land on nearby planets, let alone the giant spacecraft that was observing them through the ripple. This was the sorrow of a weak civilization. Perhaps to them, they were the only intelligent life forms in the universe. They were the center of the universe, but in reality, there were powerful civilizations observing them from just a few meters away. They were like pets trapped in a cage, allowing the advanced civilizations to observe them. They could not be seen or touched. Even the starry sky was fake. Captain, do you think that we're like them, trapped in a cage by a powerful civilization and being observed? Silver had walked over to Lu Yin's side at some point and asked with a grin. There was no answer to this question. Perhaps they were, and perhaps they weren't. Lu Yin looked up. That's right. Could there be a pair of eyes right in front of him that could see him, but he could not see? The universe was too vast, and who could be sure that they were the most advanced civilization in existence? Just like the civilization within the ripple, they had walked out of the universe and believed themselves to be a highly intelligent life form. However, the more they explored, the closer they were to disaster. This civilization is very dangerous. Once they discover the truth, they won't be far from the planet's evolution trial, Silver said. This time he did not smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the spacecraft fly further and further away. The people there were still curiously looking out into the universe, but what they saw was fake. The blazing mist flow zone was one of the 8 largest flow zones in the inner verse, and it was as large as several weaves in the outer verse. The largest powers here were the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragons. As the gatekeepers of the inner verse, these 3 powers were considered the strongest in the outer verse. No matter how large the blazing mist flow zone was, it would only take a single day to cross it. The express passage had greatly reduced the time needed to travel. Lu Yin stopped looking at the sky and instead went to the training area. The battles in the trial zones were not real, and he needed to quickly adapt to the strength of his 5-line battle force. The training area was huge, and nearly half of the thousands of soldiers on a single warship were training here. There were all sorts of training equipment, and there were even special training areas that simulated the external environment. Lu Yin found the gravity training area, and there was a row of dozens of gravity training rooms. This place was different from the super-large spacecraft that he had traveled from Earth to the Great U Empire, where he could use the gravity training rooms as he pleased. This place was different as the gravity multiplier varied from near to far. The soldiers could only choose the gravity training room that suited them, and it was impossible for them to casually determine the multiplier. Lu Yin walked forward, and many soldiers around him looked at him and started discussing amongst themselves. He's one of the top students from the Astral Combat Academy and one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. He's a powerhouse with 5-line battle force. How terrifying. This kind of person can casually tear apart the space of an ordinary planet. He might even be able to tear apart the stable space of the innerverse. He's too strong. Fatty, go test him out. Let's see who's stronger. Go to hell. Once he uses his battle force, you'll be crushed no matter how strong you are. Lu Yin laughed. He liked spending time with soldiers, as that kind of simple yet firm relationship could only be found in the military. The military was the best place to foster trust. 110 times. Look, he's already outside the 110 times gravity chamber. Normal melders can withstand up to 60 times the normal gravity, and limeters can withstand up to 100 times the normal gravity. He's actually surpassed the limits of a limeter, and he's still moving forward. One of the soldiers exclaimed. Don't make a fuss. Didn't you watch the Astral Combat Tournament? The students who made it to the top 32 could easily tear apart space. Their physical bodies have long since surpassed a normal limeters, let alone someone with battle force. I estimate that he might be able to withstand 120 times the normal gravity, a tall soldier said. The surrounding soldiers gasped. No wonder so many people want to enter the Astral Combat Academy. They're not on the same level as us. Any one of their students could instantly kill all of us. We're not too bad. Those who can serve on the warships all use formcast models to enter the ranks of cultivators. Those wandering soldiers can't even compare to us. They're just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 230. All of the soldiers quickly saluted. Yes, Captain. They then retreated like a receding tide. Immediately after, the 130 times gravity descended once more, and Lu Yin once again felt the suffocating pressure. With the support of 5-line battle force, Lu Yin forcibly withstood the 130 times gravity and respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Student Lu Yin greets Captain. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin in admiration. I've seen you on the screen. You're very strong and you're able to comprehend 5-line battle force at your age. You flatter me, Captain, Lu Yin politely replied. The middle-aged man nodded. You're welcome. The fact that you can speak means that 130 times gravity isn't your limit. However, it's close enough. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he had already experienced 130 times gravity, or else he might have been seriously injured. The higher the gravity, the greater the pressure. He had underestimated it. Can you still walk? The middle-aged man smiled as he sized Luin up. Luin smiled and took a few steps. Although it was difficult, it was not a problem. The middle-aged man smiled. Even a normal explorer would find it difficult to withstand 130 times gravity, but you're a melder. It's incredible. I now understand why the 10 arbiters are so terrifying at such a young age. Based on your development, you won't be inferior to them in the future. I hope so. By the way, I'm not disturbing you, Captain, Luin said. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm just warming up, so there's no need to disturb me. I thought that you had accidentally barged in and wanted to push you out. After all, no one else on this spacecraft can withstand 130 times gravity, but I forgot about you. Luin smiled but did not speak. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and just continued warming up on his own. Luin looked at him enviously, as this man was able to move freely under 130 times the normal gravity. He was definitely not an ordinary explorer, and he must have undergone at least 4 body remodelings. Over the next few days, Luin trained in the 130 times gravity room and gradually suppressed his battle force to the level of 4-line battle force. During this time he occasionally chatted with the captain, but most of the time, it was just Luin listening while the captain spoke. They talked about the interstellar war. Luin was very eager to know more about these matters. The star field's border wars were humanity's greatest wars, and they had never stopped. After countless years, too many powerhouses had been buried at the border. I remember a genius from the Astral Combat Academy chatting with me 10 years ago, but it wasn't in the 130 times room. Instead, it was in the 110 times room. That young man was very strong, and I heard that he was even a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy. However, he never returned after going to the border and was buried in a foreign land. There was also a very beautiful girl who once chatted with me. She said that she was going to the border to gain experience and then go home to marry the man she loved. Unfortunately, before she could reach the border, she was destroyed by a giant beast that tore through the starry sky. I almost died that time. Border wars are cruel. No matter how talented or strong you are, there will always be 10,000 ways to kill you. Too many geniuses have been buried since ancient times, and to be honest, it's not wise for your Astral Combat Academy to send you to the border at this time. I don't know why Commander Shui agreed, but according to incomplete statistics, a third of the expelled students from the Astral Combat Academy are buried at the border, and a fifth of the graduating students are buried there. Her movements were elegant, and she carried a fragrance that made people feel good about her. And you are? Luin asked. The woman smiled and extended her hand. I'm Mandy, the bank manager. Luin extended his hand as well. Luin, is there anything I can help you with? Mandy took out a purple crystal card and handed it to Luin. This is an account that the Mavis Bank has opened for you. Please accept it. Purple? Luin was shocked. He had never seen a purple crystal card before. Purple is a currency that is calculated in star essence. It's not given out in the outer verse, only in the inner verse, Mandy explained. Star essence was a pure energy structure formed by compressing a star crystal to a certain degree and removing any impurities. Its quality and purity far surpassed that of a star crystal, and the two could even be said to be incomparable. It was like iron and gold, and the exchange ratio was exaggerated. Manager Mandy, I don't have any star essence to store, Luin said with a wry smile. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 231. Mandy smiled. This is our gift to you, Student Lu. We'd like to thank you for taking care of the Mavis family. You mean Lulu? Luin asked. Mandy smiled and nodded. There aren't many Mavis family members, and we're well aware of how well you've taken care of Miss Lulu. The star crystals that you've taken today will be given to you in increments of 10. This is the most I can do. What do you mean? Luin was puzzled. Mandy smiled. The exchange rate between star crystals and star essence is 1 to 100,000. No matter how many star crystals you take, we'll increase it to 10 in increments based on the exchange rate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. I have 710,000 star crystals. We can give you 10 star essence and you can keep 10,000 star crystals as change, Mandy said with a smile. Luin was speechless as he felt like he had spoken too early. Based on this woman's attitude, even if he only had 1 star crystal, she could increase it to 10 star essence. Was she giving it away for free? Did she have to be that rich? This woman was just a manager. Manager Mandy, your gift is too extravagant. Besides, Lulu doesn't need me to take care of her. She's much more powerful than I am, and she can even tame an Explorer Realm beast as a melder. This is the Mavis family's goodwill. Please don't reject it, Mandy said with a smile. One of the staff took the purple crystal card away, but she returned a moment later. Student Lu, this is yours. Luine took it and took a deep breath. 10-star essence was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals, which meant that he had nearly 300,000 extra star crystals. And this was just the authority of a manager. The Mavis Bank was just too rich, and he even had the urge to chase after Lulu and become her son-in-law. Mandy left, as she had only wanted to give him the money. As for Luine, he generously took out all 10-star essence and placed them in his cosmic ring, along with the 10,000 star crystals he had saved for his pocket money. Although he had many Mavis Bank cards, he did not have a single cent left. The exchange rate between star crystals and star essence was at a ridiculous rate of 1 to 100,000. This wasn't just based on the quality of the star essence. More importantly, the rate at which star essence could be absorbed was much faster. Many disciples from large organizations would directly absorb star essence to reduce the obstacles in their path of breaking through to the Explorer realm. More importantly, they would be able to adapt to such pure energy, which was especially important to the Innerverse since the Astral River was made up of pure energy. No one could guarantee that they would not fall into the Astral River while cultivating in the Innerverse, regardless of whether it was the mainstream or a branch of the Astral River. As long as one could adapt in advance, their chances of surviving in the Astral River would increase. Luine had wanted to obtain some star essence before coming to the Innerverse, but he had found that he didn't have enough money, and he didn't have the means to do so. He hadn't expected the Mavis Bank to give him some, and he would remember this favor. He looked back at the Mavis Bank and couldn't help but admire them. They used universal currency to show off their wealth and reduce the bank's risk. They would occasionally show kindness to talented cultivators like him, which was an alternative investment. Even if they lost money, they wouldn't lose much, and if they made a profit, they would make a huge profit. The Mavis Bank had invested a small amount of money, but they had earned a favor that could never be repaid. The Mavis Bank had been able to survive in the universe for so long not only because of money, but also because of their methods. Just as he walked out of the bank and was about to head back, his gadget beeped. Luine looked at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought of something and quickly answered, "Hello. Little 7. Uncle Reuben, you finally contacted me?" Luine was pleasantly surprised. "Little 7, it's good that you're fine." "I'm fine, but Uncle, what's going on at the pirate port? Why is Dechong there?" "How is he?" Luine asked. "Do you remember when we escaped from the Innerverse to the Outerverse? We were also ambushed in the Outerverse." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his voice grew cold. "Are you talking about the Leo clan?" "That's right. It was the Leo clan who ambushed us, but we weren't sure at the time. That's why we sent Dechong to investigate the pirate port, but he was discovered. The Leo clan didn't want their past to be exposed, so they destroyed themselves and wanted to hide. That's why the pirate port was destroyed." Luine frowned. "It's no secret that the Leo clan operates the pirate port, and it won't affect them if this matter is exposed. They're probably trying to hide the person behind the scenes." "That's right. It's also possible that the person behind the scenes told them to do this, but there are no clues for now. The Leo clan has also been destroyed. Do you know who did it?" The old man's figure from Drift Charge Planet appeared in Lu Yin's mind. "I don't know that senior's name, but he single-handedly killed all the explorers from the Leo clan. However, I was the one who destroyed the Leo clan spacecraft." "I see. It's good that you survived. Dechong has always regretted not being able to save you." "As long as he's fine." Luine smiled. "You're going to the warfront?" Luine nodded. "Yes, I'll be there soon." The person on the other end was silent for a while. "Try your best to survive. Don't think that 5-line battle force can save your life. It's normal for cruisers and even hunters to die at the warfront. Your defense won't even be able to withstand a single claw from a powerful beast." "I understand, Uncle. Also, if possible, try your best to obtain glory." "Glory? That's useless to me. I'm a lockbreaker." "I know that you're a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker, but being a lockbreaker is only a guarantee. Glory is power. Don't ask too many questions. Try your best to obtain glory, but don't push yourself too hard. If you have a choice, don't overthink it. Just choose glory." Uncle Reuben's tone was very serious. Luine nodded. "Got it." The call was cut off. Luine put down his gadget. He had finally solved some of the mysteries in his heart, but it also reminded him of some unpleasant memories. He shook his head and left to follow the soldier back to the space station. After 15 days, the warship finally arrived at the Interverse Erudite Flow Zone's border from Frostwave Weave's Astral 10. The speed of the express passage was astonishing, and it showed how much importance the various powers of the universe attached to the Astral Wars. They had even specially constructed express passages to recruit soldiers. After passing through the Erudite Flow Zone's Astral River, Lu Yin saw a spectacular sight through the warship. Countless stars were lined up in a row, blocking the Astral River. This was the Astral Domain's border, and countless warships were densely packed together. A single warship had the power to destroy an explorer, and it was impossible to count just how many of them there were. The entire region of space was sealed off, and with the planet at the center, defensive formations were formed. Occasionally, terrifying beast roars could be heard from the distance, causing space to collapse. The commander of our Erudite Flow Zone's border alliance is Shui Chuanxiao, and the powerful astral beast on the other side is the Skyblaze Emperor, the captain whispered to Lu Yin. Skyblaze Emperor? Lu Yin was puzzled. It's a super astral beast with 3 fiery bodies that can control black, white, and red flames. It's one of the 7 strongest in the Astral Beast Domain's Desolate Beast Alliance, and it has a terrifying power level of over 200,000. Lu Yin was shocked. A power level of over 200,000? This was a powerhouse that far surpassed a hunter, and they were known as enlighters in the human domain. These powerhouses were also known as almighty beings. It turned out that they were facing such a terrifying creature on the other side of space. Did you just mention the Desolate Beast Alliance? Silver asked curiously. The captain glanced at him and answered, the Desolate Beast Alliance is an organization formed by 7 super-powerful astral beasts to deal with the humans. It's similar to the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect. Don't underestimate these astral beasts, as their intelligence is no less than that of humans. In order to invade the human domain, they've been constantly seeking out our weaknesses. They're used to using star energy to forcefully alter their body structure to maintain a human form. They've even imitated humans and established academies to discuss ways to deal with us. They've been constantly improving. Using star energy to forcefully alter one's body structure was not difficult, but the pain involved was immense. If these astral beasts were truly so daring, then the threat that the humans faced would be even greater than imagined. There was a loud rumble as the warship landed on a desolate land. The surroundings were sealed off by ripples, creating a huge space. Not far away was a metallic base that reflected a cold light. We're here. This is one of Planet Conan's bases. The higher-ups ordered me to send you here, the captain said to Lu Yin in silver. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you for your care, Captain. The captain smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Remember, you'll survive here. Be careful. Lu Yin grunted and slowly walked out of the warship. Not long after, the warship lifted off and flew into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw nothing but yellow land. Strong winds blew, but there wasn't a single trace of green in sight. The ground beneath his feet was dry, and as the wind swept past, a layer of yellow sand was blown into the air, revealing the dark red soil beneath. This was the color of coagulated blood. This was a battlefield. There were many soldiers patrolling the area, and aircraft would occasionally take off into the distance. Even further away, another warship landed. It seemed to be transporting supplies. Lu Yin and Silver were brought to the bottom of a cliff, where someone was already waiting for them. A veteran was training the new recruits. Astral 10's Lu Yin reporting for duty. Astral 10's Silver reporting for duty. Everyone looked at Lu Yin and Silver in amazement, but the two were not surprised. The Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe, so many people knew who they were. The veteran nodded, his weathered face calm. My name is Gilder, and I'm one of the 100 captains of this base. From now on, I'll be your instructor. I won't be teaching you how to fight, but rather how to survive on this land. Yes, instructor, Lu Yin replied seriously. Yes, instructor, Silver also replied with a smile on his face. Gilder nodded. Go to the barracks next door and change your clothes. You have 1 minute to put all your miscellaneous items into your cosmic rings. Now. Lu Yin and Silver hurriedly entered the barracks and changed into their uniforms. Gilder looked at the barracks and muttered to himself. He had thought that these two would be difficult to discipline since they were both top students of the Astral Combat Academy, but now it seemed that they would not be so troublesome. When the new recruits first arrived at the barracks, Gilder did not teach them any combat techniques, just as he had said. All he did was make them stand and talk about various adaptations on the battlefield as well as introduce some astral beasts. Lu Yin himself felt very uncomfortable, as he really had not sensed the presence of the astral beasts. These beasts were too strange and they had disguised themselves as rocks. They were cold and lifeless and none of them had sensed them. This had led to the death of one of the new recruits. This incident made Lu Yin even more vigilant towards the battlefield. Even Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest became much more cautious. Over the course of 7 days, Lu Yin and the rest gradually adapted to military life, and they also began to understand the temperament of this army. No one knew how many bases there were on planet Conan, and only the highest commander knew. This was to prevent the astral beasts from ambushing them, and more importantly, to prevent them from taking root on planet Conan. Many of the bases were hidden very deeply. Sometimes, a group of astral beasts would land, and the base would coincidentally discover them and exterminate them with superweapons. There were many such cases, so the number and location of the bases were kept a secret. However, Lu Yin's base had already been exposed, and Gilder had not appeared for the past few days. He was probably thinking about moving out of the base. However, before they could take any action, another large-scale attack appeared. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, extending into the distance. The soldiers in the base were all dumbfounded. The scale of this attack was much larger than the previous one. Attack! Exterminate the Void Wanderers! A shrill cry rang out, and the entire base began to tremble. An incomparably large mutant beast charged out of the void, crushing the base's command center with a single stomp. Everyone, including Gilder, was crushed into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, the base was gone. At the same time, countless astral beasts descended from the sky, and the cruelest battle began. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to attack, and he immediately unleashed his second sword. Endless sword chi covered the base and swept upwards, tearing through the void. Nearly 100 Void Wanderers were instantly killed, shocking countless onlookers. Chao Ji used her monsoon to sweep through the sky, and she also instantly killed dozens of Void Wanderers. Lu Yin opened his mouth, and a visible sound wave exploded high in the sky, exploding in all directions. Shui Luyun, Silver, Lank, Tasha, and the rest all attacked. This wave of attacks exceeded everyone's expectations, and even the astral beasts. They had originally planned to overwhelm this base with numbers, but they had been stopped by these Astral Combat Academy students, and nearly half of the Void Wanderers had been killed. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, the ground suddenly trembled as an enormous pressure descended. High up in the sky, another giant hoof covered in metal appeared. This time, everyone could clearly see the beast's appearance. It was clearly a giant bull that had been magnified countless times. A pair of bell-like eyes stared downwards as it let out a maniacal laugh. "You're very lucky, human genius." It then pressed down with its iron hoof. All of the soldiers in the base paled. Only explorers could withstand an attack from an explorer. It was all over. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest raised their heads and were about to attack. They had the strength to challenge those above their realms, but they might not necessarily be an opponent. He had long since wanted to face an explorer. Exploring the universe was a qualitative change that not only affected one's strength, but also one's body. Once one broke through to the explorer realm, a human's body would undergo changes. Their cells, meridians, blood, heart, and so on would all undergo changes that would allow them to better adapt to the universe. Lu Yin wanted to see just how big of a gap there was between himself and that qualitative change. If a Lamiter could really challenge an explorer, then they would truly be considered an absolute genius. In midair, 5-line battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body, and purple lines covered his entire body. Dark golden lines adorned the void, illuminating the base as well as the astral beast's giant eyes. A human with 5-line battle force? The astral beast was astonished. In the next moment, Lu Yin's serious palm slammed into the iron hoof. The void froze for a moment, and then a strong wind swept through the void. It spread out in a circular fashion, shattering the void and sweeping into the distance. Many of the Void Wanderers who had been torn into the void were directly crushed into pools of blood. 9 explosions rang out and 9 shockwaves rippled through the void, causing a dark luster to appear. The 9-star Sirius Palm was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and it was comparable to the 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. More importantly, the Sirius Palm did not burden him at all, and he could even use the 9 stars to absorb star energy to replenish his energy. The circulation of the Sirius technique allowed him to clearly see all changes in star energy, which was his strongest ability. When the 9th star exploded, Lu Yin was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the ground. Zitai was also sent flying backwards as its attack had been deflected back. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 234. Countless people watched on in a daze. Only the 10 arbiters had ever defeated an explorer with the strength of a melder. At this moment even Lu Xiaoqiu and the others were shocked. Although Lu Xiaoqiu had heavily injured an explorer before, that had been with the special power of the third sword. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had fought a space-exploring astral beast with his bare hands. Underground, Lu Yin stood up and shook his right arm. It hurt, but it also felt great. He now had a clear understanding of his own defense, and it was now comparable to an explorer's with a powerful physical body. This was the peak of his strength. The student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy could challenge explorers with their peak limiter power levels, but that also depended on their opponents. Zitai was not something that they could defeat. Lu Yin was deeply moved, as this beast's defenses were enough to render Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords useless, with the exception of attacks like the third sword. High up in the sky, Zitai was shocked. It was no ordinary explorer realm astral beast, but there was actually a melder who was able to block it. At this moment, its giant magnet eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. "You're the top freak of the human race. You're too lucky." It then pressed down with its entire body, intending to crush everyone in the base. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and just as he was about to attack again, the void rippled. "Zitai, it's you again." Zitai didn't even look back, and he ignored the explorer as he ruthlessly charged towards the base. As long as he could kill Lu Yin's group, even if he died, it would be worth it. He had never heard of a melder fighting against an explorer, and such a freak had to be eliminated. Below them, Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest attacked. Lu Yin, Shui Luyun, Chaoji, and the rest all attacked at the same time, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His third slash caused Zitai to feel dizzy, and it unconsciously slowed down for a moment. Coincidentally, it was blocked by the explorer, and the two explorers once again clashed in midair. At the same time, outside of planet Conan, a gigantic flaming beast walked out of the void. Across from it, a figure walked out as well. "Tan Gang Fire Beast, are you trying to start a war?" the figure asked. He was the protector of the right 37 stars, Hunter Chuao. On the other side, the star energy around the Tan Gang Fire Beast's body trembled as it spoke. "Human, retreat outside the Astral River. With the Astral River as our boundary, we will not offend each other. Otherwise this war will never end." Chuao frowned. "The Allied forces have crossed the Astral River for so many years. What ability do you have to drive us away? If you want to fight, then fight." As soon as he finished speaking, flames engulfed planet Conan as the hunters began their battle. A hunter had a power level of over 100,000, and their every action was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. This was especially true since the battlefield was so close to planet Conan, which had a significant impact on the planet. Within the base, Lu Yin and the rest received orders to retreat 5,000 kilometers to the north. They left without hesitation. A series of explosions rang out in the sky as scorching heat waves pressed down on planet Conan, causing the temperature to rise. Tasha looked up with a shocked expression. "There's an extremely strong battle that's affecting planet Conan. It should be a cruiser or even a hunter." Lu Yin frowned. Why did it have to be planet Conan? He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. This was not the first day that this base had been exposed, but it had already suffered 2 large-scale attacks in the past few days. There was also that Zitai. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 235. Lu Yin and the rest were trapped in a sea of astral beasts. This base had originally had tens of thousands of soldiers, and with the soldiers that had escaped from the previous base, there were nearly 80,000 of them. However, they were nothing compared to the horde of astral beasts. These astral beasts were individually stronger than many of the soldiers, and their defenses were strong as well. Without any weapons to hold them back, the army was quickly defeated. One after another, warships took to the skies and bombarded the ground with their weapons. At this point, they no longer cared about whether or not their attacks would affect the soldiers as they focused on the areas with the most astral beasts. These warships were not equipped with weapons that could threaten explorers, but even so, the weapons they carried were enough to instantly kill a limiter. Very quickly, the bombardment of weapons caused many soldiers to die, but they also managed to slightly suppress the astral beasts. Lu Yin and the rest dealt a considerable amount of damage to the astral beasts, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His sword was originally a killing weapon, and each of his strikes tore a bloody path through the astral beasts, which attracted the attention of the others. Suddenly, several warships in the sky exploded as an invisible attack destroyed all of them. High up in the sky, Zitai and Nappa were fighting. Aside from the explorers, the strongest people on the battlefield were Lu Yin's group. However, there was now an additional astral beast hiding in the shadows. There was an academy in the astral beast domain called the Spiritual Academy, and the strongest students were ranked according to the size of their territory. 5 astral beasts were the strongest, and they dominated the Spiritual Academy. The ghost monkey was one of them. Lu Yin and the rest did not know that an astral beast that could rival a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy had joined the battle. It was only when Qiao Ji was heavily injured that her 4-line battle force had been shattered and she had almost died, that the ghost monkey was exposed. As expected of an elite human. "You actually survived my attack," the ghost monkey said coldly as it hid in the shadows. Qiao Ji's gaze was cold, and a gray current swept out in all directions, corroding everything in its path. Even Xue Luyun, who was closest to her, avoided it. The ghost monkey was caught off guard and was swept by the wind, revealing its tracks. Qiao Ji's gaze was icy as her 4-line battle force covered her body once more and she struck out with a palm. The ghost monkey was a short monkey with a terrifying face and sharp fangs that glowed a dark red. When it saw Qiao Ji's attack, it did not retreat and instead struck out with a claw. The palm and claw collided and the ground caved in. Shockwaves swept out in all directions, clearing out the surrounding 100 meters. Qiao Ji and ghost monkey retreated at the same time. The difference was that Qiao Ji had been pushed back, and her palm was dripping with blood, while ghost monkey seemed to have borrowed the momentum to hide in the shadows once more. In this battle, Qiao Ji was at a disadvantage. Lu Yin watched from afar, and he was surprised by the monkey's strength. However, that was all he could do as the monkey had been targeted by the Lu Xiaoqiu. The monkey hid in the shadows. He had already gauged the strength of this group of students, and he believed that as long as he hid in the shadows and ambushed them, he would be able to deal with them one by one. He had done the same in the Spiritual Academy, and he was the weakest out of the 5 Academy Masters. However, he was also the most difficult to find because of his innate gift. Suddenly, the monkey felt his scalp go numb. It did not slow down at all as it continued shooting into outer space. This scene shocked everyone. Nappa had been helpless against Zitai, but it had still been pierced through by an arrow. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with excitement. A red lotus arrow. He knew who had come. It was the Red Lotus Witch Bao Mira. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy, so he knew how terrifying the Astral Combat Academy was. Mira was a graduate of Astral 6 who had once competed with Dao Bo, proving that she had the power of a realm master. She had long since broken through to the Explorer realm, and her strength was comparable to a cruiser's. She might even surpass him. This woman was someone on the top 100 rankings. In the distant sky, a charming figure appeared. She walked barefoot through the void and her long white hair flowed down to her ankles. There was a short tuft of hair on her forehead and she looked very cute. Just like the last time Lu Yin had seen her, she was wearing a cool summer dress that revealed her sparkling skin. There was a faint smile on her face, and she held the red lotus bough in her hand as she slowly approached. When Nappa saw Mira, he relaxed and laid down on the ground waiting for rescue. Zitai endured the intense pain. The red lotus witch bough from the top 100 rankings. Retreat. The other astral beast fled much faster than Zitai, and the moment it saw Mira, it tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Mira's lips curled up, and her pure and beautiful face became slightly cold. She raised her red lotus witch bough and shot out a second arrow. The second arrow was even faster than the first, and just like the first, it froze the void, preventing Zitai and the other astral beast from escaping. In the end, the 2 astral beasts had to work together to neutralize the arrow. Red Lotus Witch Bow, we've lost this battle. We're still explorers and it's 2 against 1. Don't fight recklessly. Zitai bellowed as blood dripped from its huge body. The other astral beast glared fiercely at Mira, as if it wanted to fight to the death. Mira disdainfully replied, "Fight to the death? I like it." She then shot out a third arrow. The battle between the 3 explorers in the sky attracted the attention of countless people on the ground. Even the horde of astral beasts paused and looked up at the sky. Underground, the ghost monkey was panting heavily as many wounds had appeared on its body from the sword chi. However, its physical body was strong enough to rival 4-line battle force, so this attack was not enough to kill it. It looked up and saw that Zitai and the others were about to be unable to hold on for much longer. The ghost monkey's eyes turned ferocious as it knew that it was time to leave. However, this battle could not end here. It would be too humiliating if the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master could not even kill a single student from the Astral Combat Academy. The ghost monkey then looked up and ignored Lu Xiaoqiu and Chao Ji, as those two would not be easy to defeat. Only Lu Yin remained. This person was the furthest away and his aura was the weakest, so he should be the weakest. Lu Yin was watching the intense battle in the sky when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. The ghost monkey had peeked out from the shadows and was swiping at him with a claw. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with his own palm as well, also using four-line battle force. The monkey was shocked, but it did not care. However, when it collided with Lu Yin's attack, it realized that there were differences between different four-line battle forces. Chao Ji's four-line battle force was about the same as the monkey's physical body, but Lu Yin's four-line battle force made the monkey feel as if it could not be shaken. With just a single palm, the monkey was once again pressed into the ground. At the same time, it also suffered the 9 stacks, causing the monkey to spit out a mouthful of blood. This person was even more terrifying. Lu Yin was amused as this fellow had almost been killed by Lu Xiaoqiu. Instead of running away, it had even dared to attack Lu Yin. Still, the ghost monkey's strength was not bad, and it was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. However, the ghost monkey could not be blamed. To many astral beasts, humans were only differentiated by height, weight, and weight. They could not tell anything else apart from that. To them, everyone looked the same, just like how humans looked at astral beasts. They could not tell who was who, and the ghost monkey was one of them. At this moment, the ghost monkey had already guessed Lu Yin's identity. He was the most powerful student of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was also a freak who had made it into the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. Get out here. Lu Yin barked as he grabbed at the ghost monkey. At such a close distance, anyone below the Explorer realm would not be able to escape. Lu Yin did not dare to say that he was invincible against anyone below the Explorer realm, but he was close enough. The ghost monkey glared at Lu Yin ferociously before suddenly grinning, revealing its fangs. Human, consider yourself unlucky. It then pulled something out from the cosmic ring on its claw and viciously swatted it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin focused on the item and his pupils shrank. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. It was a piece of skin with strange characters written on it. It was these characters that made him feel as if he had been punched in the head. At the same time, in outer space, outside the human's defensive line, a pair of eyes opened on a giant asteroid that seemed to be able to swallow the void. This aura. Is it here? Lu Yin was caught off guard by the attack, and the ghost monkey took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a void wanderer. It tore through the void, grabbed Lu Yin and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and the battle in the sky was still intense. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest were distracted by the battle and did not pay attention to Lu Yin at all. No one had expected that the ghost monkey who had been suppressed by Lu Xiaoqiu would be able to defeat Lu Yin. However, that was exactly what had happened, and Lu Yin had been captured by the ghost monkey. By the time everyone reacted, all they saw was an empty ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 236. Lu Yin was only struck once, but he quickly regained his senses and suddenly attacked from within the darkness of the void. The monkey had originally wanted to capture Lu Yin and take him to the astral beast domain, but Lu Yin had suddenly attacked him. The two of them fell out of the void at the same time, crashing into the ruins of an abandoned tribe. The two crashed to the ground and separated at the same time. The monkey was shocked. How did you wake up so easily? Even explorers aren't that fast. Lu Yin casually crushed the void wanderer to death. Humans could not use such beasts, so it was better to destroy them to prevent the monkey from escaping. The monkey's eyes widened. Human, you're courting death. It then took out the same piece of skin and slapped it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he also took out a piece of skin and slapped it at the monkey. He had just recalled that he had a similar piece of skin that he had obtained from rolling his die. His skin was also much larger than the monkey's. The monkey had not expected Lu Yin to have a piece of skin as well, and it shrieked in shock. It could not believe what it was seeing, and Lu Yin viciously slammed it into the ground. Shut up. How can you have something like that? Impossible. This belongs to our domain. How can a human have it? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned, grabbed the monkey's skin, and tossed it into his cosmic ring. This thing could not be looked at, as even looking at it would affect him. What is this? Lu Yin asked. The monkey ignored him and continued to mumble to itself in disbelief. Impossible. How can a human have it? Lu Yin stepped on the monkey, causing it to spit out blood again. What is this? The monkey shrieked and glared at Lu Yin. Human, don't even think about getting any information from me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Then you can die. He then pressed down with his palm, causing the monkey's hair to stand on end. Human, do you really want to kill me? No one will tell you where this thing comes from. In the entire astral beast domain, only the absolute powerhouses know where this thing comes from. You won't be able to get any information from them. Lu Yin's voice was icy. Since you won't tell me, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Wait. I can tell you something. The monkey shrieked and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered. How do I know if you're telling the truth? I can swear it, the monkey hurriedly shouted. It's useless. Just this bit of information is of no use to me. Besides, you said that it's something from the astral beast domain. I can't just go there, can I? Lu Yin raised his hand again, and a heavy pressure descended upon the ghost monkey, causing him to shriek in fright. Human, don't make a mistake. This is related to progenitor Wushang. Progenitor Wushang? What ancestor Wushang? The monkey rolled his eyes. Progenitor Wushang is my ancestor, and he's one of the most terrifying beings in the astral beast domain. It's rumored that as long as you gather all of the beast hides, you'll be able to find progenitor Wushang and obtain his inheritance. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Since he's your ancestor, why would he need to collect all the animal skins? You don't know where your ancestor is? There are too many people in my ghost monkey clan, and I'm only from a side branch. I only managed to obtain this small one by chance, the monkey immediately replied. How strong is your progenitor Wushang? Lu Yin asked curiously. The monkey hurriedly replied, very strong. He can swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars. He can even tear apart the astral river with a wave of his hand. It's rumored that his body is indestructible, and he can even form a continent for countless people to live in. Rumor has it that as long as he obtains progenitor Wushang's inheritance, his power level will immediately soar. Lu Yin laughed. Well said. Very smooth and logical. It's a pity that I don't believe you. You've said too much. Die. He then slammed his hand down. Human, the monkey shrieked, but he still could not escape his fate of being slapped to death by Lu Yin. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the monkey's corpse. Most of what the monkey had said was false, but progenitor Wushang's existence was real. It would not dare to lie when its life was on the line, and it would definitely try its best to tell the truth to attract Lu Yin's attention. However, the rest of the rumors were definitely false. Since Lu Yin was not confident that he could obtain the truth from the monkey, then he would just forget about it. Lu Yin did not believe that he would have the luck to go to the astral beast domain and obtain progenitor Wushang's inheritance. He was not the son of the universe. He glanced at the monkey's corpse one more time and then looked around. He checked his gadget, but there was no signal. Perhaps the battle outside of planet Conan had caused a huge change in the surrounding environment, but his gadget couldn't receive any information, and he couldn't even locate his current location. Perhaps this place wasn't even on planet Conan. Lu Yin turned around to leave as he needed to confirm his location as soon as possible. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was amiss and frowned. He took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring and activated the art of Sirius. He suddenly turned around and saw a shadow wriggling underground. You really aren't dead. This is your original body. Lu Yin grabbed at the shadow. The shadow shrieked, Humans, spare me. Spare me. This really is progenitor Wushang's item. I can tell you where his tomb is, so don't kill me. You're too cunning. Sorry, but you must die. Lu Yin was about to attack. The shadow twisted, and just as Lu Yin was about to attack, it suddenly spread from his palm to his arm. Lu Yin felt a burning sensation on his arm as if he had been scalded. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to be scalded, let alone someone he had defeated before. He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve and saw a strange monkey tattoo on his arm. It was very cute. What was that? Human, I'm your tame beast now. You can't kill me. The monkey's voice sounded in Lu Yin's mind, causing him to be shocked. Tame beast? What do you mean? I once killed a cultivator from the human domain's beast tamer's flow zone and obtained a tamed beast technique. Now I've transformed myself into a tamed beast and branded myself on your body. My life is now in your hands, so you can relax. I'll tell you a lot of information, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at the tattoo on his arm in shock. Was that even possible? He had always been curious about the beast tamer's flow zone's techniques. Kwang Wang had been able to tattoo such a large azure dragon on his body, and he had no idea how he had done it. He had never thought that he would have one as well. Tamed beast techniques should be for humans, right? I had no choice. You wanted to kill me, so I had to take a risk. Fortunately, I succeeded. Human, my injuries are too severe, so I'll rest first. I won't wake up for a while, but my life is now in your hands, so you can kill me if you want, the monkey said before falling silent. Lu Yin sighed, feeling rather conflicted. To kill or not to kill? After thinking about it, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at the adorable monkey tattoo on his arm, and he had to admit that it was a pretty good tattoo. However, it was a little strange for a man to have a monkey tattoo. He also felt that it was a pity, as Kwang Wang's first move was an azure dragon that could shake the heavens and earth. What about himself? A monkey? What use was that? Fortunately, he had more than one tamed beast. Kwang Wang also had an emperor butterfly grass, so Lu Yin should be able to tame another mighty beast. He decided to take some time to visit the beast tamer's flow zone. After dealing with the monkey, it was time to find a way out. This was clearly an abandoned tribe, and if this was planet Conan, then its civilization should be very backward, and it should still be considered a primitive tribe. He followed the tribe's small path and looked around. The land was still desolate, and there were obvious signs of battle in front of him. There were also burn marks, which should have been cleaned up after the battle. This meant that this was one of the planets protected by the Human Alliance, and it might even be planet Conan. The monkey had only used the Void Wanderer for a short period of time. At this moment, a meteorite appeared outside the 37 protective planets to the right. The first aura is here and the second aura is over there. As the meteorite spoke, its eyes swept across the 37 planets before finally stopping on planet Conan. The second aura is clearly much stronger than the first. Perhaps there's more than one. The meteorite then fiercely shot forward. Suddenly there was a sigh. Brother Yao, please reconsider your actions. The meteorite suddenly stopped, and a giant void thunder beast appeared. It then forcefully shrunk into a 2-meter-tall humanoid man who stared in front of him in shock. When Sansi, I didn't expect you to come. The void in front of him rippled, and a young man walked out with a smile on his face. He held a scroll in his hand and wore white clothes with a folding fan at his waist. Brother Yao, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. I'm curious as to why a dignified 10 arbiters would appear at the border warfront. There doesn't seem to be any major battles here, the man said in a low voice. When Sansi smiled. If there isn't a major battle, then why is Brother Yao Gu, a powerhouse on Skyminder's list here? And why are you trying to barge into one of the protective planets? I'm curious. I heard that a human Astral Combat Academy student who inherited the 13 swords is here, and there's even someone who has 5-line battle force as a melder. Shouldn't we meet such a young elite? Yao Gu asked indifferently. When Sansi shook his head and placed his hands behind his back. As long as I'm here, they shouldn't. Yao Gu's eyes widened. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters have never had a clear victor. I'm curious as to who's stronger between you and that firebird. When Sansi smiled. Of course he's stronger than I am. I'm just a scholar and I don't like fighting. Yao Gu stared at Wen Sansi, but he did not say anything. Wen Sansi smiled back at him, but he did not say anything either. The heavens seemed to freeze. In the distance, Shui Chuanxiao glanced at the screen, and the female adjutant behind him rejoiced. It's a good thing that the 10 arbiters arrived in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a powerhouse to stop Yao Gu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 237. That's impossible. Astral beasts below the Explorer realm wouldn't be able to capture him that easily. He's someone who's able to take on Z-Tai head-on, so he's qualified to be a war drummer. Where's his gadget? You can't find their location? Planet Conan has been embroiled in a series of battles, and all sorts of energies are mixed together. Gadgets are temporarily unusable. Shui Chuanxiao stared at the screen helplessly. After a while Yao Gu left. He did not fight with Wen Sansi. The female adjutant heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yao Gu and Wen Sansi were both of the younger generation, their strength was too terrifying. Once they started fighting, the border defenses would be in trouble. If a few Skyminders list powerhouses and the 10 arbiters were involved as well, the border defenses would be even more difficult to defend. It was even possible that the previous defenses would be destroyed. Focus all of your efforts on finding Lu Yin. Also, don't let down your guard against those who are being controlled. I must find the location of that strange beast, Shui Chuanxiao said solemnly. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin's guess had not been wrong. He was indeed still on planet Conan, but he was too far away from his previous location. The Void Wanderer had been about to tear open a spatial crack that would lead to the Astral Beast domain, but it had been interrupted by Lu Yin. Although it had only been for an instant, it had still moved the Void Wanderer much further away from its original position. Planet Conan was thousands of times larger than Earth to begin with. Even if it was just a slight deviation, the distance between them would still be far greater than the diameter of Earth. Lu Yin walked through the desolate land, and there was not a single trace of green to be seen. Yellow sand filled the sky. From time to time, strange beasts would run past. Lu Yin did not know if they were native to planet Conan or if they had been brought here by the Void Wanderers. He looked at his gadget. The signal had not been restored yet, so it was difficult for him to determine his location. After an unknown amount of time, a spacecraft slowly traveled through the sky. Lu Yin was overjoyed, and just as he was about to take to the skies, a furious roar rang out. A giant beast leapt up from the ground and bit down on the spacecraft, tearing it apart at the waist. There was a violent explosion and many people inside died instantly. Lu Yin was infuriated, and he raised a hand to slap the beast. The beast's body was huge, but it was only a lemmeter, so it was instantly killed. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had been completely destroyed and there were no survivors inside. This was just a patrolling spaceship. It was small in size and had few people. Once it was attacked, it would be hard for it to survive. Lu Yin searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way to contact him. His luck was really bad as the spacecraft had been severely damaged. Although they could not find the human base, the appearance of such a spaceship proved that the base was not far away. The surrounding area was within the detection range of the base, and the army would soon arrive to investigate. Lu Yin had no intention of leaving, so he decided to wait by the wreckage. A day passed by quickly and Lu Yin found it strange. Logically speaking, if this place was within the detection range of the base, then the army should have detected him long ago. However, there was still no news. He looked around and remembered that the spacecraft had been heading west. He decided to try his luck. Not long after, he smelled the stench of blood. His expression changed and he immediately used flash to flash across the void, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away. Looking around, he saw that the ground was covered in the corpses of exotic beasts and human soldiers, but most of them were badly mutilated. His expression was ugly. A battle had just taken place here, and the human army had been completely annihilated. The remaining mutated beasts had taken away some of the humans as food, while the footprints continued to head west. Intelligent mutated beasts wouldn't eat humans, while unintelligent mutated beasts would only eat the living. They wouldn't touch the dead. If someone was really taken away as food, those people would definitely still be alive. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and chased after the footprints. He wasn't a good person, but he couldn't just watch as his fellow humans were eaten by mutated beasts. If possible, he would save them. The messy footprints continued to head west. Many mutated beasts wouldn't leave after a fierce battle with the humans, as the humans would immediately destroy the Void Wanderers. Even if the beasts came, they wouldn't be able to escape. Only a few powerful mutated beasts could carry Void Wanderers with them and escape. The rest of the mutated beasts would wander around planet Conan and continue fighting with the humans. There were many mutated beasts roaming around planet Conan, and some of them had even banded together to attack the humans. The entire planet was a battlefield, and the original lifeforms had long since been wiped out. The messy footprints continued until they reached the bottom of a yellow mountain. Lu Yin investigated and confirmed that the mutated beasts had left through the ground. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, the yellow mountain in front of him suddenly swayed. He turned around and saw a gigantic mutated beast that towered into the clouds. On the other side of this beast was a horde of countless mutated beasts, all of whom were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine as countless mutated beasts stared at him. The gigantic beast that towered into the clouds swiped a claw at Lu Yin. This mutated beast was very large, and although it was only a lemmeter, it was definitely not much easier to deal with than Z-Tai. Lu Yin's attacks had only dealt limited damage to it, and no matter how large the range of his attacks was, they had only scratched the beast's skin. Boom! The earth trembled as the beast roared. The sound waves shook the void, and the yellow earth distorted as countless amounts of soil condensed into a giant claw that swiped at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and covered himself with 5-line battle force, causing a dark gold color to sweep through the sky. He used flash to appear in front of the beast and viciously struck out with a 9-stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. This was one of his strongest attacks, and the combination of 9 stacks and 17-fold shockwave palm was terrifying. Although the beast was huge, its defenses weren't that terrifying, and Lu Yin's palm pierced right through its body. Strangely, this mutated beast didn't have any blood, and its body was completely formed from soil. He gently dodged to the side and grabbed the beast's right claw with his right hand while his left pressed against its abdomen. Sirius' palm caused stars to appear as he pressed down with his right hand, causing the invisible beast's entire body to be pressed into the ground while simultaneously withstanding the might of Sirius' palm. Not everyone could withstand a 9-star Sirius palm, especially when it had been reinforced with 5-line battle force. Even though the invisible mutated beast's defenses were extremely strong, its abdomen had still been pierced through by the palm. It roared and the surrounding sound waves appeared once more. Lu Yin endured the intense pain in his head and struck the invisible beast's head again, shattering its skull. He then turned around and rushed into the giant mutated beast's body that had been formed from soil. There were countless mutated beasts outside and he was injured. There was no hope for him to save those people. Furthermore, those people had already been killed during his battle with the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were much more ruthless than he had imagined. He hid within the giant mutated beast's body and retracted his aura as he prepared to charge out of the beast horde. At that moment, the giant mutated beast's body melted, and the soil collapsed as it sank into the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to charge out, the sky was torn apart by an invisible attack. He immediately paused as the sound waves were bombarding the sky one after another. If he charged out, he would definitely be struck by the sound waves, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to escape. This was not an attack that targeted his spiritual force, as the sound waves also affected his physical body and his brain. What should he do? Charge out? Or not? At that moment, Lu Yin touched something hard that had been exposed by the collapse of the soil. It was a giant carapace that had probably been shed by some mutated beast. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he turned around to hide within the carapace. He then retracted his aura, and when the soil had completely fallen to the ground, he took advantage of the rising dust to fling the carapace far away while he charged out in another direction. The sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye bombarded the void and directly shattered the carapace. Lu Yin then used flash to hide on the back of a living mutated beast. To be more precise, he hid within the beast's scales. This mutated beast was still alive, and its body emitted an unpleasant smell. More than 2,500 soldiers have been sacrificed, Enya reported in a low voice. Shui Chuanxiao's gaze turned cold. We can't wait any longer. More and more people are being controlled. If we wait any longer, then one day even this spacecraft of mine will be destroyed. Enya hesitated. Do we really have to use that method? There are less than 20 people in the Border Alliance who are qualified to do such a thing. If any of them were to meet with an accident, it would be a huge loss. Give the order. Gather those people. Start from the central defense of the 100 stars and search for them one by one. Send a request for reinforcements to the erudite flow zone, Shui Chuanxiao said resolutely. Enya acknowledged the order. Right, aren't the students from the Astral Combat Academy here as well? There are quite a few of them who can do such a thing. Have them join us. Shui Chuanxiao suddenly thought of something. Enya was put in a difficult position. This mission is too dangerous. Even if we find the beast horde that is protecting the Xing'ao, it will be difficult for the students to break through with their strength. Last time we found the astral beast domain's twin freaks in a beast horde. If they work together, even an explorer would have to be careful. The students are in too much danger. Shui Chuanxiao waved a hand. I know, but there's no other way. Go, the border's safety is the most important thing. Carry out the orders. Enya nodded helplessly and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Xiaoqiu, Silver, Shui Luyun, and Lu Yin received orders to head to planet Sangyuan, one of the central defense planets, to carry out the mission. The four were shocked as they were only students. Although they were strong, there were still powerhouses in the Border Alliance who were comparable to them. Although those people had long since surpassed the younger generation and their strength was growing very slowly, their battle power was not weak, and they had plenty of experience. When had it ever been their turn to carry out a mission? Furthermore, what about Chao Ji, Tasha, and rank? In terms of true power, Chao Ji was definitely not weak. The only thing the four of them had in common was that they had all comprehended a domain. Shui Chuanxiao's mission was simple. Gather all the soldiers who had comprehended a domain and have them infiltrate the beast horde to search for a beast called the Xing'ao that could control humans. There were too many beast hordes on the defensive planets, and it was impossible for the army to wipe them all out. Only by sending people to infiltrate the Xing'ao and find its weakness would they be able to form a targeted defense. This mission was rather dangerous. The beasts were not stupid, and the ones protecting the Shengao were definitely powerhouses. Shui Chuanxiao and the rest did not know that Lu Yin was currently the closest to the Shengao, and he had actually found its weakness. No, it wasn't a weakness but rather a natural instinct. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 239. Lu Yin nodded. That thing is called a Shengao? That's right, I killed him. The man didn't completely believe Lu Yin, as the person being controlled would do many things to earn the trust of the army. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to take responsibility for it. Get on the ship. I'll take you to see Lord Chuao. The guardian of the 37th planet on the right was Chuao, a hunter. Lu Yin still remembered that Chuao had battled with the Tangang fire beast in outer space, which had disrupted the entire planet Conan. Even now the signal had yet to recover. Lu Yin boarded the ship and many of the soldiers moved to other ships. They were on high alert against him. Lu Yin did not mind, and he just stood in the corridor and watched the ground grow smaller and smaller. He was still on planet Conan. No one bothered with him along the way, but he wasn't in a hurry. An hour later the spacecraft landed in a giant warship in the sky. This was where Chuao was. On the other side of the humans, in the dark void, black, white and red flames intertwined, burning the starry sky. It was more dazzling than the stars. In the middle of the three-colored flames, there was a huge beast. It was the soaring Flame Emperor, who was directly facing the human border. The flying Flame Emperor was surrounded by a group of powerful space beasts. They roared from time to time, twisting the void. All of a sudden, the void was torn apart, which alerted all the giant starry sky beasts. Yao Gu walked out of the void and stood quietly in front of Soaring Blaze Emperor. Soaring Blaze Emperor, can we talk? Soaring Flame Emperor's tricolored flames erupted. It is the honor of the Desolate Beast Alliance to receive an invitation from a powerhouse on Skyminder's list. Yao Gu's eyes narrowed. It's not the Desolate Beast Alliance. This time I just want to talk to the Soaring Flame Emperor. Yao Gu, it was the Desolate Beast Alliance who agreed to let you come to our borders. What do you want now? The Soaring Flame Emperor was displeased. I don't want to do anything. I'm just here to give Soaring Flame Emperor some good fortune, said Yao Gu. His voice didn't spread out. Instead, it directly entered Soaring Flame Emperor's ears. After a while the three-colored flames disappeared, revealing Soaring Flame Emperor's enormous body. What did you say? Are you really willing to help my Flying Flame clan rise in the rankings? That will depend on your sincerity, Flying Flame Emperor. I wonder how far you can go with my promise, said Yao Gu. After a while, the Soaring Flame Emperor's loud voice reverberated in the air. It's been a long time since I've had a decisive battle with the Human Alliance. It's time for another round. Amidst the darkness of space, Lu Yin met Chuao in a giant warship. He did not know if all the people from the erudite flow zone were the same, but they all had a scholarly aura that gave off a gentle feeling. Chuao was the guardian of the 37 stars on the right, but he was still able to maintain his temperament in such a chaotic battlefield, which surprised Lu Yin. Are you Lu Yin? Chuao's voice was gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Soldier Lu Yin of planet Conan reporting to the protectors. Chuao nodded in satisfaction as he sized up Lu Yin. Like many others, he felt that the students of the Astral Combat Academy might be arrogant. After all, these students came from various powers. Even if Lu Yin was from a fringe weave of the Outerverse and was a prince in his own country, he might not be able to adapt to the military quickly. However, Chuao was still very satisfied with Lu Yin's performance. The first two bases had been attacked and he had also seen the battle scenes. Generally speaking, this batch of Astral Combat Academy students had performed quite well, especially Lu Yin. He had actually been able to force back Zitai, an explorer, which was quite astonishing. Tell me what you've encountered during this time, Chuao said. Lu Yin recounted his experiences from beginning to end. Aside from the part about the monkey, he only mentioned that the monkey had been killed by him. He did not mention anything about progenitor Wushang or any other inheritances. He focused on his experience of hiding among the astral beasts, especially the two types of astral beasts that he had encountered. The more Chuao listened, the heavier his expression became as he sized up Lu Yin. The astral beasts that can turn invisible are called Yin Guai, and the ones that can produce sound waves are called Cry Guai. These are the names we give to these two beasts. They are known as the astral beast domain's twin freaks, and when they work together they can sweep aside powerhouses of the same level. However, the twin freaks rarely appear, and they have appeared this time to protect the Shengao. Chuao then stared at Lu Yin. Give me proof that you are not being controlled by the Shengao, or you will be isolated. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal the sphere on top of the Shengao's head. Has the protectors seen this before? Chuao took it and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Where did it come from? It grew from the top of the Shengao's head. I noticed that whenever this thing glows, the Shengao would leave that area. While I was hiding, the astral beasts protecting the Shengao migrated 5 times. I'm guessing that it might be related to other Shengao, Lu Yin said seriously. Chuao was shocked. You mean to say that the Shengao can sense each other because of this thing? Lu Yin nodded. That's just my guess. I still need to test it out. Do as he says. A voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. It came from a screen, and on it was a dignified man. It was the commander of the Astral Beast Domain's Border Alliance, Shui Chuanxiao. Lu Yin turned around and immediately bowed when he saw Shui Chuanxiao. Greetings, Commander. Soldier Lu Yin from planet Conan. Shui Chuanxiao nodded. If the experiment is successful, you will be credited with the greatest merit. With that, the screen turned off. On the other side, Chuao immediately ordered someone to take the sphere to planet Conan in a warship and search every inch of the planet. While hiding among the astral beasts, Lu Yin had encountered a total of 5 migrations, which meant that there were quite a few Shengao hiding on planet Conan. The Shengao is a very unique astral beast that has only appeared in recent years. The people it controls are conscious and have complete memories. They are no different from before, and even the person themselves doesn't know that they are being controlled. All of their actions are affected by the Shengao, Chuao said seriously. It seemed like he was talking to Lu Yin, but it was also possible that he was talking to himself. Lu Yin did not interrupt. Because of the people being controlled, the death toll has increased by 30%, and the equipment has been damaged as well, Chuao said. He then looked at Lu Yin and suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the border. What do you think of Chu Feng's strength? Lu Yin was stunned. Very strong. Chuao laughed. Strong? He didn't even make it into the top 16. He's still far from Han Chong. Is Chu Feng your junior? Lu Yin asked. Yes, he's a descendant of the Chu family. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin felt that Chuao was very friendly towards him, and there was also Han Chong. During the astral combat tournament, Han Chong had looked at him with a friendly gaze. Could it be related to his surname? The erudite Flozone was said to have the most primeval surnames in the entire universe, but all of them had hidden themselves. Could the Chu family be one of them? Lu Yin, what about your family? Chuao suddenly asked as he stared calmly into space. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although Chuao's back was facing him, he could feel that the man was paying attention to him. I have no family. I'm an orphan, Lu Yin replied. Chuao asked, Are you from the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan bloodline? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Why is your surname Lu? Chuao suddenly turned around and shouted. Lu Yin's mind buzzed and his mind was shaken. His body suddenly went limp, and he felt as if he had returned to Drift Charge Planet, to the moment when he had recited the Stonewall Scriptures. The pressure that had caused him to faint appeared once again. This was the pressure of a hunter. If this had happened before Drift Charge Planet, Lu Yin would have definitely lost his ability to think and become muddle-headed. However, reciting the Stonewall Scriptures had allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. I don't know. I feel like my surname should be Lu, Lu Yin unconsciously replied as he bent over in pain. Chuao frowned and looked at Lu Yin, but he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously and panted heavily. He looked at Chuao in confusion. Protector you? Chuao raised his hand to stop him and said, Forget what happened just now. Forget your answer. Lu Yin nodded, still panting heavily. If Chuao's pressure had been any stronger, he would have fainted. This pressure had surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword, and it had been directed at him for the sake of the Lu surname. Actually, Lu Yin himself didn't know why his surname was Lu. When he had been rescued by his family, everyone had told him that his name was Lu Yin, and it felt like he should be called Lu Yin. He didn't feel any repulsion towards this name at all. The Lu surname had brought disaster to himself and his family, but he didn't regret having this name. Not long after, news arrived that the experiment had been a success. Although the sphere had been separated from the Shengao, it still glowed. The warship had successfully exterminated a group of astral beasts and obtained another sphere. Chuao was delighted, and he immediately ordered an explorer to personally search for the Shengao. Neither the Sheng-Ao nor the astral beasts protecting it were explorers, which was why they could hide on various planets and cause headaches. However, because of Lu Yin's discovery, these astral beasts could no longer hide. This was a great contribution to the border. The border wasn't just a region, but rather the entire human race. Any border's contribution was enough to be recorded in history. Lu Yin, well done. Chu Ao patted Lu Yin's shoulder in praise. Lu Yin sighed. Luck. Chu Ao smiled. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength on the battlefield. You're a blessing. Not too far away, a screen appeared, and Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin with admiration. However, before he could speak, the warship shook violently, causing the screen to dissipate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 240. Lu Yin stood in place and watched the grand battle in outer space. This was a battle on another level and he couldn't even see it clearly. Erudite Flozone's defensive line was also in an all-out battle. Countless astral beasts tore through the void along with the void wanderers and arrived from every planet. There was an endless number of them and it was impossible to count their numbers. Many warships were instantly destroyed, and countless beams of light bombarded the horde of astral beasts. In just a short moment, countless lives had been lost. Shui Chuanxiao's expression turned ugly, as he couldn't understand why the soaring Flamer Emperor had suddenly decided to fight. A tricolored flame descended. Anya was shocked. Commander, it's the soaring Flamer Emperor. Shui Chuanxiao snorted and stepped out of the void. Soaring Flamer Emperor, why did you suddenly decide to fight? Do border wars need a reason? The soaring Flamer Emperor's loud voice echoed throughout the heavens. Shui Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed. Then prepare to drown. You think you have what it takes. In the next second, the entire void began to burn. Before the pleasant surprise of being rewarded could end, the final battle had already begun. Chu Ao's warship landed directly above Planet Conan's command center, which was also where the most intense battle was taking place. The sky was filled with astral beasts and countless spatial cracks extended into the distance. Beams of light filled the sky as the beasts roared. Lu Yin walked out of the warship and was greeted by an astral beast that had burrowed out of the ground to bite him. He casually swatted it to death, and the entire battlefield was filled with blood and dust. Countless strange innate gifts and battle techniques had been unleashed, and both human soldiers and astral beasts had gone berserk from the slaughter. In this battlefield there was no fair competition, there was only slaughter. Lu Yin quickly joined the fray, as he was second only to the explorers on this battlefield. The explorer's battlefield was in outer space and in this battlefield he was invincible. Countless astral beasts were killed by Lu Yin, and he didn't even need to use five-line battle force or battle techniques. Just his physical strength alone was enough to dominate the battlefield. The astral beasts weren't powerhouses, but they couldn't stop Lu Yin at all. All the planets were facing a decisive battle. Command centers, subbases, and so on were quickly destroyed one after another. Compared to humans, there were simply too many mutated beasts. Moreover, their attacking methods were strange. Even after countless years, humans were still unable to fully count the species of mutated beasts because they were also evolving. On planet Sangyuan, within the withered and burning forest, Lu Xiaoqiu killed the Yingguai with a single sword strike. A large chunk of flesh was torn off his left arm, and in the next second, many palm-sized Yingguai let out a sound wave that swept out. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. This was the third sword strike and it was formless and traceless. With one sword strike, all of the Yingguai were knocked unconscious, and he himself was also hit by the sound wave, suffering heavy injuries. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to withstand the sound waves, let alone Lu Xiaoqiu. However, compared to the number of sound monsters attacking Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoqiu had faced nearly half of them. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Without the two monsters, this group of exotic beasts was no match for Lu Xiaoqiu. He quickly took out the orb on top of the Sheng-Ao's head. He had just received news that there was a way to find the Sheng-Ao, and this method had actually been discovered by Lu Yin. Although Lu Xiaoqiu had lost the astral combat tournament, he was not satisfied with his loss. Lu Yin had been immune to the third strike due to his constitution, but he had not been able to use the fourth strike. It was as if his hands and feet had been tied during the battle, and it was very sullen. He had originally planned to surpass Lu Yin at the border warfront, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would still be one step ahead of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the orb tightly with a resolute gaze. He was not satisfied as this invisible competition had to continue. Furthermore, he still had an agreement with Lu Yin to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. Elsewhere, far away from Lu Xiaoqiu, there was a turbid and boiling sea that was filled with a strange liquid that could corrode any creature. On the shore of the sea, Silver slowly walked as he looked up at the sky and felt the temperature rise. He had not expected to encounter such a rare decisive battle at the border, but this trip had not been in vain. As for Lu Yin, he was still fine. Shui Luyun and Lu Yin were also on planet Songyuan, and they were both powerhouses who had comprehended domains. Chao Ji and the others were still in a base on planet Conan, fighting against a group of beasts. Boom. There was a loud boom that sounded like a tsunami that swept through the heavens. This was the sound of war drums, and it had traveled from one planet to another. Another boom followed as the sound of war drums echoed from one planet after another, forming a single line. On the battlefield, the human soldiers heard the war drums and felt an indescribable surge of emotions. A formless power surged out from them, and the beasts howled in pain when they heard the war drums. The more war drums sounded, the more damage they would suffer. At Planet Conan's command center, Lu Yin felt as if he was looking at the hot blood of his ancestors as a formless power flowed through him. This was the spirit of humanity's inheritance, and it was stimulated by the war drums. It would never stop. Battle force covered Lu Yin's body as he soared into the sky and pressed down with a palm. 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm caused the battlefield to collapse as a giant palm print crushed countless beasts. Several angry roars rang out as strange beasts attacked Lu Yin. They were all Limeters, and some had extreme speed, some had powerful attacks, and some even had powerful defenses. There were a total of 5 beasts that joined forces to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the sound of the war drums had ignited his passion. He unleashed 5 serious palms in a row, crushing the beasts. Blood splattered across the ground, shocking countless people. At that moment, the command center was suddenly disconnected as a colossal creature walked out of the void. Lu Yin had never seen it before, but a cry of alarm came from his right arm. Void Thunder Beast. Run. It was the ghost monkey's voice. Lu Yin was shocked. You've awakened? Cut the crap and run. This is a Void Thunder Beast, and any adult Void Thunder Beast has the power of an explorer. This one is already very close to that level, so don't fight it head-on, the monkey hurriedly urged. Unfortunately, it was too late as the command center had been destroyed. The Void Thunder Beast stared at Lu Yin and attacked with a claw. It was clearly very far away, but it seemed to pierce through the void and arrive right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful aura. It was definitely not inferior to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Bang. Shockwaves swept out in all directions, and everything within a kilometer was crushed. All living creatures were repelled, forming a barren land. Lu Yin and the Void Thunder Beast clashed, causing the void to collapse. Why is there a Void Thunder Beast here? There are less than 10,000 of them in the entire Astral Beast domain, but it's actually here at the border? Did it follow Yao Gu here? The monkey muttered in confusion. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you just say? Yao Gu? That's right, Yao Gu. He's a member of Skymander's list, and he's a super powerhouse of the younger generation who can rival your 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yao Gu, Yao Gu. He remembered that he had obtained a black Mavis Bank card with the words Yao Gu engraved on it. It couldn't be this beast, right? There was a roar, and the Void Thunder Beast seemed to have locked onto Lu Yin. Its enormous body suddenly vanished as it tore through the void. The monkey cried out, "Why is it targeting you? Run. There's no point in fighting it. Even if you win, you won't be able to kill it, but if you lose, you're dead. This thing is unreasonable." Lu Yin frowned. This Void Thunder Beast couldn't be targeting him because of that crystal card, could it? He didn't have the time to look for that card right now. When he saw the Void Thunder Beast swipe at him again, Lu Yin was enraged. 5-lined battle force erupted from his body and distorted the void. He raised a palm and used Sirius's palm, causing stars to appear. There was a loud rumble and the Void Thunder Beast howled in agony. Its claws had been broken by Sirius's palm. Lu Yin leaped up and appeared above the Void Thunder Beast's head. He slammed down with his palm again, intending to deal with this beast. "Human, I'll remember you. You have the aura of my clan on you." The Void Thunder Beast roared and spat out a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. Its entire body then vanished. Lu Yin's palm missed and shattered the ground. What's going on? Lu Yin was shocked. How could such a huge beast just vanish? That's a Void Thunder Beast, ranked 3rd on the Celestial Beast list. Forget about you, even a Lemmeter Void Thunder Beast would have a hard time catching one, the monkey said enviously. Lu Yin wanted to ask more about Yao Gu, but the outer walls of the command center crumbled to reveal a tall platform. There was a war drum atop the platform, and below it were two giant war hammers. One was black and the other was gray. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin. A loud voice rang out across the battlefield. Lu Yin was stunned. He was a war drummer? Lu Yin, carry out the order. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used flash to appear in front of the war drum. He could feel the iron will of his predecessors as he grabbed the black war hammer. It was very heavy, and there was a strange baleful aura that attacked his brain. It was the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword and Chueo's voice attack. This baleful aura was enough to tear apart one's spiritual force. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the war drums from the human border protection planets formed a single line, and more war drums joined in to form a sound wave that spread throughout the vast expanse of space. Not only did it affect the astral beasts on the planet, but it even affected the heavens. In space not far from planet Conan, Yao Gu and Wen Sansi stood across from each other. The space around them had been torn apart, and strange characters had bound Yao Gu like chains. Yao Gu waved a hand and an extremely dark void crack extended out. It tore through the chains of characters and descended in front of Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi sighed. What's the point? The next moment, the dark void crack in front of him vanished. Yao Gu frowned. You're even more annoying than that undying bird. Wen Sansi smiled. Brother Yao Gu, you should think twice before you act. This final battle is a loss for us, but it's also a loss for you. It doesn't matter. I'll just treat this as training. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the human domain if I defeat one of the 10 arbiters today. Yao Gu raised his head, and the surface of his body began to change. He had originally used star energy to forcefully transform his body into a human form, but now he had transformed into a void thunder beast. Wen Sansi sighed again and his gaze turned cold. The Wen family's legacy has been passed down since ancient times. Let me use the Wen family's inherited battle techniques and the literary prison that has inherited the style of the ancient scholars to bury you in space. How arrogant! Even you humans don't dare to claim that you can bury me. Yao Gu roared, and an invisible wave spread out, shattering all of the chains of characters and distorting space itself. The enormous power caused the weather of the planet to change. You're actually able to train the literary prison to 88? Throughout the countless years of your Wen family, only a handful of people have been able to reach this level. How can a beast like you evaluate the ancestors of my Wen family? Wen Sansi shouted as the astral literary prison glowed brightly. The 88 characters connected with each other to form a literary prison that trapped Yao Gu within, isolating him from the rest of the universe. This shocked many powerhouses, and even the soaring Fire Emperor was shaken. Yao Gu roared, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void and shattered the literary prison. His enormous body crashed towards planet Conan. Wen Sansi was shocked. He's actually so strong. No wonder he could fight against Sarati. The shattered characters reappeared and formed the literary prison for the second time. This time, the light was even brighter than before and it illuminated dozens of planets. Even Lu Yin, who was on planet Conan, looked up and was shocked. Who had caused such a huge commotion? With a whoosh, the void was repelled like a wave, forming a giant black hole that swallowed everything. Yao Gu left without looking back, but before he left, he glanced at Wen Sansi with apprehension. This man, who was known as the Scholar of the 10 Arbiters, was unfathomable. Yao Gu left, and the soaring Fire Emperor did not pester him any further. The final battle quickly came to an end. Following the conclusion of the final battle, the astral beasts scattered in all directions, leaving behind corpses. The battlefield was cleaned up, and the soldiers numbly burned the corpses. Everything returned to normal. Lu Yin put down his black warhammer, his arms trembling. He had used too much strength, and even he found it difficult to sound the war drums. It was no wonder why only explorers with powerful physical bodies could sound the drums. Perhaps even Mira would find it difficult to do so. I never thought that you could actually sound the drums, Mira exclaimed as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've reached my limit. Mira sized him up. It hasn't been that long, but you've already reached this level. To be honest, even the 10 arbiters couldn't have done much better when they were melders. Just take what I said back then as a joke. You're already on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her seriously. You mean the Council of Astral Academy? Mira nodded. The Council of Astral Academy is on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. You became one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and Astral 10's leader, so you'll definitely be able to join the Council of Astral Academy. No, I still need to join the Outerverse Youth Council, Luine said. Mira was flabbergasted. What? Mira suddenly smiled charmingly. Because of your fiancé? Luine laughed and nodded. You can say that. What a petty man. Mira rolled her eyes. Luine did not explain. There had to be a reason why his family had allowed him to join the Great U Empire's Youth Council. Now that he was on the same level as the entire Outerverse Youth Council, he did not know if this would affect his family. In any case, joining the Council of Astral Academy meant that he could join the Outerverse Youth Council. There was no contradiction. One belonged to the Astral Combat Academy, while the other belonged to the Outerverse. Luine still remembered the humiliation he had received from Bazer. When he went to the Outerverse Sky City, San Dios, he would settle this debt. You won't go back on your word, will you? Luine asked. Mira smiled, her eyes like crescent moons. She looked pure and charming. What do you think? Luine blinked, but he did not answer. Mira tilted her head. Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I can recommend you to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Go ahead, Luine said. Mira narrowed her eyes and moved closer to Luine. Between me and who's prettier? Luine was stunned. He had never expected Mira to ask such a question. This was a battlefield after all. However, he reacted quickly. You're prettier, of course. He really? Mira laughed happily. Really? Luine nodded seriously. Mira moved closer to Luine and exhaled. Then how about I marry you? Luine's heart skipped a beat. What a tempting suggestion. He subconsciously looked at Mira. Her snow-white neck, her alluring curves, and that indescribable seductive fragrance all attracted him deeply. However, it only lasted for an instant and Luine hurriedly retreated. Compared to Madame Nayland, Myra's charm was not enough. Luine could be considered experienced, so he did not lose his composure. When he saw Myra's crafty gaze, Luine suddenly grew angry. He had actually been teased. He had experienced life and death situations before, so why would he be afraid of a woman? He immediately stepped forward and lifted Myra's chin with a finger. Under Myra's shocked gaze, he said seriously, "If you dare to marry me, then I dare to marry you." Mira was stunned. Teasing others was her hobby, but this was the first time she had been teased. She was Mira, the Red Lotus Witchbow, and someone on the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she had the backing of the 10 Arbiters. Because of her status, countless elites from large organizations did not dare to be rude to her. However, she had actually been teased by a young man. Luine felt the smoothness of her skin and quickly retracted his hand. He could not go overboard with such matters, or else his joke would turn into real teasing. He was still not a match for Mira. Alright, let's stop joking around. I wonder if you're willing to fulfill your promise and recommend me to the Outerverse Youth Council, Luine said in a low voice. Mira was stunned, but she quickly reacted and rolled her eyes at Luine. You really dare to do anything. Be careful or the person behind me will settle the score with you. The person behind you? Luine's eyes flashed with curiosity. Myra's lips curled up. One of the 10 Arbiters. So, are you scared? Who? Luine asked. She pointed at the sky. The scholar of the 10 Arbiters, Wansansi. The scholar of the 10 Arbiters? Luine was puzzled. Scholar is what everyone calls Wansansi. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to be rude to me in the future. Otherwise you'll be in trouble if he finds out. All men are petty, Mira threatened before smiling at Luine again. Right, I've already recorded your answer and I'll send it to Schwer. Take care of yourself. She then stepped into the void and left. Luine was stunned. This woman had actually tricked him and sent it to Michelle? Luine's head hurt, as he could already imagine Michelle's furious expression when she saw the video. He still owed her a promise to help her comprehend Battle Force, and with this incident he would have to be careful when he saw her in the future. That woman is quite interesting, the monkey's voice rang out beside Luine's ear. Luine had forgotten about the monkey. Are you going to follow me from now on? I have no choice. You want to kill me so I can only use this to protect myself, the monkey said helplessly. If it had a choice, it would rather die than become someone else's tamed beast. Can I summon you to battle? Luine asked. Of course not, the monkey answered matter-of-factly. Luine was disdainful. Then what's the point of keeping you around? I might as well destroy you as soon as possible. Hey, don't mess around. Although I won't help you fight, I know a lot of ancient secrets such as progenitor Wushang. Don't you want to obtain his inheritance? As long as you get it, you'll be invincible in outer space, the monkey tempted. Luin didn't mind. Your so-called progenitor Wushang's inheritance must be in the astral beast domain. Do you think I can go there with my strength? Besides, I'm not interested in your astral beast inheritance. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 242. You should know what's good for you. When a life form reaches a certain level, it doesn't matter what race it is. Progenitor Wushang's inheritance can be inherited by both astral beasts and humans. Let me tell you, as long as news of progenitor Wushang's inheritance spreads, it will shake the entire universe. I'm talking about the entire universe, including your human domain and the technocracy. The monkey shrieked. For now, this isn't attractive to me. I'm more curious about Yaogu. Tell me more about him, Luin said. The monkey was puzzled. You care about Yaogu that much? Right? That void thunder beast from before recognized you and said that you had the aura of its race. What did you do? Logically speaking, a melder from the human domain shouldn't have crossed paths with Yaogu. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. I told you to speak, so speak. Listen up, your life is in my hands. Once you're no longer of any use to me, I'll dispose of you without hesitation. Also, you better pray that I become very strong. Otherwise, when I die, you'll die as well. The monkey was helpless. I know, I don't need you to remind me. You want to know about Yaogu, right? He was born from the Void Thunder Beast clan, which is ranked 3rd on the Celestial Beast list. He's an adult Void Thunder Beast, and this is something that everyone knows. Any intelligent astral beast would know. The Celestial Beast list? Luin was puzzled. There's a terrifyingly powerful organization in the astral beast domain called the Celestial Beast Empire. The Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor is called Skyminder, and he's a mysterious astral beast. No one knows what his true form is, but he has the ability to predict the future and measure the heavens. He's similar to the Starsabil sect in the human domain. The Celestial Beast list is a list that he calculates, and it includes the strongest races in the astral beast domain. Any race that can enter the list will become famous throughout the astral beast domain, or even the entire universe. The monkey paused for a moment before continuing. Skyminder's list is similar to the 10 arbiters. Only the strongest astral beasts of the astral beast domain's younger generation can enter. Yaogu is one of them, and he's even fought to a draw with one of the 10 arbiters. Luin understood. The list was used to differentiate one's strength, but it was also a form of motivation. Regardless of whether it was the various organizations, academies, astral domains, or weaves, they all had their own lists. Skyminder's list. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of. Once you become an explorer and have the ability to protect yourself, it's best that you don't show off too much. Otherwise, it won't be good if you end up on the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Celestial Vanquishers list. Skyminder once said that the universe has the same sky, and with the power of the sky, the beast's fate has descended from the heavens. The astral beasts are the favored children of the heavens, while humans are the ones who defy the heavens. They even call themselves the heavens, which is why they want to devour the heavens. This heavens refers to humans, and the Celestial Vanquishers list includes the humans who pose the greatest threat to the astral beast domain. Regardless of whether they're from the older generation or the younger generation, anyone who poses a threat can enter the Celestial Vanquishers list. The astral beast domain is determined to kill anyone on the Celestial Vanquishers list, even if it means perishing together. In other words, once you enter the Celestial Vanquishers list, you'll have endless enemies, the monkey explained. Luin pondered, can Skyminder really predict the future? No one knows. It's just like your human Starsabil sect. Back then, a single sentence from Starsabil caused countless people to freeze themselves and wait for the universe to change. Even countless astral beasts from the astral beast domain froze themselves. No one knows if her predictions are accurate, the monkey explained. Luin had heard of this before. He did not know which generation Starsabil had once said that the universe was about to undergo a great change. That single sentence had caused many people to freeze themselves and wait for the great change that Starsabil had mentioned. Many years had passed and the great change had finally arrived. The birth of the 10 arbiters was the best example. Once upon a time, no matter how hard the younger generation worked or how talented they would never be able to compete with the older generation. This was because cultivation required time. However, with the appearance of formcast models, the cultivation time had been shortened indefinitely. This was a change, and so was the indescribable strength of the 10 arbiters. These two changes indirectly proved that the universe was about to undergo a great change, but Luin still felt that it was a coincidence. How could anyone predict the future? Planet Conan's command center had been completely destroyed, and only the area around the war drums remained intact. Lu Yin's performance in this battle had won the respect of countless people. Being a war drummer was one of the most respectable positions, and he had also discovered a way to find the Sheng-Ao to prevent further losses. This contribution had earned him the right to meet Shui Chuanxiao. Within the warship, Lu Yin looked out into space. 5 of the 37 planets on the right had been destroyed in the final battle, and all of the soldiers on them had perished in the line of duty. The number of casualties was simply too high. The cruelty of the border war had exceeded anyone's imagination. Lu Yin now understood why the captain who had brought him here and his family had warned him to be careful. Even with his strength, he had almost died several times. If not for Mira, he would have been in real danger. Of the students from the Astral Combat Academy, Tasha, Lank, and another student, Shui Luyun, had died. Shui Luyun's death had shocked Lu Yin. A student leader from the Astral Combat Academy had died just like that, and it had been a tragic death. Shui Luyun had perished alongside several powerful astral beasts, including the 2 freaks and the Sheng-Ao. After the final battle, the army had not been able to find Shui Luyun's corpse, only a puddle of blood. News of his death had also reached the Astral Combat Academy. The realm masters who had dominated the Astral Combat tournament were similarly weak in this border war. Perhaps only people like the 10 arbiters could truly protect themselves here. "Hey, how did you get that beast hide?" the monkey suddenly asked. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Call me 7th bro." "7th bro? You have 6 brothers above you?" The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin ignored him. The monkey was helpless. "Fine. 7th bro, how did you get that beast hide?" Lu Yin raised his hand and rubbed his cosmic ring, but the monkey quickly stopped him. "Don't take it out, please don't take it out." Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the cute monkey tattoo on his right arm. "What? Just don't take it out. My life is in your hands and everything I do is for your own good." Lu Yin snorted. "If you don't tell me, then I'll take it." "Hey, why are you so stubborn?" "Fine, I'll tell you. At least you'll know what progenitor Wushang's inheritance means. Do you know why there's such a sudden battle?" "It's because of that beast hide," the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. "Because of that?" "That's right. I told you before that this is related to progenitor Wushang's inheritance. Once it's taken out, it'll be sensed by someone who also has that beast hide. Yaogu has one, so why do you think it appeared at the border? It's because it's looking for that thing. I've hidden from it many times without being exposed, but this time, I had no choice but to use that beast hide to protect myself. It sensed the beast hide, which is why it started the battle. And it's been watching Planet Conan all this time? Now you know how important that thing is. Don't take it out before you become a hunter, or else you'll definitely be killed. It's the same for both the astral beast domain and the human domain. Once your cultivation reaches a certain realm, it doesn't matter what race you're from," the monkey said. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he had really obtained something incredible. However, who had he stolen that beast hide from? It was huge, so the person who had it would definitely not be weaker than Yaogu. The spacecraft shook for a moment before it successfully docked into a super-large warship. This was the Erudite Flowzone's Border Command Center, where Shui Chuanxiao was located. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin met with Shui Chuanxiao, who was known as the wisest commander in human history. Shui Chuanxiao's appearance was nothing special, but it was unforgettable. He seemed to have a unique charm that encompassed his temperament and cultivation. Regardless of whether it was men or women, they would all be attracted to him. Sometimes, a person's status was determined by their temperament, and Shui Chuanxiao's temperament was the type that could decide everything with a single word. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin, greets the commander. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Shui Chuanxiao nodded and smiled. "Lu Yin, I thought highly of you during the Astral Combat tournament, and you didn't disappoint. There aren't many people who can beat the war drums as a melder." "Thank you for your praise," Lu Yin replied. Shui Chuanxiao grunted in acknowledgement. "Anyone who makes a great contribution to the border will be rewarded. This is a reward from the entire human race. Take a look and see what you need." Shui Chuanxiao then had someone bring up the screen, which was filled with a dazzling array of rewards. There were star essence, cultivation techniques, battle techniques, source boxes, weapons, various privileges, and even regional rewards. At the very bottom of the list of rewards were honor points, which were only a single point. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. There were more than 100 rewards on the screen, which dazzled his eyes. Shui Chuanxiao smiled at Lu Yin as he had seen this scene many times before. Even the 10 arbiters had done the same when they had received their rewards. The humans had given an endless amount of resources to the border, and as the commander, Shui Chuanxiao would not be stingy. Lu Yin's first contribution was even greater than that of the 10 arbiters, so these rewards were basic. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He really wanted to take everything, but that was impossible. Commander, I've decided. I want this. Lu Yin pointed at the bottom of the screen where there were only 4 words, 1 honor point. Many people were shocked. Shui Chuanxiao was just as surprised. You're choosing this? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. I choose the honor point. Shui Chuanxiao focused and looked Lu Yin up and down. What? Lu Yin did not answer. Shui Chuanxiao nodded. All right, since you've made your choice, I'll give it to you. Enya, connect to the Hall of Honor and add Lu Yin's name to it. From now on, he'll be the one bearing the honor point. Enya nodded and glanced at Lu Yin curiously before continuing with her work. Lu Yin looked at Shui Chuanxiao in confusion, but he did not ask anything. Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin as well. 1 honor point isn't hard to obtain, but it'll be difficult to obtain a second point. You still have a month of service and you've just experienced a decisive battle. There won't be any more battles in the near future, so you won't be able to obtain any contributions. In other words, you won't be able to obtain a second honor point at the border. Lu Yin nodded. Understood, Commander. Not long after, Enya reported, Commander, Lu Yin's name has been added. He now has 1 honor point. Third update, thank you all for your rewards. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 243. Shui Chuanxiao grunted, take him to planet Songyuan. He'll be there from now until the end of his term of service. Understood, Enya answered and left with Lu Yin. Shui Chuanxiao muttered to himself as he watched Lu Yin leave. He had assumed that Lu Yin was someone from a fringe weave who didn't know anything, but since he had chosen honor points, it meant that he knew something. Along the corridor, Lu Yin asked about planet Songyuan. Planet Songyuan is one of the Central Defense 100 planets, and its geographical location is much more important than planet Conan's. Naturally, there are many powerhouses there, and the guardian is Elder Longzhan of the Sylvan Dragon clan. Enya gave him a brief introduction and Lu Yin gained some understanding of planet Songyuan. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. There won't be much to do in the next month, and there'll be a period of rest after the final battle. There won't be many battles. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded a warship and headed for planet Songyuan. Compared to planet Conan, planet Songyuan was much larger, and its geography was completely different. Lu Yin was assigned to one of the bases and began his 1 month of service. Enya was right. There would be almost no battles after the final battle. When Lu Yin had first arrived on planet Conan, he had already faced an urgent battle every few days, and it had been difficult to breathe. Here, however, Lu Yin had become an ordinary soldier and was beginning to truly adapt to the tense and peaceful life of a border army. Here he could use his gadget and he immediately checked his status. Sure enough, there were more honor points behind it. You're really stupid, the monkey said. Lu Yin ignored him. Hey, you're really stupid. There were so many rewards, but you chose the most useless one. The monkey shouted. It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied indifferently as he stood outside the base's fence. His mission was to be on duty. I'm just feeling sorry for you. I know about your honor points, and there's even a special mission in the spiritual academy to kill people with honor points. What? Lu Yin was surprised. Obviously, honor points are something that you humans can only obtain if you contribute to the human domain. Who else would we kill if we don't kill you? People like you who have a few honor points are our favorite. Killing you will give us a lot of merit and it won't be too risky. You're really stupid. Continue, Lu Yin said. Continue? Continue what? Continue to scold you? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned. I feel like destroying you. Hey, don't threaten me. My existence will be of great help to you. Because of me, you can become a supreme being who can move unhindered through the universe. Don't make a mistake. You talk too much. I don't like it. Fine, fine. Judging from your tone, you probably don't know what glory points are for. How embarrassing. You actually want me, an enemy, to explain the glory of you humans to you? Don't you think this is ironic? He clenched his fist, and the star energy in his body began to boil as he pressed down on his right arm. The monkey hurriedly yelled, I'm scared of you. Let me tell you, your human honor points are indeed very useful, but that's only after 2 points. The more points you have, the more privileges you'll have. From what I know, some people's honor points can even allow them to reduce their sentences after committing a serious crime, such as the commander of the Allied armies, Xue Chuanxiao. Even if he betrayed the human race, as long as his crime wasn't too severe, he could still use his honor points to reduce his sentence. Furthermore, as soon as he dies, you humans will mobilize countless experts to investigate the cause of his death. Lu Yin was astonished. Is that useful? Then what about the Hall of Honor that he mentioned earlier? I couldn't find anything on my gadget. The Hall of Honor is an organization that evaluates honor points. I don't know much about it either, and only space-exploring powerhouses know about it. However, I do know that the Hall of Honor is one of the strongest organizations in the entire human domain. Rumor has it that there's a half-progenitor overseeing it, the monkey said solemnly. Half-progenitor? Lu Yin was shocked. I almost forgot. You mentioned progenitor Wushang before, and now you're talking about a half-progenitor. Is progenitor a cultivation realm? The monkey solemnly replied, Progenitor is a supreme word that represents the past and the ultimate realm. It's the highest realm that humans can reach, and it's the peak of cultivation. The number of progenitors that have been born in the universe over countless years can be counted on one hand. I don't know much about you humans, but I know of only one in the astral beast domain, progenitor Wushang. What about now? Are there any progenitors? Lu Yin asked. The monkey laughed. How would I know? To be honest, I don't even know how you've cultivated to this point. Has no one told you anything? After a pause, the monkey changed the topic. Actually, that's true. You humans like to hide everything, and you only tell those closest to you. That's why many people don't even know the basics. Just like that, Lu Yin chatted with the monkey on and off as he peacefully passed a month of military service. This month was very ordinary. Perhaps this was the life of the army, and it was also the life that the soldiers looked forward to the most. No one wished for war to break out. During this month, Lu Yin had completely adapted to the ordinary life of the army, and he even chatted well with a few of the soldiers. However, the next time he came to the border, these soldiers might not even exist anymore. Even Xue Luyun would die, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Most of them were roamers without formcast models. Their cultivation was slow and their aptitudes were poor. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. Lu Yin calmly stood in the corridor of his spacecraft and looked out into space. Every time he looked at the dark sky, he felt insignificant. Long time no see, Captain, Silver greeted him with a smile. Lu Yin replied, I heard you've made a lot of contributions. Captain, don't say that. Compared to your contributions, I'm nothing. I heard that you've even met Commander Xue Chuanxiao, Silver praised. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Have you heard of the Hall of Honor? Silver opened his eyes slightly, and his smile instantly disappeared. However, he quickly recovered. Of course, it's one of the strongest human organizations. How does it compare to you guys? Lu Yin was curious. Silver was shocked. Captain, how can you say something like that? I'm just an ordinary student. How can I compare to the Hall of Honor? Captain, stop joking around. Lu Yin replied, let's spar. Silver's eyes suddenly widened. Sure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. At that moment, butterfly knife flickered with a cold glint as it slashed towards the back of Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he gripped the piece of metal tightly and slashed at Silver. Silver's pupils shrank. This trajectory? He immediately retreated and stared at Lu Yin in shock. This time he was truly astonished, an expression that rarely appeared on his face. Even when he had faced Starsabil, he had not been this shocked, as Lu Yin's attack had completely reversed his trajectory. You learned my trajectory? Silver was astonished. Lu Yin pointed at the spinning piece of metal and smiled. Maybe. Again. He then struck out with a 9-stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. The void trembled as butterfly knife appeared in Silver's palm. Butterfly knife spun rapidly, splitting from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3. The entire gravity room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force that killed people like an art. Butterfly knife phantom images tore through the void. You've brought honor to the 10th Academy. Lu Yin respectfully asked, "Mentor, when will the top 4 begin?" "What, are you in a hurry?" Old Kai glanced at him. Lu Yin did not deny it. Old Kai calmly replied, "It's good for you that the top 4 hasn't begun yet. Do you really think that you're invincible with 5-line battle force? In the previous Astral combat tournaments, even 4-line battle force would allow you to dominate. Unfortunately, this Astral combat tournament is different. You have your greatest opponent." "Star Sibyl?" Lu Yin probed. Old Kai shook his head. "Not just her. The erudite Flozone's Han Chong and the Mavis women. Do you think they're easy to deal with? Your greatest opponent might not be Star Sibyl. Perhaps it's Han Chong." Lu Yin was shocked. Han Chong was indeed powerful, but not to that extent. "It's useless to tell you that. The erudite Flozone isn't simple, and there's even one of the 10 arbiters there. That's a level that you won't be able to comprehend. Those scholars look weak, but they're actually ruthless. Alright, the top 4 will have to wait for some time." "It seems like we're waiting for an opportunity, but I'm not sure," Old Kai said impatiently. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then thought of something. "Old Kai, I've already entered the top 10 of the tournament, and I'm also Astral 10's leader. Can I enter the Council of Astral Academy?" Old Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This gave Lu Yin a bad premonition. After the tournament, one of the 10 arbiters, Night King Jinwu, has issued an order that anyone who hasn't reached the Limiter realm is not allowed to join the Council of Astral Academy, Old Kai said in a low voice. Lu Yin raised his brows. "What does that mean? Is he targeting me?" Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. "You defeated Night Queen Yanqing, which is a slap to the Day-Night clan's face. Night King Jinwu's actions are clearly targeting you, but even so, you still have to accept it since he's one of the 10 arbiters." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Just the fact that he had defeated Night Queen Yanqing was not enough for the 10 arbiters to take action. It was definitely because he had withstood Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword that the Day-Night clan was afraid of and wanted to thoroughly suppress him. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "I understand, Old Kai. I'll break through to the Limiter realm as soon as possible. There's no rush. Let nature take its course. The Council of Astral Academy is extremely attractive, especially to Astral 10. It's been a long time since anyone has entered Astral 10. Night King Jinwu wants to use this to disturb your mental state and prevent you from successfully breaking through or even failing." "Take your time," Old Kai said. Lu Yin lowered his voice. "Since he wants to harm me, then he won't stop at this." Old Kai cackled. "I know, but so what? Astral 10 has already been exiled. Can he just ban it? Alright, you don't have to worry about it. Just do your own thing and smoothly break through to the Limiter realm." "Okay," Lu Yin agreed and then left with an ugly expression. The 10 arbiters had the power to educate and judge the younger generation, and they also had the power to dismiss and judge educational institutions. Even the Astral Combat Academy could not avoid this power. Astral 10 had been exiled from the Outerverse because of the Council of Astral 10's report to the Council of 10 Arbiters. Night King Jinwu knew how much Astral 10 desired to enter the Council of Astral 10, so this was an open scheme. However, Lu Yin was certain to break through to the Limiter realm. At most, it would take a little longer, but he would break through sooner or later. When that time came, he would also enter the Council of Astral 10. Thus, if Night King Jinwu wanted to target him, he would definitely have a backup plan. Lu Yin did not want to wait any longer. He had to break through to the Limiter realm as soon as possible. As long as he entered the Council of Astral 10, everything would be set in stone, and even the 10 arbiters would be helpless. It seemed that he could only place his hopes on the time-stop space. He had always rolled his die, and this time should not be an exception. In the early stages of cultivation, there was a huge hurdle, which was breaking through from the Sentinel realm to the Melder realm. However, it was not too difficult for a Melder to break through to the Limiter realm as long as they felt the sensation of breaking through. The second hurdle was breaking through from the Limiter realm to the Explorer realm, which was the biggest hurdle. However, Lu Yin did not need to worry about this at the moment. Breaking through to the Limiter realm required time, and the Day-Night clan also needed time to scheme against him. It was a competition of time, and Lu Yin was not afraid of competing with time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 245. You have quite a few enemies and even the 10 arbiters are targeting you. I feel like I'm on a pirate ship. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. If the monkey hadn't spoken, Lu Yin would have forgotten that there was still an unknown factor. He couldn't let the monkey see him roll his die. Who knew if the monkey would leave him in the future? He stopped and turned around, heading towards the trial zone entrance. He wanted to ask Kwang Wang about this. Soon after, Lu Yin appeared on the shore of the Tao of Heaven's ocean of death. Kwang Wang was not around, so he randomly found someone from Astral 5 to call Kwang Wang over. That person looked at Lu Yin with admiration and immediately agreed. After the Astral Combat Tournament, the treatment of Astral 10 students in the trial zones had greatly changed. No one dared to make things difficult for them anymore. Whether it was Big Pao, Little Pao, Xiao Luo, Silver, or Lulu, all of them were freaks, especially Lu Yin. He was above all the other student leaders and was one of the strongest. Even the area masters had to be courteous to those from Astral 10. This was Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Heaven. The trial zones were a virtual world, but this world had an ancient inheritance. It was a strange place, and even the monkey could follow him. Tamed beasts were also considered a type of strength. Is this the legendary trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? Hey, have you ever killed a war spirit before? The monkey asked, looking very interested. Lu Yin casually answered, yes. What did you feel? What did you see? The monkey asked again. Lu Yin was about to answer when he suddenly realized that there were war spirits here. Wait, how did the monkey know that there were war spirits here? And it didn't ask about anything else but war spirits. What was going on? Lu Yin's expression did not change. I didn't see anything other than... Other than what? The monkey was rather anxious. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Other than some strange things that I can't understand. What is it? Speak clearly. The monkey grew more and more anxious. Lu Yin was sure that the monkey knew something, but it was only a student of the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy. Even the Academy head was only comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. How could it know about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? Even the spirit hunters did not know. Speak. What did you see? The monkey was furious. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. What do you know? Speak. The monkey was taken aback, but then it smiled. What could I possibly know? I'm just curious, that's all. Don't overthink it. Lu Yin frowned. You've been following me for so many days, so you should understand my personality. I don't like being kept in the dark. You know too much and you don't seem like a student. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me or I'll erase you. Fine. You're always using this method to force me. Just you wait, I won't fall for it next time. The monkey felt helpless. Lu Yin smiled as he had finally seen through this fellow's true nature. He might seem fierce, but in reality he wasn't a shrewd person. Whenever he came across something he knew, he would be able to get the information out of him. Lu Yin had no idea how he had managed to survive in the Astral Beast domain. Actually, the trial zones that your Astral Combat Academy controls came from a strange ancient civilization called the Rune Technology Civilization. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you talking about the training method of drawing runes on paper? What do you mean by drawing runes on paper? I don't know. The essence of the Rune Technology Civilization's training is to view the universe as a space made up of countless runes. Regardless of whether it's a living being, a celestial phenomenon, or a planet, everything is made up of runes in their eyes, and the unit of measurement is the number of runes. For example, a person might have 100 runes in their eyes, and the stronger that person is, the more runes they have. For example, a planet might have tens of millions of runes and so on. It's a very strange civilization, and the trial zones should have been left behind by this civilization. They can see through appearances, and they can switch between reality and illusion. They can turn everything into something virtual, and they can also use the number of runes to turn something virtual into something real. Lu Yin was surprised. There's such a civilization? Does that mean that they can create any kind of miracle? You could say that. This civilization was very powerful, and their battle style was even more unique. They would directly erase their opponent's runes, which was equivalent to attacking the essence of their opponent. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the entire civilization disappeared without leaving behind any traces. Regardless of whether it's the cultivation method or the corpses of living beings, they're all gone. Only a few scattered ruins remain, and the trial zones are one of them. Lu Yin recalled the images that he had seen with his serious art after killing the war spirits, and the images that he had seen seemed to be made up of lines. Could those have been runes? How do you know so much? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey was pleased with himself. I know a lot. If you want to know, then be nice to me. Let me tell you, I even know a little about Progenitor Wushang, let alone the Rune Technology Civilization. Progenitor Wushang's era predates the Rune Technology Civilization. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This monkey was very suspicious. Even a hunter might not know all of this, let alone a mere Lemeter student. This guy was worth digging up. It's possible to kill a few more war spirits. Who knows, you might be able to obtain the rune technology civilization's inheritance through the rune lines. It's a very unique attack method, but we can't expose it, the monkey suggested. Lu Yin wasn't interested, as he knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate his battle force. He hoped to cultivate his battle force to 9 lines and see how strong it was. As they spoke, Kuang Wang arrived. I heard that you were looking for me? Lu Yin nodded. I wanted to ask about the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. Kuang Wang's eyes narrowed. You want to steal the position of Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? Of course not, I'm just curious. I heard that even the 10 arbiters have been here before, Lu Yin hurriedly said. He still needed Kuang Wang's help, so how could he offend him? Kuang Wang relaxed when he realized that Lu Yin wasn't trying to steal the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He wasn't confident in being able to fight against Lu Yin. No, it wasn't that he wasn't confident, but that he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own strength. The Ocean of Death is the Tao of Heaven's most unique training ground. It's rumored that the Ocean of Death. Lu Yin wasn't interested in the Ocean of Death, and he was just casually bringing up a topic to familiarize himself with. After listening to Kuang Wang's introduction of the Ocean of Death, Lu Yin asked, Right, I've always been curious about how the Beast Tamer's flow zone fights. Do you just release your tamed beasts? Kuang Wang nodded. You can say that. Actually, tamed beasts don't have physical bodies, and they can only be subdued by beast taming techniques. Why are you asking? If I also had a tamed beast, how would I be able to block its senses? Lu Yin asked, as this was the main question that he wanted to ask. When the monkey heard this, he shouted, Hey, what are you trying to do? Don't be rash, bro. We're one entity and everything I do is for your own good. Kuang Wang looked at Lu Yin strangely. You have a tamed beast? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm interested and I want to go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone to learn. Kuang Wang laughed. Alright, if you go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone, you'll definitely be able to join the Divine Grade Hall. They'll teach you then. Can you explain it to me first? Lu Yin asked. Kuang Wang looked deeply at Lu Yin, especially at his right arm. He thought for a moment before saying, Alright, blocking a tamed beast's senses is very simple. Just cut off the star energy. Is that simple? Lu Yin was shocked. What did you think? A tamed beast is also a type of battle technique. Without star energy, the battle technique is useless. It's the same for a tamed beast, as all of its movements rely on star energy. This is the simplest principle, Kuang Wang explained. Bro, no, seventh bro, don't be rash. I don't want to be unable to see outside, and I don't want to die without knowing why. Seventh bro, please don't block me. The monkey's voice was gradually drowned out when Lu Yin cut off the star energy in his right arm. The monkey's voice instantly disappeared and Lu Yin felt refreshed. Actually, unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no need to block your tamed beast. Once a tamed beast is successfully tamed, it won't be able to escape. Escaping means death and the two of you are one, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin knew that Kuang Wang had guessed that he had a tamed beast, but he didn't expose him. Kuang Wang wasn't stupid. Thank you for telling me, Senior Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang stretched lazily. When can you enter the Council of Astral Academy? Lu Yin shook his head. Not at the moment. I'll have to wait until I'm a Lemeter. That's true. The 10 arbiters have decreed that no one can go against. Right, once you break through to the Lemeter realm, you can head directly to the tilting tower of the Divine Path and have someone inform the other student leaders to convene a Council of Astral Academy. The council has been held there this year. Kuang Wang then left. Lu Yin thanked him again and restored the monkey's senses. Seventh bro, you and I are one. There's no need to block me. The monkey felt wronged. You talk too much, Lu Yin said indifferently. The monkey was speechless. If you block me, then there are many things that I can't tell you. It doesn't matter. I'm better off without you. Lu Yin didn't care. The monkey probed, Is there something that you don't want me to know? Lu Yin casually cut off the star energy in his right arm. It was time to roll his die. In a ruined area of Astral 10, Lu Yin exhaled and opened his hand. The die appeared and slowly spun. It had been more than 2 months since his last roll, and the more time passed, the easier it was for him to roll a good number, such as possession or 3. It had been a long time since he had rolled a possession, so it was time. Lu Yin tapped the die and watched it spin. He had a strong intuition that it might be a possession. When the die stopped spinning, Luin saw possession. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw the familiar land of darkness as well as the orbs of light. He already had experience, and the more attractive the orb of light was to him, the more compatible it would be with him. The orbs of light flitted by very quickly in the land of darkness. He had 10 star essence in his cosmic ring, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star essences. It seemed like it was enough to squander, but it would only take an instant. Luin didn't dare to waste any time, as he would rather spend his time on the person he was fusing with. He didn't think too much about it as he didn't know who was who anyway. Luin randomly chose an attractive orb of light and rushed towards it to fuse with it. When Luin opened his eyes again, he saw a retro room with wooden tables and chairs, paper lanterns and a bronze mirror. This was a retro society. After a while, Luin gradually saw the memories of the person he was fusing with. This person's name was Wu Xia, and he was the manager of the Xinwu Empire's crown prince's residence. He was a peak martial spirit, which was equivalent to a peak melder, and he was close to breaking through to the martial king realm, which was the equivalent of a Lemiter. During this month, he decided to sort out his various battle techniques and wait for the feeling of breaking through to the Lemiter realm. He had walked the path of the Melder realm for too long, and it was time for him to break through. At the same time, a warship was parked outside of a giant planet in Frostwave Weave. Countless sounds of fighting could be heard from the planet, and a roar echoed through space as a man tore through space and glared at the warship. Duke Yushan, do you really want to spread this war to the entire Frostwave Weave? The countless powers of Frostwave Weave will not let you off. A gunshot rang out from the warship as Batson flicked his cowboy hat aside and blew on the muzzle. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of the explorer, and he had been instantly killed. As the former captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron, Batson was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000. He was not someone an explorer could compare to. Duke Yushan stood on a balcony and looked at the stars. What a beautiful planet. It should have belonged to my Great Yu Empire a long time ago. It's a pity that we've been suppressed by the Innerverse for so many years. Batson's lips curled up. There aren't many cruisers in Frostwave Weave, and there are even fewer who can compare to us. With your current strength, you should be able to annex the entire Frostwave Weave. Duke Yushan smiled. Father's sights aren't set on Frostwave Weave, but the Innerverse. Annexing Frostwave Weave isn't difficult, and now that those Innerverse rascals have been expelled, it's time for Father to make a move. Where do you think he'll target? Grand Top Weave? Or Lars Weave? Or us? None of those. It's Fire's Melt Planet. Shalash, the former captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron, walked over. Fire's Melt Planet? Duke Yushan was surprised. Shalash nodded. Although it's just a planet, it has produced a genius like Yen Feng, who was able to enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Their leader, Yen Wujiu, is a hunter and one of the few powerhouses in Frostwave Weave who can contend with His Majesty. If we don't deal with him, His Majesty won't feel at ease attacking the other weaves. Duke Yushan nodded. Yes, Fire's Melt Planet. Speaking of which, Yen Feng wants to pursue my sister. I hope she doesn't kill him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 247. Luin had modified the time-stop space with his star crystals, and although it was just an illusion, it was still very comfortable to look at. The Sirius Palm and the 9 stacks 17-fold Shockwave Palm were his strongest attacks, and each had their own advantages. One was incomparably ferocious while the other was incomparably powerful. As for Flash Step, as long as his physical body could withstand it, he could even tear through the void. The 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw was his weakest attack, but he did not want to give up on it. He had a feeling that the Sky Beast Claw should not be that weak. After all, it was something that Undying Yushan had brought out from the Innerverse Starfall Sea. Of these battle techniques, the one he was most concerned about was the Concealing Aura technique. Even the student leaders of the various academies and space-exploring powerhouses would find it difficult to see through him. The second was the Sirius technique. Sirius technique had an irreplaceable effect when faced against strong enemies. Not only was it the counter to extreme speed, but it could also imitate the opponent's attack patterns. For example, in the battle against Silver, he had purely countered Sirius technique. As for the Sirius technique, Luin was extremely eager to obtain the lower part of the technique. However, according to the Trial Master, the Sirius sect was far more terrifying than he could imagine. His own technique had been stolen, so he could not reveal it to the public. This was a huge headache for him. As for the arcane art of life and death, as long as he used it once, he would use it again the next time he faced death. Lu Yin would rather not use this technique as it suppressed the body's self-healing potential and was too dangerous. However, he had already tried using it and he didn't know how to get rid of it. During this month, Lu Yin still did not feel like he was about to break through to the Lamita realm. Helpless, he had to delay his breakthrough by another month. He was in a race against time as he was already a thorn in the Day-Night clan's side. In order to deal with him, Night Queen Yanqing would definitely not allow him to smoothly join the Council of Astral Academy. He had to break through to the Lamita realm before Night Queen Yanqing made a move. Time ticked by and Lu Yin had already been in the time-stop space for 2 months. His body strength had increased through the training of gravity, and he could definitely withstand a 9 stacks 18-fold shockwave palm, or even 19-fold shockwave palm. However, he still hadn't reached the state of breaking through to the Lamita realm. Some people took years or even decades to break through from the Melder realm to the Lamita realm. Including the time he had spent in the time-stop space, he had already spent more than a year on his path as a Melder. With his aptitude, he should have been able to break through to the Lamita realm. Lu Yin pondered for a moment before silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures. Being able to communicate with people is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. Leaping through the starry skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. Leaping through the heavens is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. The Stonewall scriptures had caused Lu Yin to faint quite a few times, but it had also calmed his mind. This scripture had unimaginable power. Lu Yin extended the deadline by another month. He had more than enough star crystals and now he was fully focused on breaking through to the Lamita realm. If he did not break through, he would not leave. He opened his eyes and exhaled. It had already been 3 months. He had stayed in the time-stop space for 3 months, and during that time his power had increased a little. However, the increase was not significant, and only his physical strength had increased significantly. As for the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm, he still had not reached that point. Could it be that he really needed a few years to break through? Lu Yin thought to himself helplessly. Suddenly he thought of the ghost monkey. This fellow was a Lamiter, so perhaps he should ask it. It should be able to exist normally in this space since it was a part of his power. Lu Yin removed the screen and looked at the cute monkey tattoo. He asked, "Are you still alive?" "No," the monkey grumpily replied. The flow of time in the time-stop space did not change relative to the outside world, but it did change relative to Lu Yin. Of course, Lu Yin's skeletal age and physical characteristics did not change, but his perception of time had changed. This could be seen on the monkey's body as well. Lu Yin had been cultivating for 3 months, which meant that the monkey had been blocked for 3 months. "Let me ask you a question," Lu Yin said. The monkey snorted in mockery. Lu Yin glanced at it and said, "If you don't answer, I'll continue blocking you." The monkey hurriedly replied, "Fine, fine, fine. Go ahead, go ahead." "How do I break through to the Lamita realm?" Lu Yin asked, looking forward to it. "Break through to the Lamita realm? Right, you're still a Melder. How disgusting, I actually lost to a Melder Jr. "I'll ask and you'll answer," Lu Yin said impatiently. The monkey sighed. "Well, it's easy to break through to the Lamita realm. You just need to feel like you're about to break through. You should know that." "How do I get that feeling?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey paused. "Do you feel like you've reached the peak of the Melder realm and your star energy is full?" Lu Yin nodded. "Actually, the star energy in your body isn't full. The human body has limitless potential, and your body is still unconsciously absorbing star energy because it isn't full yet. Let me tell you, even explorers can't fill their bodies with star energy, let alone Melders." "Then what should I do?" Lu Yin asked. "It's simple. Just force it. The Lamita realm is the limit. Let your star energy fill up in an instant and take advantage of the situation to break through. This is the simplest method, but it requires a lot of star energy. The speed at which you absorb it is also very abnormal. You need to absorb it at least 5 times faster than a normal person. Otherwise, you can just absorb it slowly. Eventually, you'll be able to break through," the monkey explained slowly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. 5 times? His star energy absorption speed was 9 times faster than a normal person's. "You're not lying to me?" "Nonsense, we're one now. What good would it do me to lie to you?" the monkey said impatiently. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Alright, I'll try. He paused and then asked, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Nothing, just feel it yourself. You've experienced the Sentinel and Melder realms, so the Limiter realm isn't that difficult. Breaking through to the Explorer realm is the biggest hurdle. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he didn't hesitate to cut off the star energy in his right arm. He wouldn't let the monkey see anything. As for the monkey's current mood, Lu Yin didn't even need to think to know that it was probably cursing him merrily. There was still a little more than 5-star essence left in his cosmic ring. He had used up almost 200,000 star crystals over the past 3 months, which was a terrifying expenditure. If not for the Mavis Bank's generosity and the pirates' robbery, he didn't know when he would have obtained so much star essence. Lu Yin thought about it and then gripped the star essence tightly and crushed it. He was going to use 5-star essence to help him break through to the Limiter realm. 5-star essence was not equal to 500,000 star crystals. It was much less, but it was much purer than star crystals. However, even if it wasn't 500,000 star crystals, it was almost the same amount of star energy that Lu Yin had used to break through to the peak of the Melder realm, which was equivalent to 400,000 star crystals. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. He had used up almost 1,000,000 star crystals to break through to the Limiter realm from the Melder realm, which would probably shock a bunch of people to death. The greatest use of star energy was to cultivate battle techniques, and a normal Melder could reach the peak of the Limiter realm after using 100,000 star crystals. Lu Yin's consumption was about 10 times that of a normal Melder. The surging star energy filled the grayish-white space, almost forming a visible liquid. This was the true form of the Astral River, made of pure energy. Now, Lu Yin had used 5-star essence to create a similar phenomenon. Although it wasn't much, it had formed a liquid state. Lu Yin took a deep breath and activated his serious art. His 9 stars flickered as they frantically absorbed the star energy. His already saturated body seemed to break through its limits as the 9 stars grew brighter and brighter, forming a perfect nebula that rotated. The star energy formed a vortex that was absorbed by the nebula and quickly disappeared. Lu Yin's body emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a strange feeling surfaced. It was the sensation of a breakthrough. Lu Yin opened his eyes. He was about to break through, but he couldn't do it here. He hadn't forgotten the strange phenomenon that had occurred when he had broken through to the Melder realm. He had clearly felt like he was about to break through, but he had still failed. If not for the Rainmaster's intervention, he would have failed. This sort of thing usually didn't happen, but there had to be a reason for it. Lu Yin forcefully suppressed the urge to use the Formcast model to break through and continued to madly absorb star energy with the nebula chart. However, the effects weren't great. Once he broke through to the Limiter realm, his body would change once again and become more compatible with the universe. At that time, his body's capacity for star energy would increase once again, and it would be very difficult for him to absorb any more. Lu Yin was afraid that the feeling of breaking through to the Limiter realm would disappear. He sighed and waved his hand, causing the surging star energy to transform into mountains and rivers that extended into the distance. He was using up his star energy in hopes of leaving as soon as possible. When the last second disappeared, Lu Yin's vision changed and he appeared in Astral 10. Only a second had passed in the real world, but Lu Yin didn't waste any time and immediately rushed towards the Rain Observatory. Compared to Old Kai, Lu Yin felt that the Rainmaster might be more reliable. The scenery of the Rain Observatory never changed. The pitter-patter of raindrops landed on the limestone platform, splashing and dispersing like tiny worlds. At this moment, the Rain Observatory wasn't completely empty. Schutz was there. His results in the Astral Combat Tournament had been very poor, and even if he wanted to serve at the border, he would have to wait for a while. After the Astral Combat Tournament, he had realized his own shortcomings. Whether it was his control of star energy or his physical strength, he was far inferior to Lu Yin and the others. Previously, he had only trained with the Sand Master to increase his battle experience and physical strength. Although he had made considerable progress, he was still too slow compared to the others. He had decided to start from the very beginning and start from the very basics, which was his control of star energy. Lu Yin's appearance attracted Schutz's attention, and the almost uncontrollable surge of star energy caused him to tremble. Was that power a limiter? Lu Yin casually found a limestone platform and sat down cross-legged. He took out his Formcast model and pricked his finger. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he broke through to the Limiter realm. As the Formcast model fused into his body, an intense pain swept through his entire body. Lu Yin growled as he felt his meridians burn and his cells reorganize. This was the feeling of breaking through. Suddenly his vision turned dark and for some reason he saw a dark sky and an incomparably large warship. On the ship, a figure was looking into the distance, and a majestic power caused the void to tremble. As the scene changed, Lu Yin saw that this power had taken the form of a mountain and was about to crush him to death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 248. Not far away in the rain, Old Kai and the Rain Master appeared at the same time. Soon after, the Sand Master, Trial Master and Star Master appeared as well. Strange, why haven't they appeared yet? The Rain Master was puzzled. Old Kai glanced at him. Are you sure that the seal on his body will obstruct us? The Rain Master shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen that seal before and even the Dean isn't familiar with it. It can only be broken by brute force. Breaking through to the Melder realm might be obstructed, but becoming a Lemeter might not be the same. Lemeters aren't the most important hurdle, and most people can easily break through as long as they have enough star energy. The most important thing is becoming an explorer. If that seal really exists, then it'll be very, very difficult for this child to break through, the Star Master said. Even the Dean has to expend a lot of energy to break the seal, let alone this kid. It's impossible for him to do it alone. The Sand Master frowned. Who would be so heavy-handed against a child? This child's identity is not simple. His physical gifts are terrifying, and he can rival an explorer as a melder. Only the 10 arbiters can block an attack from an explorer astral beast with a powerful physical body. This child is not simple and he might be from the Neoverse. Boom. A huge shockwave swept through the sky and tore apart the rain. Lu Yin roared as fresh blood flowed from his body and evaporated. His body had changed and he felt as if he could touch the heavens. This was the Lemeter realm and he was closer to the heavens than a melder. With a whoosh, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. A gust of wind swept out in all directions, crushing the stone platform to pieces and bending the tree that supported it. Schutz was not far away and the gale sent him flying. He gasped for breath as the pressure that Lu Yin gave him was too great. Although there was not much of a transformation between the Melder realm and the Lemeter realm, it still depended on the person. For Lu Yin, his transformation was much greater, especially his physical body. It seemed to have transformed once again, and there was a strange brilliance circulating around his body. This brilliance shocked even the Rain Master and the others who were secretly observing him. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one's physical body reached a certain realm, and it usually only happened to space-exploring powerhouses. The brilliance flashed and quickly disappeared. Lu Yin slowly raised his hands and clenched them into fists. It seemed that he had become stronger again. What he wanted the most right now was to fight against Z-Tai, the beast that had attacked planet Conan, and see if he could defeat it with his current strength. There were very few Lemeters who were able to jump realms and challenge explorers. That was a huge leap, and even the student leaders of the various astral combat academies would find it difficult to accomplish. Lu Yin really wanted to give it a try. However, there were no explorers in Astral 10 to spar with him, and this was the Rain Observatory. Perhaps he could try challenging the Rain Observatory again. Lu Yin closed his eyes to rest, and it took him a while before he opened them again. The star energy on the surface of his body transformed into wind, water, fire, and lightning. This was the realm of myriad transformations, but this was not the limit of what Lu Yin could achieve. His control over star energy had deepened to a new level, and the condensation and liquid of star essence gave him a different feeling. Lu Yin raised his hand and used his star energy to write his name in the void. He then pushed it out, and the two words Lu Yin rushed into the curtain of rain, fiercely pushing away the raindrops as they crossed the Rain Observatory without any obstruction and disappeared into the distance. Amidst the Rain Master shook his head. It was still not enough. Since ancient times, only those who had the deepest understanding of star energy in the Rain Observatory had been able to leave their names on the Rain list. He was not sure about the other academies, but in Astral 10 only domain powerhouses could enter the Rain list. When Lu Yin and the others had first arrived at Astral 10, they had thought that the Rain list would be simple after hearing about it, but in reality, it was far more difficult to leave one's name on the Rain list than the other academies. This was because Astral 10 had a glory that the other academies could not match, and it had given birth to unsurpassable powerhouses who had all left their names on the Rain list. Lu Yin watched as his name disappeared, and he was flabbergasted. Was it still not enough? He felt that he was still one step away from becoming a domain expert. There were 100 people on the rain list, so did that mean that all of them were domain powerhouses? What did it mean to have 100 domain powerhouses? Less than 20 domain powerhouses had appeared in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, and this year's Astral Combat Tournament far surpassed the previous ones. While Luin was deep in thought, the Rainmaster walked out from the rain. Only powerhouses who have comprehended a domain can leave their names on the rain list. You're still not enough. Luin respectfully replied, yes, this student understands. The Rainmaster looked at Luin and praised him. You're not bad to have reached that stage in the Astral Combat Tournament. I didn't use my full strength when I helped you deduce 9 stacks. Now I can help you continue to deduce 9 stacks. Do you want it? Luin was delighted. He had wanted to leave his name on the rain list so that he could continue to deduce 9 stacks. He had not expected that he would still be able to ask the Rainmaster for help after failing to leave his name on the rain list. He knew that this was a reward from Astral 10, so he did not stand on ceremony. Thank you, mentor. Raise your hand. Luin raised his left arm, and the Rainmaster did not suspect anything. He tapped Lu Yin's left arm and used the momentum to deduce 9 stacks. This was 9 stacks followed by 10 stacks. With Lu Yin's limited knowledge, he could not understand how the Rainmaster had managed to deduce 9 stacks. He could only carefully experience the technique of 10 stacks. However, the 11th sound soon rang out, causing the void to tremble once more. Although the tremors were still light, they caused the void to distort. When the 12th sound rang out, the void began to crack. 12 stacks was not the end. The Rainmaster's finger reached Lu Yin's wrist and casually waved, causing 13 stacks to erupt. The power of the 13 stacks was restrained, but the last one was the strongest. Luin felt as if it could destroy everything. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Grandine Mavis had used 13 stacks against Luin. Luin had longed to master this attack method and now his dream had come true. 13 stacks is enough for you to use, the Rainmaster said. Luin was grateful. Thank you, mentor. Thank you for your hard work. The Rainmaster replied, you should know that 13 stacks is not the end. Someone once used 100 stacks to shatter a planet. That person is from the same generation as you and is known as the Divine Fist. He is one of the 10 arbiters. He is your role model. Luin was shocked. 100 stacks. This was no ordinary level of terror. The more stacks one used, the higher the requirement for one's physical strength. Was this the Divine Fist? Humans are creatures that can create countless miracles. Some people don't even have the word end in their dictionaries. You still have a long way to go, the Rainmaster said before leaving. Luin stood in place and flipped one of his palms before striking out. 10 sounds tore through the rain, but the 11th sound did not appear. He still needed to comprehend it before he could use it, but it would not take long. Lu Yin's current strongest attack was probably the Stack's Path combined with the multiple shockwave palm and battle force. If he had his current strength during the Astral Combat Tournament, he would not have needed to reveal his 5-line battle force to defeat Night Queen Yanqing. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's greatest advantage was that the semi-finals had not started yet. The other 3 were all peak limeters and he was the only melder. Even with his 5-line battle force, he was not confident that he could emerge victorious. But now he was confident that he could defeat Starsabil, Han Chong and Grandine Mavis. Luin did not stay in the Rain Observatory for long. He wanted to head to the Trial Zone's Tilting Tower and join the Council of Astral Academy as soon as possible. The Tilting Tower was the most unique training ground in the Divine Path. The tower was tilted at a 45-degree angle, and it looked as if it had been pushed down by someone. It was not very tall, only 6 stories tall, but countless students fought over it. This was because the Tilting Tower was often filled with chants. These chants were not inherited, but they could clear one's mind. Lu Xiaoyun had been able to mimic the power of the first sword of the 13 swords in the Tilting Tower. Otherwise, how could a mere Lemeter copy the 13 sword so easily? Whoever controlled the Tilting Tower would be the Realm Master of the Divine Path. When Luin arrived at the Tilting Tower, it was filled with people. It was the same every day, and the closer he got to the tower, the clearer the chants became. Everyone was far away from each other and focused on practicing their own battle techniques. Lu Yin's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, the rankings of the strongest students in the Astral Combat Academy had been revealed. Starsabil was undoubtedly number 1, followed by Han Chong and Lu Yin. One was mysterious and unfathomable, while the other had 5-line battle force. Both of them were terrifyingly strong, and although Grandine Mavis was also very strong, it was not that obvious. Lu Yin was one of the top 3 students in the entire Astral Combat Academy. Strength was respect, and he no longer needed Karen's protection. In fact, he could even protect Sharon. His 2 life and death calamities had greatly shortened the time he needed to become strong. If not for those 2 life and death arcane arts, he did not know how long it would have taken him to reach his current level. Not far away, Frankfurt saw Lu Yin arrive, and his expression changed. He wanted to leave, but no one's movements could escape Lu Yin's notice. Lu Yin saw Frankfurt and his eyes turned cold. This person had killed Lu Yin with a single spear strike to give the Blaze Realm face, but Lu Yin himself had become a laughingstock. Frankfurt, Lu Yin said calmly. Many students followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw Frankfurt's face turn green and purple. He stood where he was and said to Lu Yin, "Brother Lu, what are your orders?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Call all the student leaders to the tilting tower for me." Frankfurt clenched his fists. He was an area master, not a messenger. Furthermore, there were so many people around. However, this was not up to him. Lu Yin's pressure could topple mountains and overturn seas, and his terrifying aura suppressed everyone. It was only then that the students realized that Lu Yin had changed. He had broken through to the Lamita realm. Frankfurt was shocked. A Melder could rival the strongest in the academy, and a Lamiter. How strong was this person now? He did not dare to imagine, and he helplessly said, "Student leader Dao Bo of Astral 6 went to the border and has not returned. Some of the other student leaders have not returned either." "It's fine. Go," Lu Yin said calmly. His gaze swept past Frankfurt and towards the tilting tower. Frankfurt nodded and left. He had no intention of resisting Lu Yin, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would snatch Spear Mountain away. Under the gazes of many students, Lu Yin approached the tilting tower step by step. No one dared to stop him, not even Astral 7 students who were on good terms with Lu Xiaoyun. They allowed Lu Yin to easily enter the tilting tower. Only realm masters of the divine path could enter this place, but Lu Yin did not care. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 249. The tower was tilted at a 45-degree angle, so the interior was naturally tilted as well. Lu Yin felt awkward the moment he stepped into the tower, as if his entire body was tilted. The sound of chanting suddenly rang out in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, 11 stacks rang out. What a great place. It allowed me to comprehend 11 stacks in an instant. No wonder it's the most unique training ground in the divine path, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He had the urge to steal this place. Should I treat you as an enemy for entering without permission? Lu Xiaoyun's voice rang out. She was the realm master of the divine path, and she had been in the tilting tower when she left the divine path. Now that she had entered the divine path, she had naturally appeared in the tilting tower. Frankfurt had been the first to find her. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at her. "Don't be so serious. We can be considered friends." Lu Xiaoyun's tone was indifferent. Entering a training ground under the realm master's control without permission is a provocation. "It's not that serious, senior. I'm a new student and there are many rules that I don't know." Lu Xiaoyun looked at him. If it had been anyone else she would have attacked, but it would have been useless against Lu Yin. She would only be humiliating herself, and this person was not someone she could deal with. "I didn't expect you to break through to the Lamita realm so quickly. Congratulations, you'll be joining the Council of Astral Academy soon." Lu Yin smiled and turned around to look at the tower. He touched the walls and felt an ancient feeling. According to the monkey, this place was a remnant of ancient rune technology, and everything was made up of rune lines. If that was true, then it would be too mystical. Right, the monkey. Lu Yin had forgotten about him, so he quickly removed the shield. "Damn you, you bastard." The monkey cursed after the shield was removed. Lu Yin cut off his star energy again, as the monkey was not very tactful. "Senior, the attack you used to kill Tu Bo was an imitation of the 13 swords, right?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoyun grunted. "That's right. Amazing. You can even imitate the sword sect's secret technique," Lu Yin praised. Lu Xiaoyun was bitter. "An imitation is an imitation and it can never become real. My imitation isn't even 20% complete, so it's useless against a powerhouse. Tu Bo was a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, but you were still able to kill him with a single attack. That's quite impressive." "Are you praising yourself? You've already received 3 of Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks." Lu Xiaoyun looked at him strangely. Lu Yin shook his head. If Lu Xiaoqiu had been able to use the 4th sword at that time, then I would have been the one to lose. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head. It's not that easy. He's right, he only managed to comprehend 3 swords. The 4th sword is too difficult, and it's impossible for him to comprehend it without reaching the Lamita realm. But you're also right. If there really was a 4th sword at that time, then you would have definitely lost. One's realm determined one's perspective, and the trial master had been able to tell that Lu Yin had intentionally destroyed Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword, but he had not completely destroyed it in order to prepare for the 4th sword's appearance. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu had truly comprehended the 4th sword, the moment the sword shattered, there would have been a momentary gap, and that would have been Lu Yin's only chance at victory. Lu Xiaoyun had not been able to tell this, and many people had not been able to tell either. They had all assumed that Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword had not been able to withstand the attack. In other words, Lu Yin had held the initiative in his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. Regardless of whether or not Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended the 4th sword, Lu Yin would have won. This was because whether or not the 4th sword could be used depended on Lu Yin, not Lu Xiaoqiu. Perhaps the sword sect had been willing to accept Lu Yin as a direct disciple because of this. Lu Yin did not explain this to Lu Xiaoyan. She could tell, then she could tell. She could not tell, then she could not tell. He believed that the sword sect would not explain it to Lu Xiaoqiu either, as this was something that needed to be understood. Lu Yin casually found a place to sit down and listen to the chants by his ear. He thought back to 13 stacks, perhaps he would be able to completely grasp it here. Lu Xiaoyan looked at him with a complicated expression. He had broken through to the Lamita realm, but she still could not see the bottom line of Lu Yin's strength. This person had hidden himself too deeply, just like when they had been on the Nalan family spacecraft. She had not been able to clearly see how powerful this person was. Was that why she had saved him? Not long after, Quang Wang arrived and he looked at Lu Yin strangely. How long had it been since they had last met? This guy had already broken through to the Lamita realm. The 3rd person to arrive was Night Queen Yanqing. When she stepped into the tilting tower, Lu Yin opened his eyes and met her gaze. The reason why he had not been able to join the Council of Astral Academy was because of the Day-Night clan's obstruction, and it definitely had something to do with this woman. Night Queen Yanqing walked up to Lu Yin, her snow-white thighs dazzling. Lu Yin calmly looked at her. I heard that your performance at the border was pretty good, Night Queen Yanqing said. It was all right, Lu Yin casually replied. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flickered. I would like to invite you to the Day-Night clan. The moment she said this, everyone's expressions changed. An invitation from the Day-Night clan was definitely not friendly. Even a fool could see that the Day-Night clan was hostile towards Lu Yin. There were only 2 outcomes to an invitation: submit or die. This was the Day-Night clan's usual style. Lu Yin's gaze gradually turned cold. Thank you, but I have no plans to go to the Day-Night flow zone for the time being. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. I'll give you one more chance. The Day-Night clan has invited you as a guest. I'll say it again, I have no plans to go to the Day-Night flow zone for the time being. Lu Yin's tone also turned cold. Night Queen Yanqing sneered. You know that no one dares to refuse an invitation from the Day-Night clan. You've already done so twice. Lu Yin looked at her. I'm just like that sometimes. Sorry. In that case, you don't need to join the Council of Astral Academy, Night Queen Yanqing said. Quang Wang's brows rose. Hey, what do you mean? Since when can you represent the Council of Astral Academy? Lu Xiaoyan also looked at Night Queen Yanqing with dissatisfaction. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. He needed to find a powerful backer just like how he had relied on Sharon to enter the trial zones. Right now he only had one greatest backer, the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin walked out of the trial zone mountain and muttered to himself for a moment before walking towards the entrance. Greetings, Trial Master. Lu Yin bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. The Trial Master opened his eyes. It's you, kid. What's the matter? I would like to lock break here. Would you allow me to do so? Lu Yin probed. The Trial Master was astonished. Here. Lu Yin nodded. The Trial Master sized Lu Yin up and laughed strangely. Kid, you're quite shrewd. Lock breaking is dangerous and you want me to help you resolve the danger. I might even be able to save your life at a critical moment. Lu Yin did not deny it and bowed again. Please allow me to do so, Trial Master. The Trial Master thought about it. Alright, it's up to you. No matter what, you're still Astral 10's leader. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Thank you, Trial Master. Lu Yin was delighted. He immediately took out the harmless source box that the Nalan family had provided him and prepared to lock break it. The trial master immediately stopped him and stared sternly at Lu Yin. Kid, are you planning on lock-breaking this source box? Lu Yin nodded. The trial master frowned. You're too impatient. Lock-breakers fight against the heavens for their lives, and it's already the most dangerous profession. You actually want a lock-break beyond your realm? Do you think this is a battle? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 250. I'm confident that I can attempt it, Lu Yin said. He had integrated with Sharon before, and Sharon was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker with a lot of experience. If this source box was given to Sharon, then he could attempt it himself. If you were truly confident, then you wouldn't be trying to unlock this source box with me. The trial master's tone was stern as he continued, I'll only say one thing. Competing with others can create miracles, but competing with the heavens will only result in certain death. Countless powerhouses have been born over the years, but none of them have lived forever. All of them have been buried in this universe. Lock-breaking is bringing this process forward, and it's already an act of seeking death. You're just a 1-star discerning elementary lock-breaker, and you're trying to surpass an entire realm to unlock this source box. Aside from that brat called Dao Bo, no one else in the entire Astral Combat Academy can successfully unlock this source box, and that includes you. Not even Sharon? Lu Yin asked. The trial master closed his eyes and ignored Lu Yin. Lu Yin could sense that the trial master was angry, so he sheepishly put away the source box and bowed to the trial master. I was too rash. I'll go and find a suitable source box for discerning elementary lock breakers. Please don't be angry. He then left. The trial master opened his eyes and sighed. The path of lock breaking is far more difficult than you think. The same person might not be able to successfully unlock the same source box twice. This kid is too arrogant. He's trying to surpass realms to unlock a source box with his star energy control that hasn't even comprehended a domain. Even a harmless source box is enough to make him lose his mind. Still, he's not stupid and he knows to come here to lock break. He's not on the wrong path. The trial master's stern tone made Lu Yin sober up a little, and he felt that he had been too arrogant. Lock-breaking was not a battle, and no matter how much one's strength increased, it would not be of much help to lock-breaking. Sharon had only just stepped into the ranks of 5-star discerning elementary lock-breakers, and he was still far from reaching the perceptive intermediate level. Lu Yin had not comprehended a domain, and he also did not have any real lock-breaking experience. Lu Yin was glad that he had informed the trial master beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he had tried to lock-break without anyone noticing. But where should he go to find a source box? Lu Yin activated his gadget and entered the lockbreaker network. Many people contacted him and most of them were from different powers. There were also some familiar faces such as Baser. Excuse me, Mr. 7th Bro. When will you be free? Counselor Puyu invites you to visit San Dios. Hello, Mr. 7th Brother. I have a harmless source box in my possession, and I would like to ask Mr. 7th Brother to help me unlock it. Mr. 7th Brother? There were more than 10 messages in a row. It was obvious that Baser was very concerned about him, but Lu Yin found it strange that Wendy Yushan hadn't discovered his identity. If Madame Naylan and the others could find out, then Old Kai and the others could as well. If they could find out, then it meant that the identity of a lockbreaker was not a secret. If that was the case, then why hadn't Wendy Yushan looked into it? Or did he say that he didn't say anything after he found out? Probably not. There was another possibility, which was that her foundation was not stable enough. Her authority as a member of the Outerverse Youth Council did not allow her to directly investigate the lockbreaker network, and she needed a lockbreaker to do so. However, she did not have any lockbreakers under her command. If that was the case, then it meant that Wendy Yushan was not as impressive as she appeared to be. She might even be restricted by the Outerverse Youth Council. Even with Wendy Yushan's strength, she was still under someone else's control. This made Lu Yin realize the importance of background. Actually, there was no need for him to keep his identity as a lockbreaker a secret. Lu Ji already knew about it and many people could find out about it. Even if he wanted to keep it a secret, it would not be possible. Perhaps he should publicize his identity as a lockbreaker so that those who were secretly plotting against him would not dare to act against him. At the very least, his identity as a lockbreaker would be able to erase some schemes against him. Ignoring Baser, Lu Yin searched for the closest mission that required lockbreaking. The lockbreaker network allowed him to search for missions that were suitable for a lockbreaker. This was something that the Lockbreaker Society had spent a huge amount of money to develop. Anyone who logged into the Lockbreaker network could post a mission as long as they provided a source box and a reward. Luin looked around and found that the closest mission to him was posted by someone called Road's End. He wanted Luin to help him unlock a source box, and the reward was 50,000 star crystals. This source box had been certified by the Lockbreaker Society as a 2-star discerning elementary source box. It was not a high-level source box, but it carried a certain level of danger. In the Outerverse, 50,000 star crystals was not a high price, but it was not cheap either. When Luin had helped someone break down metal, it had taken him 2 days to earn just over 3,000 star crystals. However, unlocking a 2-star discerning elementary source box was worth 50,000 star crystals. Sure enough, Lockbreakers were rich. Luin accepted the mission and sent Road's End to Astral 10. Road's End was the Lockbreaker network's alias. If he had a source box, then his true identity should not be simple. Astral 10? Is Mr. 7th Bro an instructor of Astral 10? Road's End was curious. Luin replied, "Don't ask so many questions. If you're willing, then come. If you're not, then forget it." Road's End quickly replied, "Sorry, I'll go right away." According to the Lockbreaker network's coordinates, Road's End was within Astral 10's domain. It was not too far away and it would take at most half a day for him to arrive. Luin arrived at the space station and waited for Road's End. There were many people who had source boxes and there were many missions, but there were very few Lockbreakers. On the network, there were only a dozen or so Lockbreakers who had revealed their locations in the entire Frostwave Weave. This was the Frostwave Weave, which included hundreds of filaments. Above the planets were the star systems, and above that was the local star system, the local star cluster, and the supercluster. Above that was the domain. In such a vast and boundless area, there were only a dozen or so Lockbreakers who had revealed their locations. Even including those who did not wish to reveal their locations, there were less than 50 people. There were 630,000 registered Lockbreakers, but there were less than 50 of them in each filament, which was quite a rarity. It should be known that many planets had explorers, which meant that the number of Lockbreakers was far less than the number of explorers. This was also the reason why Wendy Yushan had been so surprised when she had seen Luin reveal his location on Xenu Star. It had been a long time since a Lockbreaker had appeared on Xenu Star. There were many missions and few Lockbreakers, which caused many people to raise the prices of missions just to get Lockbreakers to take action. Luin did not even need to go out. As long as he asked, there would be people willing to deliver source boxes to him. After all, he was a 1-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker, which was completely different from those without any contributions. Half a day later, Luin still did not see Road's End. Instead he saw Hui Day Night. He had been sent to the border for military service, and he had returned at about the same time as Luin. Luin did not know if the Day Night clan had interfered. Hui Day Night's expression was calm when he saw Luin again. He was not as provocative as before and he calmly left. Luin could feel that Hui Day Night had changed. He had become more mature and his gaze was no longer as arrogant. Not long after, Luin received a message from Road's End. Luin had sent him the coordinates and brought him to the space station. When he saw a medium-sized spacecraft descend, Luin sighed. His Aurora had been destroyed just like that and it had been upgraded before. What a pity. Road's End was a very amiable merchant. He was startled when he saw Luin, but he did not question him. He merely greeted him and had someone bring out the source box. The source box was placed in a large box made of 1,000-thread spirit crystal. This metal was extremely tough and difficult to destroy, making it the most suitable container for a source box. Mr. 7th Bro, this source box has some offensive properties and can emit a type of energy that can cause hallucinations. Please be careful. Road's End had someone pass the source box to Luin. Astral 10 did not allow outsiders to enter. Luin accepted the source box and nodded. You should know the rules of lock breaking. I'll let you watch the entire process, but don't blame me if you fail. Road's End respectfully replied, Of course. No one can guarantee success in lock breaking. As long as Mr. 7th Bro doesn't get injured, everything else is just a distraction. It had to be said that this person's words were very useful to Luin. As expected of a merchant, even though he was clearly very nervous about this source box, he acted as if he was more concerned about Lu Yin's safety. It should be known that if the lock breaking failed, the source box could be destroyed, and the person who had entrusted the lock breaker with the source box would still have to pay a sizable reward. Luin carried the source box to the trial zone entrance. He wanted to lock-break it in front of the trial master to prevent any accidents from happening. He would not waste such a safe lock-breaking method as long as he was thick-skinned. Rhodes End was nervous. Every lock-breaking was a gamble, and no matter how big a sourcebox's phenomenon was, there was always a chance that it would be empty. This was very normal, as he had accidentally obtained this sourcebox in the past and had never dared to let anyone unlock it. However, he had been facing financial difficulties recently, so he had no choice but to take a gamble. If he could unlock something good, then he could sell it and fill the gap in his funds. Lu Yin carried the sourcebox to the trial zone entrance and sat down not too far away from the trial master. He carefully examined the square container that was constructed from the 1,000-thread spirit crystal. Rhodes End had said that this sourcebox would release hallucinogenic energy, which meant that it was harmful to other sourceboxes, so he had to be careful. Lu Yin opened his gadget and started a video call with Rhodes End on the Lockbreaker network, allowing Rhodes End to watch the entire process. This was a rule that prevented other lockbreakers from coveting the contents of the sourcebox. Within the space station, Rhodes End's breathing quickened as he stared at the screen. Lu Yin took a deep breath and opened the container. Suddenly, a strange stream of air spread out, causing his vision to blur. At the same time, a pleasant smell wafted out. The trial master looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously, as this hallucinogenic energy was not enough to pose a threat to him. In the end, this sourcebox had only been certified as a 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, so it could not cause too much damage. The most important thing was still lock-breaking. Lu Yin took out the giant emperor's third eye and activated the serious art at the same time. 9 stars revolved around him, and a crescent-shaped crystal appeared in his palm, giving him a mysterious appearance. Although Rhodes End could not see Lu Yin's 9 stars, he could see the giant emperor's third eye, and he grew excited. He had heard of lock-breaking tools before, and now that 7th Bro actually had one, his confidence was greatly boosted. With the support of the serious art and the giant emperor's third eye, Lu Yin looked at the sourcebox. The originally arm-length sourcebox now looked like a strange world to him. All sorts of energies were mixed within, and there was even a gas that was emitted from the sourcebox. If he was not wrong, this gas was coming from the items within the sourcebox. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 251. The most difficult part of lock-breaking was to clearly see the mixed energies, but this was no longer difficult for Lu Yin. With the serious art and the giant emperor's third eye, his vision far surpassed Karen's. Even Sharon, who had comprehended a domain, could not see as clearly as Lu Yin. The next step was to dissolve the mixed energies one by one. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his star energy entered the source box. Suddenly, the originally balanced energies within the source box underwent a huge change, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Lu Yin stared at the source box nervously, not daring to relax in the slightest. In the sourcebox catalog, there had been scenes of lockbreakers being killed by harmless sourceboxes. Sourceboxes were harmless because the energies maintained a balance, but once this balance was broken, the harmless sourcebox could become a sharp blade. Not too far away, the trial master nodded to himself. As expected of the serious art, the supreme technique of lockbreakers, it was very suitable for lockbreaking. Even if this kid had not comprehended a domain, his lock-breaking speed and accuracy still surpassed that of a lockbreaker who had comprehended a domain. Compared to other lock-breakers, the serious art was their greatest cheat, and it far surpassed the average lock-breaking tool. With the serious art and a lock-breaking tool, the kid only lacked experience. As long as he had enough experience, he would be able to become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and if he cultivated for a while longer, he might even be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. The lock-breaking process was complicated, but it went smoothly. The source box slowly shrank, and the complex energies on its surface were gradually dissolved. End of the Road was excited as he stared at the screen, his palms sweating profusely. After a full 10 hours, Lu Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. He had almost succeeded. Back then he had spent 27 hours unlocking his first source box, and that experience had been unforgettable. Now that he was facing an even more complex sourcebox, he had taken even longer. First, he had gained 9 stars from the serious art. Second, he had gained a lock-breaking tool. Third, he had experienced Karen's lock-breaking experience with the unveiled sword. With the combination of these 3 factors and the explosive increase in his strength, his efficiency had only increased by half. He believed that even if Sharon had taken action, he would not have been able to unlock the source box faster than him. Of course, lock-breaking speed was not the only standard to measure a lockbreaker's ability, but it was a very direct standard. At the very least, End of the Road could only measure a lockbreaker's ability based on their lock-breaking speed. When he saw that there was only a thin sliver of the source box left, and he could almost see the insides of the source box, End of the Road grew excited, but he didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear of disturbing Lu Yin. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yin waved a hand, and the surface of the source box, which was originally as long as an arm, was blown away by the wind. The source box dissipated into gas, revealing a green plant that was glowing with light. There was a faint gas surrounding the plant, and its fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. "So it's Chi Aloe," the trial master said as he stared at the plant. "Chi Aloe?" Lu Yin was curious. "It's a type of medicinal plant. The older it is, the more valuable it is. This air aloe is estimated to be over 10,000 years old. It can be sold for a lot of money," the trial master said calmly. "If that's the case, then this plant isn't that valuable." Why was it sealed away? The trial master explained, "It was sealed away because of environmental changes, and there is no fixed standard. The more worthless an item is, the more likely it is to disappear after being sealed away for a long time. However, it's not unique. There are no identical source boxes in the universe, and there is no uniform standard for source boxes either. The world is unpredictable, and it's possible that the source box that was sealed away by some super powerful clan was just a piece of rock. That's very normal." Lu Yin understood and then laughed. "Looks like this person's luck isn't too bad. He actually managed to obtain something." He then took the air aloe and sent it to the space station. End of the Road was anxiously waiting, and when Lu Yin appeared, he practically jogged over. He gratefully accepted the air aloe and had someone take care of it. Lu Yin relayed the trial master's words to End of the Road, and End of the Road was not disappointed. "An air aloe that is over 10,000 years old is enough to sell for a good price. Shamrock Enterprises has always been looking for ancient medicinal plants. That's enough, that's enough." He then took out a Mavis Bank crystal card and handed it to Lu Yin. It contained his payment, 50,000 star crystals. Not long after, End of the Road left. Lu Yin pocketed the card and looked at his own page on the Lockbreaker network. He had already uploaded the lock-breaking video to his sourcebox catalog, and it would take effect as long as it passed the review. Lu Yin suddenly saw a series of numbers at the bottom of his sourcebox catalog, 1850. What was that? He looked it up and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was actually money. 18,500 star crystals, which was the exact amount he had paid to view his first sourcebox catalog. The first sourcebox catalog had been priced at 500 star crystals, which meant that 37 people had already purchased it. Wait, that might not necessarily be the case. It was true that 37 people had purchased it, but that did not necessarily mean that 37 people had purchased it. It was possible that some people had purchased it repeatedly because they would have to purchase it again after viewing it once. Lu Yin was excited. This was a way to make money. How many people were there in the universe? There were simply too many to count, and those who could enter the Lockbreaker network were all extraordinary people. They were all rich, especially the Lockbreakers. It was normal for them to spend money to view other people's sourcebox catalogs. Just 37 purchases had cost him nearly 20,000 star crystals. What if it had been 37,000, or even 37,000 star crystals? Lu Yin could not even begin to imagine. This was too much money. Lu Yin had gone through the planet's trial and had even survived a life-or-death crisis. Even so, he was still shocked by this broad road ahead of him. However, after muttering to himself for a while, he calmed down. It had been more than half a year since he had successfully unlocked his first sourcebox catalog, and he had only purchased 37 sourceboxes in that time. That was too little, and his heart sank. Although there were very few lockbreakers in the entire universe, there were still hundreds of thousands of them in the Lockbreaker network. Even if there were very few lockbreakers with contributions, there should still be at least 100,000 of them. How could his sourcebox catalog attract so many people? It was extremely difficult to stand out from the crowd of more than 100,000 lockbreakers, so why would anyone buy his sourcebox catalog? If they had the money, they would rather buy the sourcebox catalogs of perceptive intermediate lockbreakers or even boundless advanced lockbreakers. Those people had climbed their way up step by step, and those people's sourcebox catalogs were the most valuable. He had to take one step at a time, and it had been more than half a year, but he had only purchased 37 sourcebox catalogs. That was too little, and it meant that no one knew about him. What he needed to do was to become famous so that people would be willing to spend money to purchase his sourcebox catalog. Let's take it slow, Luin muttered to himself as he searched for nearby missions. The next mission was for a person called Lost who wanted to unlock a sourcebox. The sourcebox had also been authenticated and was equivalent to a 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, which was suitable for him. Luin accepted the mission and was about to invite this person to Astral 10, but the mission was cancelled. Luin was stunned and he felt rather annoyed. This person did not trust him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Missions were two-way and the person could choose other lock breakers. But Road's End was in too much of a hurry, and the reward was not high, which was why he had agreed to help Luin unlock the sourcebox. It could be considered a gamble, as many people would rather spend large amounts of money to find a more accomplished lock breaker. Luin accepted 3 missions in a row, but they were all rejected. He was only a 1-star discerning elementary sourcebox, and it was more likely that he would be able to unlock a certified 1-star discerning elementary sourcebox. Many people did not trust him if he wanted to unlock a 2-star sourcebox. Furthermore, he only had 1 sourcebox catalog, which meant that he only had 1 lock-breaking experience, which made him even more uneasy. 2 hours later, the sourcebox lock-breaking video that Luin had just uploaded was finally approved. He now had a 2nd sourcebox catalog and he did not even think about it before charging the lowest price. Suddenly, Luin thought of something. Would his lock-breaking expose his serious art? He hurriedly watched his lock-breaking video and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not. The angle from which his gadget had shot the video could not capture him at all, and only his hands and the sourcebox could be seen. The range was very short, and only his hands and the sourcebox could be seen in the video. What disappointed Luin was that his contribution points had not risen to 2 stars. It was not that easy to increase one's contribution points, and unless he managed to unlock an extremely rare sourcebox, he would have to take his time. He had unlocked a certified 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, which was considered a breakthrough, but it was still not enough. He needed to unlock at least 1 or 2 more similar sourceboxes before he could become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Unless he could unlock 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, or even perceptive intermediate sourceboxes, then he would be able to make a huge leap. Sharon, for example, had unlocked the Unveiled Sword and become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. With his experience from unlocking a 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, Luin quickly received a 2nd mission. This crime is enough for her to suffer for decades. Night Queen Yanqing was pleased with herself. Luin took a deep breath. I'll give up on joining the Council of Astral Academy. Don't torture her. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. You're too arrogant, Luin. Do you really think that my Day-Night clan cares about you? This woman has gone against my brother's wishes multiple times, and this incident was just a trigger. You're not enough for my Day-Night clan to suffer for your sake. As for the Council of Astral Academy, you can join it if you want. It doesn't matter. To my brother it's just a game. She then ended the call. Luin stood in place and did not move for a long time. His mind was filled with the scene of Zhuo Day-Night being imprisoned in the dark prison, as well as the trace of fresh blood that had soaked through her prison uniform. It had been so glaring and so heavy. He did not know what he was feeling at that moment. He had only met Zhuo Day-Night 3 times. The first time had been a passing encounter, and the second time had been a hostile encounter. However, the third time had left a deep impression on him. That helplessness, despair, and silent murmuring had left a deep impression in his heart. They had not interacted much, but Zhuo Day-Night had suffered because of him. This responsibility was too heavy. Zhuo Day-Night had only come forward to testify because she wanted to repay him for saving her life. But even so, Luin felt as if there was an invisible burden on his shoulders. He hoped that he could rescue that girl. Sighed the Day-Night clan. It's the Day-Night clan again. The trial master sighed and looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Luin was shocked and he hurried over to the trial master. Mentor, is there a way to save my friend? The trial master looked at Luin with his turbid eyes, and there was an unprecedented seriousness in them. Kid, tell me. What's your relationship with that girl? Luin was stunned. Relationship? He did not know. Friend? Not really. Enemy? Not really. We can barely be considered friends, Luin replied. The trial master replied, the Day-Night clan does not allow intermarriage with outsiders. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Kid, you should know. Luin muttered, "Mentor, she's just my friend. I want to save her." The trial master sighed again. Save her? That would require an elder from the Day-Night clan to act. I know one of them, but what makes you think you can get him to act? Luin clenched his fists. The trial master was right. What made him think he could get an elder from the Day-Night clan to act? That was an elder from one of the most powerful clans in the universe. He did not even have the qualifications to speak to them. Suddenly, Luin thought of something and his heart raced. He looked at the trial master. Mentor, please contact an elder from the Day-Night clan. I have something to exchange. The trial master was astonished. Kid, the elders of the Day-Night clan are all almighty beings above the hunter realm. They've seen all sorts of treasures. Wait, you want to make a deal with the Night King clan? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you some information that can be exchanged for anything. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have time to waste with you. Night King Yuanjing frowned. The trial master looked at Luin, as he was curious as to what ability Luin had to convince a Night King clan elder. There were very few things in the universe that could tempt a Night King clan elder. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. I wonder if elder would like to know the whereabouts of the third Night King. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 253. Lu Yin's words had not only stunned Night King Yuanjing, but also the trial master. The trial master's pupils shrank, and he instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. What did you say? You know where the third Night King is? Kid, what did you say? Say it again. Night King Yuanjing shouted anxiously from within the screen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with delight. It had worked, so he spoke again. Mentor, Senior, I participated in the border war 2 months ago and accidentally learned of the third Night King's whereabouts from a mutant beast. Speak quickly. Night King Yuanjing had completely lost his composure, and he stared at Lu Yin like a madman. The trial master was shocked. Where is the third Night King? Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Senior, I haven't stated my conditions. Night King Yuanjing forced himself to calm down and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Speak, what are your conditions? As long as you say it, I'll do it. But I'm warning you, don't try to deceive me. If I find out that you're spouting nonsense, even the Astral Combat Academy won't be able to protect you. You can ask this old man in front of you. The trial master looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you really know where the third Night King is? Don't try to deceive me. The Night King clan has their own ways of finding out. Lu Yin nodded at the trial master and then looked at Night King Yuanjing. I hope that the Night King clan will release one person, Zhua Day Night. She committed a crime and was captured because of me, and I feel deeply guilty. As long as Senior can help to absolve her of all charges and protect her from being harmed by her clan, I'm willing to tell you where the third Night King is. Night King Yuanjing nodded. She's just a junior. Even if she betrays the clan, it won't matter. As long as you tell me where the third Night King is and prove that it's true, I'll protect her and even take her in as my goddaughter. How about that? Lu Yin did not care if Night King Yuanjing took Zhua Day Night in as his goddaughter. He only wanted her safe and sound. The third Night King is in the great realm of nothingness. That's impossible. The great realm of nothingness is the space where the Void Wanderer clan resides. Although this clan is ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list, that's only because of their uniqueness and their numbers. There's simply no one who can stop the third Night King, Night King Yuanjing said confidently. The trial master did not believe Lu Yin either, and he looked at Lu Yin. He really hoped that Lu Yin would not deceive Night King Yuanjing, as even Astral 10 would not be able to protect him. Senior, do you really think that the Void Wanderers are ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list because of their numbers and talent? The Celestial Beast list is a ranking created by Skymender, and it is not randomly arranged for any special reason. The most basic ranking is based on strength. The Void Wanderer race has an ancestor that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It has undergone multiple transformations, and its strength has been earth-shattering. It was that ancestor that trapped the third Night King. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered, as he still did not believe Lu Yin. How do you know? The trial master could not help but ask. Lu Yin answered, during the border war, I was once captured by one of the Spiritual Academy's 5 Academy Masters, the Ghost Monkey. He accidentally revealed this information, but I don't know how he found out. He then looked at Night King Yuanjing. Senior, I've already told you who I'm trying to save. If I'm deceiving you, then aren't you afraid that you'll act against my friend? Night King Yuanjing nodded and stared at Lu Yin seriously. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Investigate the great realm of nothingness with all your might, but it will take time to verify this information. During this time I can guarantee that nothing will happen to that girl, but as long as I find out that you're deliberately deceiving me, then forget about that girl, you'll definitely die. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. If there's any falsehood, then I'm at Senior's disposal. Night King Yuanjing gave Lu Yin a deep look before turning off the screen. The trial master looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Kid, I'll ask you one more time. Is this information true? Lu Yin nodded. It's true. The trial master sighed and raised his head. It's been so many years and I thought that the third Night King had already perished. If the Night King clan really does find him, then the situation in the Innerverse will change. Lu Yin was helpless. Mentor, I have no other choice. I'm sorry. The trial master waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. The third Night King attacked the Astral Beast domain for the sake of the humans. He's a man of honor, so it's only right that we save him. Forget it, you can go now. Mentor, what about my friend? It's fine. Night King Yuanjing is a man of his word and he'll keep his word. His status in the Night King clan is not to be underestimated, and there are very few who can suppress him. Furthermore, he won't go against him just because of a girl, the trial master said. Lu Yin bowed, but he did not leave the trial zone entrance. Instead, he headed straight for the trial zone mountain. Once he was seated, Lu Yin asked, is the Night King clan really unable to save the third Night King? Absolutely not. That Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for more than a few tens of thousands of years. Void Wanderers are very unique, and once they enter a certain cycle, they'll live for almost eternity. They're an incomprehensible creature, and even the weakest Void Wanderer, if allowed to live for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, its strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. The fact that it was able to suppress the third Night King is proof of that. Just one Void Wanderer ancestor was enough to bring the entire Void Wanderer clan to 9th place on the Heavenly Beast list. Can the Night King clan prove that the third Night King is in the great realm of nothingness? Lu Yin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Don't worry, such a powerful clan has their own methods. As long as you tell them the exact location, they'll definitely be able to prove it. Who exactly is the third Night King? Why is the Night King clan so nervous? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey answered in a low voice, the Night King clan has been passed down to this day, and he's publicly acknowledged as the third strongest person. Rumor has it that when he was around, the Day-Night clan was at its peak, and even the Sword sect was overshadowed by him. He even dared to directly attack the Astral Beast domain, which shows just how arrogant he is. Unfortunately, he ran into a mysterious Void Wanderer ancestor and has been trapped ever since. Even a Void Wanderer ancestor can't kill him, right? That's right. They can't kill him, but they can only trap him. The other powerhouses in the Astral Beast domain can't interfere, as the third Night King can easily escape if they do. It's a dead end. Even the Night King clan doesn't know about this, so how do you know? Lu Yin suddenly asked, as the monkey knew too much. The monkey had already expected this question. Actually, I'm an archaeologist. Speak human. I'm not a human. You're a Tomb Raider? Lu Yin was surprised. The monkey fell silent for a moment before helplessly replying, well, you can say that. Do astral beasts have tombs when they die? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey was dissatisfied. Human, don't look down on astral beasts. When the universe was first born, before humans appeared, the universe was ruled by astral beasts. At the end of the day, humans are also a type of astral beast. They've just regressed. They've evolved. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Whatever you say. In our opinion, humans have regressed. Even if you humans are the strongest race, it's impossible for you to be born with powerful defenses. Some astral beasts can do it, but you humans have to cultivate in order to awaken your innate gifts, and there are very few of them. Astral beasts are different, as their innate gifts can spread throughout their entire race. Even the intelligence that you humans are most proud of isn't that impressive in the eyes of astral beasts, because many astral beasts are no less intelligent than humans, the monkey taunted. Lu Yin did not refute the monkey's words. What was the greatest intelligence of humans? It was creation. The monkey was right, humans were lacking in many areas compared to astral beasts, but they were able to make up for their shortcomings through creation. If humans had truly regressed as the monkey had said, then humans would not have been able to occupy such a large astral domain and compete with the astral beasts. Lu Yin did not want the monkey to hear this, as he would just let these astral beasts be immersed in the beautiful dream of humans regressing. Sooner or later, humans would make it so that they wouldn't even be able to cry. So, many astral beasts have tombs when they die? Lu Yin continued the previous topic. Of course, any intelligent creature would not want their corpses to be used by others after they die. They would think of ways to bury themselves, and after countless years they would turn to dust. This is the best place to return to. Since there's a tomb, there's naturally something buried with it. That beast hide was obtained from a large tomb, and this information is also recorded there, the monkey explained. This explanation was flawless and Lu Yin could not refute it. Actually, that should be the case. Otherwise, it would not explain how a mere Lamiter like the monkey could know about these secrets and how it could hide the beast hide from Yaogu. However, there was one thing worth noting here. A powerhouse would definitely not want their tombs to be easily opened by others, so how could the monkey have been able to open them? Lu Yin did not ask this question as he would find out sooner or later. If he asked now, the monkey would only make things up. Lu Yin had plenty of time to take things slowly. Right now, he needed to wait at the trial zone mountain for a while before taking his revenge. Lu Yin was not someone who was used to enduring silently. Although his name had the Yin in it, his personality was the complete opposite. If possible, he would take revenge on the spot unless he could not. Just like when Bezer had humiliated him, Lu Yin could not do anything to Bezer. However, he had personally crippled Ghostfire during Astral 10's entrance exam. This was his revenge. Night Queen Yanqing had attacked him, and this grudge had to be avenged. Zhuo Day Knight had Night King Yuanjing's protection, so nothing would happen to her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 254. Soon after, Lu Yin's figure appeared and looked down at Zhuo Day Knight, his eyes filled with an endless chill. Many students were shocked to see Lu Yin. Everyone knew who he was one of the top 4 in the tournament and an absolute powerhouse. Zhuo Day Knight's heart sank when she saw him. She had heard from her clansmen that Night Queen Yanqing had recently made a move against Lu Yin in an attempt to block his path to the Council of Astral Academy. She did not know the details, but she had a bad feeling about why this person had appeared in the forest. From now on, this place no longer belongs to you. Lu Yin's tone was cold and merciless. Zhuo Day Knight was enraged. Lu Yin, you dare attack my Day Knight clan? Do you know what the Day Knight clan means? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I don't need to know. He then pressed down with a single palm, causing a violent shockwave to roll out. He had used a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm, and Zhuo Day Knight was instantly killed without even being able to resist. Even if Lu Yin had still been a melder, he could still easily kill Zhuo Day Knight. This was the difference between them. The surrounding students stared blankly at the scene, as they had no idea what had just happened. Only a few students had heard rumors that the Day Knight clan had made a move against Lu Yin. There was only one Zhuo Day Knight in the Tao of Heaven. His next target was Tiankong Day Knight in the Tao of Slaughter. News of Zhuo Day Knight's death quickly spread, and by the time Tiankong Day Knight received the news, Lu Yin had already appeared. Lu Yin, are you really going to go against my Day Knight clan? Tiankong Day Knight was terrified as Lu Yin was giving him too much pressure. Tiankong Day Knight tried to escape, but he failed. The difference between the two was too great and he was easily killed. Lu Yin's next target was the Undying Realm, which was the trial zone with the most Day Knight clan members. The realm master there was Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy was in an uproar. Lu Yin had killed 2 area masters of the Day Knight clan and even declared that the Day Knight clan could not enter the trial zones. This was basically declaring war on the Day Knight clan, and it had been many years since their authority had been challenged. When Quang Wang heard the news, he nearly spat out a mouthful of water. He could not believe it. Lu Yin is challenging the entire Day Knight clan? He's trying to expel all Day Knight clan members from the trial zones. He's gone crazy. A female student exclaimed. She was one of the students who had been training in the forest, and she had personally witnessed Lu Yin crush Zhuo Day Knight. Lu Xiaoyun had also heard the news and she frowned. The Astral Combat Academy was bustling with activity. Just what was Lu Yin trying to do? He could suppress the Day Knight clan in the Astral Combat Academy, but what about after he left? The Day Knight clan was a powerful clan that dominated the universe. Lu Yin's actions were too unwise. Hold on. Lu Xiaoyun stood up and her eyes flickered. Lu Yin was not an idiot. Since he dared to act against the Day Knight clan, he definitely had something to rely on. What was that something? This was Lu Yin's first time in the Undying Realm. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were equally famous in the 9 trial zones, but the 3 realms surpassed the 6 Daos. This place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. Not too far away, a figure dashed into the distance. It was a Day-Night clan disciple who had bumped into Lu Yin as soon as he had arrived. Now, word had spread that Lu Yin was attacking the Day-Night clan, and he hurriedly avoided Lu Yin. However, it was intercepted by Lu Yin, who raised a palm and slammed down. The man was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have immediately left the Undying Realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 255. From now on, this place belongs to me. Lu Yin's voice was arrogant as he grabbed Night Queen Yanqing's fist and exerted force, shattering her right arm. He then reached out with his palm and struck her abdomen, sending her flying into a distant mountain range. At that moment, Lu Yin felt a chill behind him as Feng Shang appeared. Sorry, this is the last attack. Lu Yin did not turn around as he had been on guard against Feng Shang all this time. He had seen how fast Feng Shang was, and his battle experience far surpassed that of any student leader. He would not be easily defeated. Lu Yin did not know how Star Sibyl had killed him, but that did not mean that Feng Shang was weak. The green halo dissipated as Feng Shang's palm swept towards Lu Yin's neck. It was so fast that it crossed the void and tore through it. Lu Yin did not move and allowed Feng Shang's palm to sweep past him. His figure slowly dissipated, but it was just an afterimage. Lu Yin was no longer there. Feng Shang's expression changed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back as his entire body dissipated from the Undying Realm. Lu Yin walked out as his afterimage slowly dissipated. He had broken through to the Lamita realm, and his physical body had become even stronger. His flash's speed had naturally increased as well. So what if he tore through the void? He could now tear through the void like a space-exploring powerhouse. There was a furious roar as Night Queen Yanqing rushed out of the mountain range in a sorry state. She stared at Lu Yin with killing intent. I'll kill you. Lu Yin felt disdain as this woman was no longer worth his time. However, this matter still needed to be put to an end. Lu Yin's body flickered and disappeared. Night Queen Yanqing's body dissipated from the Undying Realm just like Feng Shang. Everyone was silent. The entire Day-Night clan had been killed, including Night Queen Yanqing. From now on, the Realm Master of the Undying Realm had been replaced by Lu Yin. Many swallowed hard. This matter had escalated, and the Day-Night clan would definitely not let this matter rest. It might even implicate those outside the Astral Combat Academy. Was Lu Yin not afraid? Shiyu was stunned as she felt that Lu Yin was very domineering. Wuda was excited as he stared at Lu Yin. This person would provide him with an endless source of news material. In the distance, Lu Xiaoyan left. This battle had not been interesting aside from showing that Lu Yin was stronger. However, things would become troublesome from now on, as the Day-Night clan's revenge would not be simple. Quang Wang gave Lu Yin a thumbs up from afar. He was ruthless. Although he was arrogant, he would not dare to provoke the Day-Night clan like this. This Lu Yin was a genius. Even further away, a woman in white with a veil covering her face was silently watching Lu Yin. No one had noticed her and no one remembered her. However, if one were to revisit the Astral Combat Tournament, they would realize that this woman was the representative of Astral, one who had honored the ancestors. After that, she had disappeared and had not participated in the lot drawing competition. Lu Yin looked down and saw countless eyes filled with shock, admiration, adoration, mockery, sympathy, and many other emotions. He knew the consequences of his actions, but he did not regret them. Men were born in this world and they could not be cowardly or overcautious. Perhaps the Day-Night clan would retaliate fiercely, but if he did not do anything because he was afraid of retaliation, it would affect his mental state. He had honor points, was a lockbreaker, and was also a student of Astral 10. He also had the support of his family, so the chances of the Day-Night clan acting against him were slim. They might even implicate the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin himself did not have much of a connection with the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, the Great Yu Empire was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Neo-Human Alliance was also there, and his family was also keeping an eye on the situation. That place was not as simple as it seemed, and he might be able to use the Day-Night clan to remove the Great Yu Empire's disguise. As for Earth, he was even less worried, as the conflict between students would not implicate a distant planet. The Day-Night clan might act against him because of his special constitution, but they would definitely not go to Earth to cause trouble. However, there was still a chance that they might guess that his special constitution was related to Earth. Luin fell into deep thought. This matter had to be resolved, but he could not be too active. The more active he was, the easier it would be for him to be targeted. The only way was to divert attention. However, in the end, the reason why Luin had the confidence to act was not because of his previous actions, but because of one person, Night King Yuanjing. The conflict between the younger generation in the clan was never as important as the third Night King. Unless he could rescue the third Night King, Luin would still have some value. Even the slightest bit of value would be enough to protect him, and the Day-Night clan would not act against him. After a single battle, everyone from the Day-Night clan had been expelled from the trial zones, and the Undying Realm Master had been replaced. This news quickly spread, and it was not limited to the Astral Combat Academy. The more the news spread, the more humiliated the Day-Night clan would be. At the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing screamed with bloodshot eyes, "I'll definitely kill you, kill you." At the foot of the Trial Zone Mountain, Songshur opened his eyes. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy for the sake of the Astral Combat Tournament, but after the tournament he had become interested in the trial zones and had not planned on leaving for the time being. Fortunately, he had not left, or else he would not have been able to witness such an interesting event. Chaos God Mountain was one of the rulers of the Innerverse dark side. Darkness corresponded to light, and without light there would be no darkness. Many powerhouses from Chaos God Mountain had been forced to join the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan was ruthless and tyrannical, and they had forced many powerhouses into a corner and forced them to join the dark side. Songshur had a premonition that Luin would be the next person to be forced to join the dark side. He decided to leave and quickly contact Chaos God Mountain. He could not allow the Day-Night clan to play Luin to death. After screaming for a while, Night Queen Yanqing activated her gadget and contacted the Day-Night clan. She wanted Luin to regret his actions today. She wanted revenge on that slut. "What did you say? No authority? I'm Night Queen Yanqing, and I have no authority to interrogate that woman? I'm Night Queen Yanqing." Night Queen Yanqing was furious. "I'm sorry, but Zhuo Day-Night has been temporarily imprisoned, and no one is allowed to interrogate her. This is an order from Night King Yuanjing." Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. How was this possible? How could a mere Zhuo Day-Night involve Night King Yuanjing? He was an elder and held a high position in the clan. Why would he interfere in this matter? Night Queen Yanqing closed her gadget and muttered to herself. She had a bad premonition that Luin had dared to act so recklessly against her. Could it be because of Night King Yuanjing? Why was he able to form a relationship with Elder Yuanjing? Or could it be that there was someone behind him who could reach out to the Night King clan? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. There were very few powers that could reach out to the Night King clan. She thought about how Luin had only been at the academy for a little over a year, but he had already grasped 5-line battle force. Was this person really only backed by the tiny Great Yu Empire? That was impossible. There was someone else, and this person had hidden himself very well. But no matter how well he had hidden himself, it could not quell the anger in Night Queen Yanqing's heart. She was Night King Jinwu's younger sister, and so what if the power behind Luin was strong? The 10 Arbiters' strength lay not only in their strength, but also in their authority. Even the great powers of the Neoverse had to give the 10 Arbiters face. She did not believe that Luin could suppress her. As she thought about it, she immediately ordered the Day-Night clan to intervene in Frostwave Weave's war. She wanted to make an example out of the Great Yu Empire. Suddenly her gadget beeped. She frowned and looked over in surprise. Why was it her? "Can we talk?" A pleasant female voice came from the gadget. "About what?" Night Queen Yanqing's tone was gloomy. "About your grudge with Luin." Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. "What's your relationship with him? Must there be a relationship?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would the great Star Sibyl speak up for him?" Night Queen Yanqing sneered. The person who had contacted Night Queen Yanqing was Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl. "I'm not trying to help him. I just placed a divination on him. With the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament as the outcome, I can divine whether or not this person will be of help to me in the future. I don't want your grudge to affect the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It has nothing to do with me." Night Queen Yanqing immediately refused. "You've already lost. The Undying Realm's heavenly drum belongs to Luin, and this is an indisputable fact. The Day-Night Clan's experts were expelled from the trial zones because of you. Night Queen Yanqing, you might not care about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, but this is still a stain on your record. It's not only damaging your reputation but also Night King Jinwu's, Starsabil said. Night Queen Yanqing's tone was icy. I'll take back the heavenly drum and deal with that Luyin once and for all. He's a lockbreaker, a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Starsabil replied. Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. What? He's a lockbreaker? That's right. You can check for yourself. Not only is he a lockbreaker but he also has honor points. Astral 10 isn't as simple as it seems. Even if you can deal with the Great Yu Empire and the people around him, you can't do anything to him unless Night King Jinwu intervenes. However, do you think that Night King Jinwu will offend the Lockbreaker Society just because of Luyin? Your revenge will only result in a lose-lose situation. He'll lose his friends and family while you'll lose your reputation, Starsabil said. She had grasped Night Queen Yanqing's thoughts. To the Night King clan, nothing was more important than their reputation. This was also why Night Queen Yanqing was so desperate to take revenge. Night Queen Yanqing's expression darkened. A lockbreaker's identity was indeed frightening, but it was not impossible to secretly kill him. As long as the Lockbreaker Society did not have any evidence, they would not be able to do anything to her. Consider this as giving me some face and this matter will end here. In return, I'll let you use the mirror, Starsabil said. Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. The mirror was the most precious item in the Life-Seek realm, just like the heavenly drum. Whoever controlled the mirror would become the realm master of the Life-Seek realm. The mirror had always been controlled by Starsabil, and no one else had been able to use it. She had never expected that Starsabil would be willing to pay such a price for Luyin. How about it? The right to use the mirror, and your Day-Night clan will not be targeted in the trial zones. For the sake of the Astral Combat Academy's peace, we'll both take a step back. Night Queen Yanqing took a deep breath. All right, I'll let him off for now. Thank you. Starsabil then cut off the connection. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flickered and she snorted. At worst, she would not do it openly, but she would not let this matter rest. After thinking about it, she decided to find other powers to deal with Luyin. However, things did not seem to be going well for her today. Just as she was thinking about who to look for, she received an order that sent a chill down her spine. Do not touch Luyin, Night King Elder Council. Is that so? I always thought that my EQ was low and that I was just a blockhead. Starsabil turned around and slowly walked away. You're already a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Find some time to meet with everyone and formally acknowledge your status. With that, she left the Undying Realm. Luyin watched Starsabil's disappearing figure and muttered to himself. Although the Astral Combat Academy was an institution, its internal structure was not simple. Starsabil was mysterious, Night Queen Yanqing was tyrannical, and there was also Han Chong who was hiding nearby. There were also various great powers. Rather than an institution, it was more like a microcosm of the struggle between the various great powers of the universe. In that case, joining the Council of Astral Academy would be like roasting over a fire. Perhaps someone would contact him soon. That woman is Starsabil? No way, she's still a student. Isn't Starsabil very strong? She's comparable to the 10 Arbiters? Luyin replied, there's more than one Starsabil. They have to compete. Compete for the position? That's interesting. You have to be careful of that woman. Starsabil's name is common even in the astral domain, and most of it isn't anything good. She's quite good at scheming, so don't be fooled by her. Luyin was also thinking about this problem. He did not have the confidence that he would not be tricked by this woman. The main reason was that he knew too little about the structure of the universe, which made it very easy for him to be tricked. The only solution was to minimize his interactions with her. Speaking of which, brother, you're really ruthless. You directly humiliated the Day-Night clan, the monkey praised. Luyin fell silent. But sometimes you have to consider the consequences. What if the Day-Night clan sends experts to assassinate you? I'm scared just thinking about it. They're a powerful clan that dares to directly attack the astral beast domain. You're just a Lemeter, and your small arms and legs can easily be broken. If that happens, I'll be in trouble. Luyin was getting impatient. Shut up. If you don't want to die, answer my question. What question? The monkey asked. Are you sure that the Day-Night clan won't be able to save the third Night King? I've already said it. I'm absolutely certain. That's good. As long as the third Night King isn't saved, then I'll still have value. Value my ass. Do you think that the Night King clan will think that you can help them? As long as there's even a sliver of hope, the Night King clan won't let anything happen to me. The monkey agreed. That's right. The third Night King is too important to them. Even if they're certain that you don't know anything, they won't let anything happen to you. That's human psychology. But what if they come looking for me? I'll have to provide them with some useful information, Luin said. This was the main point. If he had no value, then even if Night King Yuanjing could protect him for a while, he would not be able to protect him forever. Luin thought of something, and he vaguely felt that Night Queen Yanqing had spent so much effort to prevent him from joining the Council of Astral 10 not only because of his special constitution, but also because of other reasons. This Council of Astral 10 was not as simple as it seemed. Very quickly, Star Sibyl finished her speech as usual. When she was done, she looked at Luin with a smile. Student Lu, is there anything that you don't understand? Almost none, Luin replied straightforwardly. Star Sibyl was stunned, and Quang Wang laughed heartily. Dao Bo also laughed and shook his head. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was filled with disdain and even a trace of mockery. It looks like you don't understand the Council of Astral 10 at all, Star Sibyl said gently. Luin nodded. No one has told me anything about it. Star Sibyl was helpless. Alright, I'll just give you a brief introduction. Generally speaking, the Council of Astral 10 is an organization that helps the Academy manage and supervise the students. However, the Astral Combat Academy is a little special. The mentors almost never ask about anything and everything is left to the students. Over time, the Council of Astral 10's authority grew, and now, with the 10 Arbiters Council's growth, the Council of Astral 10's authority is not limited to just the Astral Combat Academy, but also the entire universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 257. Luin was shocked. The universe? That's right. You should know that the Council of Astral Academy's status is equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. Do you think that this status is just for show? The Astral Combat Academy is a top institution in the Innerverse, and it basically represents the 10 Arbiters Council in handling some of the Innerverse matters. You can treat the Council of Astral Academy as the Innerverse Youth Council, and it can monitor the younger generation of the various flow zones outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. Luin finally understood what kind of honor he had received. The Innerverse had 8 Great Flow Zones that occupied a large area of the Innerverse, and there were many smaller flow zones as well. Although the Council of Astral Academy had no authority over the 8 Great Flow Zones, just these smaller flow zones alone were enough to raise their status to the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. After all, this was the Innerverse, which was fundamentally different from the Outerverse. Dao Bo spoke up. Don't overthink it. We're just civil servants. We have status, but we don't have the ability to carry out the orders. If we discover any problems, we still have to report them to the 10 Arbiters Council. Otherwise, just us students alone won't be able to handle the Innerverse matters. Although we're civil servants, we still have a lot of authority. Some country bumpkins from the fringe weaves will never understand the concept of authority, Night Queen Yanqing mocked. Luin did not have time to bother with her, as he now had a clearer understanding of the 10 Arbiters Council. The Council of 10 Arbiters had 2 large organizations under it. One was the Outerverse Youth Council, which supervised the younger generation of the Outerverse. It could be assigned to various weaves or even major powers. For example, the Great Yu Empire had the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, which made it easier to supervise. The other organization was to help the Council of 10 Arbiters monitor the younger generation of the Innerverse outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. The Council of Astral Academy did not need to carry out any tasks, and it only needed to supervise. The Council of 10 Arbiters' main focus was on the 8 Great Flow Zones of the Innerverse. These 3 organizations combined to form the 10 Arbiters Council, which could intimidate the entire universe. Do you have any other questions? Star Sibyl asked as she looked at Luin. Luin asked, what should I do? Star Sibyl smiled. The 10 Arbiters have decreed that Luin can supervise the students of the Astral Combat Academy and the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone as a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Northline Flow Zone? Feng Shang was astonished and he looked at Luin. Lu Yin felt that there was something wrong with Feng Shang's attitude, and he asked, "Where's the Northline flow zone?" The Northline flow zone is a flow zone between the Blazing Mist flow zone and the Beast Tamer's flow zone. It's roughly the size of the Frostwave Weave, and it's controlled by 17 families. There's also Shangwu Academy. You can investigate the details yourself, Starsabil said. Lu Yin nodded and glanced at Feng Shang again before looking at Starsabil. "I have a question." "Ask away." Starsabil's attitude towards Lu Yin was quite good, which made Night Queen Yanqing unhappy. "If I join the Council of Astral Academy, can I join the Outerverse Youth Council?" The others looked at him in shock, and Night Queen Yanqing mocked him even more. "You talk big. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Do you think that the Outerverse Youth Council is the same as our student council? The Outerverse Youth Council members are all space-exploring powerhouses, and all of them are experts in the top 100 rankings. What makes you think you can join?" Dao Bo replied, "In theory, yes, as long as you have the ability." Lu Yin grunted. "Can I meet the 10 arbiters?" The surrounding people fell silent. Han Chong replied, "Not at the moment. You can't even meet us, so don't think about it for now." Lu Yin was helpless. He knew that this was the 10 arbiters' way of protecting their dignity, but he had not expected that he would not even be able to meet the 10 arbiters once he joined the Council of Astral Academy. Starsabil gave Lu Yin a set of numbers, which was the number of her gadget. Everyone else gave Lu Yin their numbers as well, except for Night Queen Yanqing. Quang Wang patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said sympathetically, "Bro, you can't mess with women, especially those from big families. Take care." Starsabil nodded politely at Lu Yin and then left the tower. Everyone left one after another. Feng Shang apologized to Lu Yin once more before leaving as well, leaving only Lu Xiaoyun behind. "Did you receive the sword sex invitation?" Lu Xiaoyun asked with a strange look in her eyes. Lu Yin stared blankly for a moment before recalling that old Kai had indeed said, "I received it, but I have no plans to go to the sword sect for now." Lu Xiaoyun did not say much, but she looked at Lu Yin with a hint of approval. Not everyone could resist the sword sect's temptation, especially since the sword sect had offered Lu Yin a relatively high position that was comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu's. If the first flow zone was a dynasty, then Lu Yin would be the crown prince if he went there. It was terrifying, but Lu Xiaoyun admired him for being able to resist the temptation. "Right, I'm curious. Do you guys stay at the academy all year round?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoyun shook her head. "Most of the time we find a representative to help us deal with some matters." "Then, what about the flow zone that the 10 Arbiters Council gave you?" Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Yin seriously and thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to explain it to you. Everyone's methods and attitudes are different. You have to figure it out yourself or you can wait." Lu Yin watched Lu Xiaoyun leave and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the 10 Arbiters Council did not have a fixed process for dealing with matters. At this moment, Lu Yin's impression of the 10 Arbiters Council was that they were a group that wanted to seize power from the middle. They wanted to control the younger generation so that they could control the future of the universe. 10 youths daring to do such a thing. How bold. Lu Yin took a deep breath and smiled. He looked up. He had finally reached this step. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had buried 72 people, and all of this had been decided by the 10 arbiters. There would be a day when he would confront those 10 and have a showdown for what had happened all those years ago. Far away in the starry sky, a large spacecraft was speeding towards the north. The spacecraft carried the elites of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation. These people were about to undergo a trial, and those who passed would be able to join Yu Academy. After watching the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire was filled with excitement and longing. They all hoped to join the Astral Combat Academy and step onto the glorious stage of the universe. King Zishan had already set an example for them, and everyone wanted to become the second King Zishan. Jenny Anna hugged her knees as she sat in her room. Her eyes were dazed and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She didn't know what she should do. Should she wait for Lu Yin to return and marry her, or should she search for the happiness that she had once yearned for? Ever since she had returned from Fire's Melt Planet, she had never been able to forget that man who had been like a king of flames. His bright, fiery eyes had melted her heart, and she had dreamt of him many days and nights. She had longed to marry him, and even if Fire's Melt Planet's environment wasn't suitable for the Anna family, she didn't care. But now she was getting further and further away from that dream. Lu Yin was like a giant mountain that she could not cross. Especially after the Astral Combat Tournament, everyone had worshipped him and envied her for being his future wife. But all of this was a nightmare for Jenny. The more dazzling Luine was, the deeper her nightmare became. Jenny Anna sighed and took out an exquisite ring that Luine had given her. It was beautiful, but the more she looked at it, the more dazzling she found it to be. She walked out of her room and stood in the hallway, watching the meteorites streak past her, one after another. At that moment her gadget beeped. Jenny Anna looked over and her expression changed to one of ecstasy. Brother Yen Feng, is that you? Not far from the hallway, Geraldine furrowed her brow in distress. She had no confidence in herself during U Academy's selection, and she didn't know if she would be able to join. Although she was a top student of the first military academy, she was still far from the elites. She looked up at the sky and thought of that bastard. That despicable bastard had lied to her, threatened her, and blackmailed her. Now he had reached the most dazzling stage in the entire universe. Okay, Brother Yen Feng, I'll leave now, a voice said. Geraldine stopped and looked around the corner, only to see Jenny Anna excitedly running back into her room. There was an exquisite ring on the ground. Geraldine was puzzled. She knew that this woman was Lu Yin's fiancée, and she had been paying attention to her ever since they had boarded the spacecraft. She had originally been worried, but why had she suddenly become so happy? Yen Feng? Who was that? As Geraldine pondered, a gust of wind blew past her, and Jenny Anna quickly walked past her. Geraldine walked over and picked up the ring on the ground. It was so beautiful. She sighed in admiration and put it away. A large family was indeed a large family, and they didn't care about anything else. She could sell it for money, but wait, that bastard must be thinking about it. She actually had the same idea. One day later, on the Great U Empire's Xenu Star, in the main hall of the Anna family, Shuashan Anna smashed a teacup on the ground. That idiot actually dared to do such a thing. Capture her. Rocky Anna's expression turned ugly. Brother, this is very troublesome. We can't openly capture her, or our Anna family will become the laughingstock of the Frostwave Weave. Shuashan Anna gasped for breath, closed his eyes and bitterly said, I never thought that the shrewd me Shuashan Anna would be ruined by this girl. She actually ran away from home to elope with that brat from Firesmelt Planet. What a joke. Jenny is too foolish. Yen Feng's target has always been Princess Wendy, so why would he want to elope with her? But brother, why did Yen Feng coax Jenny away? What's in it for him? Could it be that His Majesty's plan to attack Firesmelt Planet has been leaked? Rocky Anna was bewildered. Shuashan Anna waved a hand. That shouldn't be the case. Only a few people know about the military plan, and it's impossible for it to be leaked. Besides, His Majesty wouldn't give up on attacking Firesmelt Planet just because of Jenny. If that's the case, then what's Yen Feng's goal? Rocky Anna couldn't figure it out. Shuashan Anna fell into deep thought as he tried to think of people related to Jenny. Finally, he thought of something. Find a way to contact Schutz and ask him if something happened at the Astral Combat Academy. Brother, are you suspecting that this matter is related to King Zishan? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 258. Aside from that, Jenny has no other value to Yen Feng. King Zishan has entered the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy, and I've heard that there's a Council of Astral Academy that's equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. If King Zishan joins the Council of Astral Academy, then it's not impossible for Yen Feng to make a move. Rocky Anna immediately left. Shuashan Anna felt bitter as he watched Rocky Anna leave. He hoped that it wasn't true, or else the Anna family would be embroiled in an unimaginable storm. Even a hunter like him would be torn to shreds as this matter concerned the 10 Arbiters Council. No matter how the Anna family tried to keep it under wraps, news of Jenny Anna running away from home still spread. More importantly, someone had seen her on Firesmelt Planet, and the person with her was from the Day-Night clan. This news shocked many. Why would the Day-Night clan be involved with Jenny Anna and Firesmelt Planet? In the Great U Empire's palace, Undying Yushan's face was gloomy. The plan to attack Firesmelt Planet had just been formulated, and now the Day-Night clan had appeared. What was going on? The Day-Night clan and Jenny Anna? Why were two completely unrelated people involved? Could it be related to Little Een? What had originally been an ordinary girl running away from home had suddenly shaken the entire Frostwave Weave. On Astral 10's Rain Observatory, Silver watched the drizzle fall with a happy smile on his face. This was too interesting. He had originally planned to wait for a while, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. It seemed like he would be able to find out the truth soon. "Brother Lu, we don't have much time left together." Luin was also in Astral 10. He had not contacted the outside world and the outside world could not contact him either. Thus, he did not know what was happening in Frostwave Weave, and he was currently looking at the information on his gadget in confusion. He had logged onto the 10 Arbiters Council's internal network, and although there was a lot of information he could not see much of it. With his current level of authority, he could only see a few things happening in the Northline Flow Zone and the Outerverse. Since he could see them, it meant that he had the authority to ask about them. He could write down his own plans below the information, and he could either solve the problem himself or report it to the council. However, Luin was very confused. The 10 Arbiters Council had 10 pages, and he did not know which page to send his suggestions to. The moment he saw these 10 pages, Luin was able to guess quite a few things. The 10 Arbiters were fighting for power amongst themselves, and the universe was like a cake that 10 people were fighting over. Whichever 10 Arbiters that Luin handed over his plans to would become one of their subordinates in the future. It was no wonder why Lu Xiaoyan had asked him to wait. She was not waiting for a solution, but rather for the 10 Arbiters' summons. He had to choose the 10 Arbiters and the 10 Arbiters had to choose as well. Lu Yin's head hurt as he had no idea who the 10 Arbiters were. The only ones he knew were Night King Jinwu, Wen Sansi, Heart Phoenix's rumored older brother, and the person from the Sword Sect. He did not know anything about the other 6. Alright, there was also one known as the War King and one known as the Divine Fist. Could he just randomly pick one? Luin was looking forward to it. As long as he made his choice, then regardless of whether the 10 Arbiters were willing to accept him or not, his identity would eventually be revealed. However, if the 10 Arbiters refused to accept him, then he would be embarrassed. Furthermore, there was even a 10% chance that Luin would choose Night King Jinwu, which would make things even more interesting. Previously, Mira had mentioned that she would recommend Luin to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and the person behind her was Wen Sansi. Then, if Luin received her recommendation, would he be able to join Wen Sansi's faction? This was a crucial step as he needed the 10 Arbiters to back him up. Otherwise, joining the Council of Astral Academy would be meaningless. He looked at the page for the Northline Flow Zone once more, as his authority would be reflected here. Shangwu Academy's end-of-year tournament is about to begin. 10 Arbiters Council members are invited to supervise the tournament. Fairness, impartiality, and openness are our principles. Shangwu Academy has temporarily changed their trial planet. 10 Arbiters Council members are invited to supervise the tournament. Fairness, impartiality, and openness are our principles. Many of the messages were from the Northline Flow Zone, and most of them were from Shangwu Academy, which was the top academy in the Northline Flow Zone. According to the rules, the 10 Arbiters Council members were required to supervise the tournament. This was similar to how the Great U Empire's Youth Council had been disbanded during Earth's trial, and Mira had stepped forward to supervise the tournament. However, the Northline Flow Zone did not have a Youth Council. If Luin wanted to supervise the tournament, then either the 10 Arbiters would have to send someone over, or he would have to go personally. Generally speaking, this sort of supervision was just a formality, and Luin could simply report it to the council and send a random member over. However, he did not know who to report to, and he did not have the time to do so either. Helpless, he could only pretend that he did not see the message. There was only one thing he could do: delay until the 10 Arbiters contacted him or until he had the time to do so. There were too many small flow zones like the Northline Flow Zone. If every flow zone's trial tournament had to be supervised by a member, then even if the number of members in the 10 Arbiters Council increased by 10 times, it would still not be enough. Thus, many inspections could be cancelled, and it all depended on the wishes of the members themselves. If I have the time, I can go and enjoy being a member, but I can't be considered a real member right now. I'd be no different from a student if I went, Luin muttered to himself as he browsed through the network. For 2 days, Luin did not leave his room as he searched for information about the 10 Arbiters Council. Something big had happened in the Great U Empire. The captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, Luing Zishan, had been severely injured. Outside Xenu Star, the undying Yushan stepped into a spacecraft and quickly saw the heavily injured Luing Zishan. Her face was pale and bloodless and there were many wounds on her body. "How is she?" the undying Yushan asked in a low voice. "Captain Luing Zishan's life is not in danger, but she needs to rest for a while. Her organs have been severely injured, and she won't be able to fight at full strength for at least half a year, someone replied. The undying Yushan's gaze turned cold. What about the battle records? Your Majesty, one side of the battlefield has been distorted, and all records have been destroyed. Only Captain Luing Zishan knows what happened at the scene, the man beside the undying Yushan replied in a trembling voice. The undying Yushan looked at Luing Zishan, who was lying in the nutrient solution, and thought about the battle in the Astral Combat Academy. He had already found out what had happened in the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin had opposed Night Queen Yanqing, and although he had successfully joined the Council of Astral Academy, he had brought the Day-Night clan as an enemy to the Great Yu Empire. However, he had heard that the enmity between Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing had been resolved by Astral One's leader, Starsabil. Had the Day-Night clan made a move this time? There was also the Day-Night clan member who had appeared beside Jenny Anna. Even an idiot would know that they were targeting Lu Yin. The undying Yushan was deep in thought when a beam of light suddenly pierced his eyes. His eyes widened as a terrifying amount of star energy erupted from his body, causing the heavens to feel heavy and everything to be suppressed. He reached out and grabbed a strand of Luing Zishan's hair. He pulled out a shimmering chip from the strand of hair and tossed it out. It tore through the void. Immediately after, the void in the distance began to distort as a terrifying fluctuation swept through the heavens, instantly shattering many meteorites that streaked past. Everyone in the spacecraft was stunned. If that thing had exploded within the spacecraft, they would all have died. Its power was enough to instantly kill an explorer. The undying Yushan's eyes turned cold. This was the second killing intent. The person who had attacked Luing Zishan was not satisfied with this result and wanted to kill even more powerhouses from the Great Yu Empire. At that moment, the void distorted and Huaqing Shan appeared. Your Majesty, that thing should have come from the Ross Empire in the blazing mist flow zone. Are you sure? The undying Yushan was shocked. Huaqing Shan nodded seriously. When I was young, I went to the Blaze Realm to train. The Ross Empire isn't that far from the Blaze Realm, so it's not difficult to identify their weapons. Could someone have imitated the Ross Empire's weapons and attacked us in order to frame them? The undying Yushan asked. Huaqing Shan shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Ignoring the difficulty of imitating the Ross Empire's weapons, based on the nature of the Interverse's great powers, they wouldn't bother to disguise themselves to deal with us. What a Ross Empire! The undying Yushan was furious. He didn't need to think much to know that the Day-Night clan was behind the Ross Empire. Otherwise, why would the Ross Empire attack them? Just because they had sabotaged the three great powers' attack on Astral 10 was not worth the Ross Empire's intervention. If they had wanted to, they would have done so long ago. Your Majesty, to be safe, it's best to stop all external wars. With the Ross Empire interfering, Captain Luing Zishan's situation will definitely become more frequent, Huaqing Shan advised. The undying Yushan sighed and nodded. Let Duke know about this. Tell him to be careful. Yes. Should we tell Princess Wendy? The undying Yushan's eyes flashed. No need. Since they attacked us, they must have taken her into consideration as well. Huaqing Shan was right. Innerverse powers would not bother to disguise themselves when attacking outerverse powers. The Ross Empire's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to the Frostwave Weave and to the powers that were being attacked by the Great Yu Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 259. What's our academy's leader worried about? Tio Kai's voice rang out, and Lu Yin turned around to see a foxy face with a chilling smile. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Silver. The Day-Night clan has made a move against the Great Yu Empire. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Silver feigned surprise. Make a move? Is it because you offended the Night King clan? Lu Yin did not answer, which was a tacit admission. Silver's lips curled up. That won't be easy. That's the Day-Night clan we're talking about, and you've offended their entire bloodline. It'll be troublesome. Lu Yin looked at him. If the Day-Night clan takes care of the Great Yu Empire, then you'll be in trouble as well. At the very least, your plans in the Great Yu Empire will come to an end. Silver stretched lazily. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I do have some information that I can sell you. I just don't know if you'll be able to pay the price. What information? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. First, the price. We'll trade for the goods. Lu Yin took out his Mavis Bank crystal card. There are 450,000 star crystals here. Silver smiled. I don't need that. What I want is information. Information? Lu Yin was astonished, but he could vaguely guess what Silver was talking about. You were actually able to communicate with a Night King elder and get that old fart Night King Yuanjing to protect your little girlfriend. I want to know what price you paid. Silver's smile faded. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Could he tell Silver about the third Night King? Silver was from the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that he was an enemy of the human race. Although the third Night King was from the Night King clan, he had still helped the human race invade the Astral Beast domain. Would telling Silver be akin to betraying the human race? Hey, why don't you tell him? The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin was conflicted. It seems like this kid isn't a good person. Only a few people know about Night King Yuanjing. Aside from this place, only the upper echelons of the Night King clan know about it. If this kid knows about it, then he must have spread his ears to the Night King clan. That would be terrifying. Kid, is that the case? The monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Across from him, Silver's eyes widened. What? Is that price? Or are you willing to sacrifice the Great Yu Empire to protect the Night King clan? Or are you saying that you've already defected to the Night King clan? Silver's voice was very cold when he said the last sentence, a coldness that had never been there before. This brat isn't anything good. Tell him about the third Night King. Lu Yin frowned, but he remained silent. Don't worry. Even if the third Night King's whereabouts spread throughout the human domain or even the entire universe, it's useless. No one can save him and no one can harm him either. Even the Astral Beast domain hasn't been able to do it after so many years. Do you think the human domain can do it? Also, the third Night King isn't a good person. You can ask around and find out how many clans that guy wiped out back in the day. The Night King clan's tyranny is partially due to him, the monkey said. Lu Yin made up his mind and looked at Silver. I have something to tell Night King Yuanjing. Silver's eyes widened again. The third Night King is in the Astral Beast domain's greater realm of nothingness, Lu Yin said slowly. That one sentence caused the smile on Silver's face to completely vanish, replaced by a bone-chilling killing intent. How do you know where the third Night King is? Silver asked. Lu Yin had never seen Silver like this before. I've already given you the information. You can tell me what you want to know now. Silver took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. His expression turned serious. The Night King clan is vainly trying to encroach on the Outerverse, and they've already decided to send experts to participate in the Outerverse trial. This trial is to select talents for the Outerverse Youth Council. Many experts from both the Outerverse and Innerverse will participate, including pirates from the Astral River, dark powers from Chaos Flow Zone, and even the remnants of the Technocracy and Astral Beast domains. What? Lu Yin was astonished. The Outerverse Youth Council had been established for so many years, and this selection seemed to be especially important. Silver shook his head. I don't know the exact reason, but the various clans of the Innerverse want to have a hand in the Outerverse Youth Council. It's not just the subordinate counselors but also the counselors. Counselors? What about the original counselors? Lu Yin was puzzled. Silver's lips curled up into a cold smile. Of the original 10 counselors, half are dead. Lu Yin was shocked. The Outerverse Youth Council's counselors were all experts on the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan, for example, was in the top 20. Some of the other counselors were weaker than her, but they were all absolute experts. Are you surprised? Don't worry about it, it's very normal. The universe is just that exciting. No matter how strong you are, you can still fall. When the third Night King disappeared, it shook the entire universe, but it didn't take long for everyone to accept it. This is the universe. Silver beamed as he spoke and then he left. Lu Yin felt that Silver had purposely come here to tell him about the Day-Night clan. What? Was he here to cause trouble? The Neo-Human Alliance had also planted people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so they would definitely send more people. Lu Yin did not know Silver's goal, but he had obtained information that would be useful to him. Silver planned to cause trouble and divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, since they dared to send people to compete for the counselors' positions, then there might be quite a few space-exploring powerhouses participating in the trial, which would be very troublesome. Although Lu Yin was not afraid of ordinary explorers and could challenge those of a higher realm, if he ran into an explorer from a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan, he might not be able to challenge them. After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Mira. He wanted to know the exact information so that he could be prepared. If the participants were all explorers, then he could forget about it. He was there to cause trouble, not to die. Mira was a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, so Lu Yin could contact her directly. What a rare guest. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time you've contacted me of your own accord. Myra's beautiful face appeared on the screen and she beamed at Lu Yin. When he saw her, Lu Yin recalled the time when she had teased him on Planet Conan. This woman had a wicked sense of humor. Senior Mira, do you still remember what you promised me? Myra's eyes widened, and she revealed an innocent and confused expression. I don't remember. What did I promise you? Lu Yin was helpless. Recommend me to the Outerverse Youth Council. Mira grunted in acknowledgement. Sure, but you have to think about it carefully. If I recommend you, then you'll be branded as one Sansi. If this had been before the Astral Combat Tournament, Mira would not have said this to Lu Yin, as he did not have a choice, nor did he have the qualifications to choose. It would be his honor to be able to join the 10 Arbiters, but things were different now. Lu Yin was a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and he was also an extremely talented young expert. He had the qualifications to choose. Do I have to do this? Lu Yin asked helplessly. Mira smiled. Of course. Think about it carefully. What if I enter on my own? For example, the Outerverse trial? Lu Yin probed as he looked at Mira. Myra's eyes flashed. The Outerverse trial? Who told you that? Lu Yin did not answer. Myra's lips curled up. Is it your little fiancée? That Princess Wendy? Lu Yin shrugged. He did not refute or admit to it. There is indeed an Outerverse trial recently. If you don't want to be branded as one of the 10 Arbiters and join the Outerverse Youth Council, then this is a good opportunity. Lu Yin was curious. Is this trial going to elect a counselor? Mira shook her head. At present, there are only 5 counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council, so there should be an election. However, it's not through this trial because no one in the Outerverse has the qualifications to become a counselor yet. Outerverse? Can't someone from the Innerverse do it? Lu Yin was puzzled. Mira smiled. The 10 Arbiters Council not only needs prestige, but also affinity and support. If you need support, then you need to rope them in. Since this is an Outerverse matter, then it should be left to the Outerverse. Although the previous 10 counselors cultivated in the Innerverse, they were originally from the Outerverse, which is why they could become counselors. But now, no one from the Outerverse has the qualifications to become a counselor. Lu Yin muttered to himself. If Innerverse powerhouses could not become counselors, then what was the Day-Night clan fighting for? Just subordinate counselors? Of course, if the Outerverse cannot produce enough counselors within a certain period of time, then we can only choose from the Innerverse. However, that won't be considered for now. Lu Yin asked, what qualifications do I need to become a counselor? Myra's lips curled up. Leave your name on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin nodded. Indeed, the top 100 rankings was the standard for the 10 Arbiters Council. There were 2 ranks below the 10 Arbiters. The first was the Outerverse Youth Council, and the second was the 10 Arbiters Subordinate Counselors. Almost all of the powerhouses in these 2 ranks were on the top 100 rankings, as the 10 Arbiters had gathered almost all of the top youths in the universe. So, this trial has nothing to do with electing counselors but rather subordinate counselors? Lu Yin asked. Mira nodded. That's right, so you'll still have a chance if you join. Although there will definitely be space-exploring powerhouses among the participants, there shouldn't be many. The Council wants to restrict the Innerverse from interfering too much with the Outerverse in order to prevent the Outerverse from boycotting them. Thus, there are very few space-exploring powerhouses from the Innerverse who can participate in this trial, and there aren't many Outerverse youths who can reach the first realm of space exploring. Thus, this trial is mainly for limiters. At this point, Myra's eyes lit up and she looked at Lu Yin curiously. If you pass this trial and join the Outerverse Youth Council, whose subordinate counselor will you become? Your little fiancé? Lu Yin had never considered this question before and he frowned. Even though I'm a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I still have to become a subordinate counselor? Mira looked up. That's a problem. Since ancient times, no member of the Council of Astral Academy has ever participated in the Outerverse Youth Council's subordinate counselor trial. That's because their status is equivalent to that of counselors, so there's no need to compete for the position of a subordinate counselor. You're really strange. This figure was Zhanlong Day-Night, a member of the Day-Night clan. He had no innate talent since he was young, but he had relied on his own efforts to climb to a position that was second only to Night King Jinwu. Among the younger generation of the Day-Night clan, he was the one who stood at the top of the stone tablet. The stone tablet did not measure one's strength, but rather one's comprehension of battle techniques and innate talent. It also directly measured one's walking distance within the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor. Xianlong Day-Night had surpassed Night Queen Yanqing, and he had even surpassed many of the Day-Night and Night King clan elites. In terms of his comprehension of battle techniques, he had surpassed space-exploring powerhouses as a limiter. This was Xianlong Day-Night, the man who had forced Night Queen Yanqing to go to the Astral Combat Academy. Xianlong Day-Night closed his eyes, seemingly tired. However, he quickly opened them again and roared with laughter. "I told you that I would come out. I, Xianlong Day-Night, promised that I would be a part of the Night King bloodline, ha ha." Below the stone tablet, several elders had ugly expressions. "How arrogant! Amir Jr. dares to provoke our royal bloodline? He's like this, which is why he was imprisoned in the underground prison. He doesn't even know how to repent. We shouldn't have let him out. Forget it. Let him help our Day-Night clan regain our lost reputation. We need his help in this Outerverse trial. Otherwise, our efforts to influence the Astral Combat Academy to have the top 4 all go to waste. This kind of person should be planted with the Caged Realm technique." In the depths of space in the first flow zone sword sect, a mountain peak collapsed. A strand of sword chi tore through space as a handsome man walked out. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, jeans and a felt hat. He had a frivolous look on his face. In the distance, an elder was furious. "Long Yun, you brat. You're destroying the peak again." Long Yun rolled his eyes. "It's my fault that the peak isn't sturdy. Brat, don't go. I'll teach you a lesson." Long Yun slipped away without looking back. "I'm going to the Outerverse to play. I heard that Xiaoqiu was defeated, so I'll go teach the person who defeated him a lesson." In Astral 1, Starsabil looked at her gadget with a strange expression. "Let's go to the Outerverse trial." In Astral 7, Yu Xinzi had a strange expression. "The Outerverse trial? Does the sect want to use this opportunity to break away from the Day-Night clan? That's too naive, but there's nothing wrong with going there." Even if Silver had not told Lu Yin about the Outerverse trial, the Astral Combat Academy would have informed him. For some reason, the top 4 had all requested to participate. When Lu Yin found out, he was rather speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have waited. He had even been lectured by Mira. Outerverse trial, where should he go? He looked at his gadget. The Outerverse was very large, and there were several trial grounds that selected experts to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He wanted to see which trial ground he should go to. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at his gadget. Shenwu continent? Lu Yin was no stranger to the Shenwu continent. He had previously rolled in Hans and fused with Wu Xia, who was in charge of the Shenwu Empire's crown prince's residence. He had some understanding of the continent, but he had never expected that the Outerverse trial would be held there. Although the Shenwu continent was in the dark mist weave, it was in a sealed space. Ordinary methods would not be able to see it, much like Astral 10, where one could only be guided in. However, because the Shenwu continent was sealed by the 5 sealing planets, it was very difficult to enter. Furthermore, one could not do so openly as the Shenwu continent was not like Earth. The Outerverse had been in a war with a cosmic civilization, and even the Dark Mist Weave could not do anything about it. There were many experts there, and once one's identity was exposed, death was certain. In Wu Xia's memories, there was an organization called the Ming Constables that the Shenwu Empire used to kill trial takers. They had a special method to find trial takers, and even space-exploring powerhouses would not be safe there. Thus, it was the perfect trial ground. No matter how unsafe the Shenwu continent was, it was a godsend for Lu Yin, as he had already completed his mission. There had always been 2 missions to enter the Shenwu continent. One was to find the location of the 5 sealing planets, and the other was to find the burial place of the Almighty Senior from the Shenwu continent. He had fused with Wu Xia's body and happened to know the location of one of the 5 sealing planets, which meant that he had completed his mission. As long as he could return safely from the Shenwu continent, he would definitely take first place. Lu Yin took a deep breath. His luck was really good. He then took out his die. His innate gift was heaven-defying, and 1 point could bring him indescribable benefits, such as the art of Sirius or progenitor Wushang's hide. Although 2 points were not very useful, they might be useful in the future if he came across some extremely valuable items. 3 points were quite terrifying. His formcast model had been upgraded, and the purple star had improved its medicinal effects. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 261. Needless to say, 4 pips was in the time-stop space. 5 pips was not commonly used, mainly because he did not dare to roll his die in a crowded area. The duration was also too short, only 10 seconds. However, once used properly, it was not easy. 6 pips was always unexpected, and it could greatly increase one's strength. It even had such an unexpected effect. However, while other people's innate gifts could be used in the trial zones, his own die could not. Was it only in the trial zones, or did it not work in other similar places? This was very important. Ghost Monkey, let me ask you a question, Luin said. The monkey was pleased with himself. Now you know how great I am. Ask away and don't block me out for no reason. You said before that the trial zones are the legacy of the rune technology, so why can people use their innate gifts there? Luin asked. Innate gifts are a part of the body, so of course they can be used. What? Do you want to analyze it again? Even the powerhouses of the human domain can't do it, let alone you. Are there any innate gifts that can't be used? Luin asked. The monkey paused. I've never heard of such a thing. The rune technology is definitely powerful, and they can copy any person, any technique, or even any innate gift. There's no such thing as an innate gift that can't be copied. What if there is? Luin pressed on. The monkey replied, if there is, it only proves that the person's innate gift is too powerful, and it's beyond the scope of the rune technology's understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt this at all, as he was well aware of how powerful his die was. Are you the one whose innate gift can't be used in the trial zones? The monkey probed. Lu Yin answered, it's not me. It's someone else. Oh. The monkey was shocked. Impossible. There's nothing that the rune technology can't copy. They can even copy the stars of the universe. How do you know so much about them? I told you before that I like to explore ancient ruins. There are records of all these things. Is that so? Luin did not believe it. The monkey knew too much, but he had been able to dodge every time he probed. Luin did not trust the monkey, and the monkey did not ask about his innate gift again. Not long after, a set of coordinates was sent to Lu Yin's gadget from the Sandmaster. Head to the coordinates and participate in the Outerverse trial. Lu Yin stood up. The trial had finally begun. From the very beginning, this trial had been unfair to everyone else. All that mattered was that he could return alive, but if his goal was to obstruct the Day-Night clan, then things would be different. Lu Yin had a plan in mind that might require him to use Wuxia's identity. Soon after, he arrived at the treasury to meet with Old Kai. Old Kai, I'm going to participate in a trial in the Outerverse. Can I apply for a personal spacecraft? Lu Yin asked awkwardly. His personal spacecraft had disappeared at the pirate port, and he had no idea where it had gone. Old Kai was very unhappy. You can't even protect your own things well. Be careful that you don't lose your life one day. Go. Remember, it's just a loan. If you lose it, you have to return it. He didn't mind. Most personal spacecraft only cost about 10,000 star crystals, which he could afford. Although he had been to the Dark Mist Weave before, the universe's weather was ever-changing, and he had to change his route frequently. It would take him 19 days to travel from Astral 10 to the coordinates, which wasn't too long. He thought for a moment, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his palm. He looked at the starry sky, infused his body with battle force, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. Time slowly passed, and soon 18 days had passed. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft had traveled through 6 filaments. Lu Yin had originally planned to find a place to stop and roll his die, but after some thought he decided to leave it in the Xinwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Another day passed, and Lu Yin arrived at an isolated region in space according to the coordinates. From time to time, strange ripples would sweep through the area, and this region of space would be severed. Lu Yin passed through the identity verification and successfully entered. He saw a giant space station that was completely made of metal. It looked like a steel castle that floated in space, and it was even larger than a super-large spacecraft. Terrifying auras filled the air, all of which belonged to space-exploring powerhouses. Many of them were very obscure, but they still caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. These were powerhouses that he couldn't even begin to imagine. This was the front station for the invasion of the Xinwu continent. Because of this space station, the Shinwu continent would never dare to appear. A middle-aged man greeted Lu Yin. His name was Tsangyu and he was an explorer. I never thought that I would be able to meet student Lu, one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It's an honor, Tsangyu said with a smile. His tone was very polite. He was just an ordinary explorer who had been born and raised in the dark mist weave. He had never been to the Innerverse and had never had the opportunity to enter an advanced institution like the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin smiled. No matter how strong an ordinary cultivator was, the difference in their status was very obvious. Even if Lu Yin wasn't a match for this person would still be obedient to him. Besides, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat this ordinary explorer. Even Zitai, an explorer realm astral beast that was known for its defense, had been forced back by him. There's no need to be so polite, Lord Tsangyu. I'll have to trouble Lord Tsangyu to explain the situation of the Shinwu continent, Lu Yin said with a smile. Tsangyu nodded and smiled. Student Lu must have already investigated the Shinwu continent before coming here, so there's no need for me to explain the general situation. I'll just tell you a few things that you need to pay attention to. He paused and saw that Lu Yin was listening attentively. The first is your attire. The Shinwu continent's attire is retro, and will provide you with clothes that you can change into. Lu Yin looked over and blinked, but he didn't see anything. Tsangyu smiled. There's a particle camera in my palm that can be installed in a person's muscle tissue without being detected. During the trial, all gadgets and other technologies must be removed, as the Shinwu continent is hostile to interstellar civilizations. If you're discovered by them, you'll definitely die and no one will be able to save you. I've heard of this before, Lu Yin said. Tsangyu nodded and continued. The third thing is star energy. The star energy that we cultivate is different from the martial power that the Shinwu continent cultivates. Student Lu, it's best that you hide in the wilderness when you reach the Shinwu continent and disperse your star energy to cultivate your martial power while ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by the Shinwu continent's specialized organizations, and if you're discovered, you'll be wiped out immediately. Lu Yin knew that Tsangyu was talking about the Ming constables, but why didn't he just say that directly? After thinking about it, he understood. This was a trial and it was impossible to explain everything clearly. The purpose of the trial was to select the strongest, and it wasn't a true experience. Death was all too common, and the trial's purpose was to select the strongest. The fourth thing is that the trial's results will be determined based on the results of the particle camera, and it will be up to the trial takers to figure out how to improve their results. However, Student Lu should know that there are 2 eternal missions related to the Shinwu continent, and completing either of them will be a great achievement, Tsangyu said with a hopeful tone. I believe that Student Lu has a high chance of completing them. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Lord Tsangyu thinks too highly of me. I'm only a Lamiter. Tsangyu praised. Ever since the Shinwu continent was discovered, there has been an endless stream of trial takers, but no one has been able to complete the 2 missions. However, I believe that Student Lu will be able to complete them. Your spectacular battles during the Astral Combat Tournament were truly shocking. Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. In a moment, we'll invite a powerhouse to tear open a crack and send Student Lu to the Shinwu continent. The landing point will be in one of the 36 continents of the Shinwu Empire. Because we can't completely control the landing point, Student Lu must be prepared. It's not like there hasn't been a case where you've been discovered as soon as you land, Tsangyu said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Then how will I return? I'll provide you with a few locations that are well hidden. Next time, we'll send a powerhouse to retrieve all the trial takers from those locations. Then why don't you just send them to one of those locations? The location changes and it can't be used again. The people of the Shinwu continent will discover it, and everyone's landing point will be different. This is to ensure safety. Lu Yin understood that this was a war. He silently reminded himself that although this was a war between the humans, to the people of the Shinwu continent, they were invaders. This was no different from the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. At this moment, Tsangyu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was shocked. Someone from the Blaze Realm is here. Are they also sending someone to participate in the trial? The Blaze Realm? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Who from the Blaze Realm is here? Someone called Eriker. Right, isn't he the one who was defeated by Astral 8's leader during the Astral Combat Tournament? Tsangyu suddenly remembered and apologized to Lu Yin. Please wait a moment while I bring him over. Many people are needed to enter the Shinwu continent, and it's very difficult to tear open a crack every time. Louis nodded and watched Sangyu leave. His eyes flickered. Someone from the Blaze realm was here as well. He wondered what Sangyu's expression would be when he saw him. It was not strange for someone from the Blaze realm to participate in the Outerverse trial. Eriker was the strongest member of the Blaze realm's younger generation, so it was normal for him to be sent here. He was much more arrogant than Luin, and he was not very polite to Sangyu. In his eyes, an ordinary explorer like Sangyu was not worthy of his attention. Someone like that had to curry favor with the Astral River Flow Zone envoy before entering the Innerverse. Sangyu could also sense Eriker's arrogance, but he did not mind. Every trial involved encountering young geniuses from the Innerverse and Outerverse, so it did not matter much to him. On the other hand, it would be strange for someone like Luin to be so polite to him. Student Eriker, there's another student who came before you. After a few more people, we can head to the Shinwu continent, Sangyu said with a smile. Eriker grunted. Who's here? You should know him. He's also a student from the Astral Combat Academy, Luin. Eriker stopped and looked at Sangyu in astonishment. What did you say? Luin? He's here? Yes, he arrived about 10 minutes earlier than you. Sangyu smiled. Eriker's expression turned ugly as he did not want to travel with Luin. Everyone would be enemies during the trial, and he would rather travel with an explorer that he did not know than provoke Luin. He knew about the enmity between the Blaze Realm and Astral 10. Eriker thought about it and said, I'll wait a few days before heading to the Shinwu continent. You guys can arrange for Luin to go first. The young man only glanced at Luin before turning his head away. Luin frowned. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? They already had people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so why would they send someone else? That shouldn't be the case, as there were many organizations in the universe that were as cold as the Neo-Human Alliance. There were also many techniques, and some people were just that cold. It was impossible to determine whether or not this was the Neo-Human Alliance. At that moment, the transparent barrier trembled slightly as a majestic force descended. Luin and the others were shocked. It was here. A crack appeared outside the barrier. It was very small, but it was large enough for a few people to enter. Go in immediately, someone shouted in their ears. Eriker rushed in without hesitation, and Luin followed closely behind. The moment his body touched the spatial crack, he felt an intense tearing force. Honestly, he didn't like this method of entering as it was too dangerous, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, a palm appeared in the void and viciously slapped towards Lu Yin's group. Their pupils shrank. A terrifying powerhouse had descended, and an extreme sense of crisis was looming over them. Mingjiang, you can't stop me. There was a furious roar as another palm appeared beside Lu Yin and collided with the previous one. In an instant, the void distorted, and one of the 5 who had entered was torn to pieces. Lu Yin was also affected, but fortunately the impact wasn't too strong. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a while. Be careful and don't drag me down with you if you die, the monkey's voice rang out. The shockwaves from the collision of the 2 palms swept out in all directions, scattering Lu Yin's group. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and they had no idea which way to leave. However, they had no choice. The terrifying shockwaves made it impossible for them to even move a finger, and they could only watch as the spatial cracks swallowed them up. Before they disappeared, Lu Yin saw a dignified man. This was the current emperor of the Shinwu Empire, Ming Zhaotian. After disappearing from the spatial crack, Lu Yin temporarily lost consciousness. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself in the water. What was before him was a dazzling white scene. Was this a person? He looked up and saw a devastatingly beautiful face. In that instant, Lu Yin was stunned. It was an indescribable beauty, and he was almost completely immersed in it. He did not know if there were any artists in this world who could preserve such beauty, but if they could not, then it would be an eternal regret. Within a room, there was a wooden bucket with flower petals scattered about. A man and a woman stared at each other, both stunned. The man was completely immersed in the woman's beauty. The girl was stunned by the man's sudden appearance. Her daze lasted for a few seconds before she screamed in terror. The girl finally reacted and did the most normal thing. She screamed. More importantly, the girl's pure gaze prevented Lu Yin from even thinking about taking advantage of her. It was as if he was facing the purest side of her, and it made him feel a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He looked at the veil in his hand, and he could still faintly smell its fragrance. It was fresh, elegant, and intoxicating. For some reason, Luin solemnly put the veil away. He did not store it in his cosmic ring but rather in his clothes. Right now, the most important thing was to find martial crystals. They were similar to star crystals and could be easily absorbed to increase one's strength. As long as he had them, he would be able to disperse his star energy and use his martial power to increase his power level. This way he would not be detected by the heavenly globes, and he would be able to freely enter the city. Within the manor, Eriker's body was curled up in pain. The surrounding soldiers had all distanced themselves from him, and only one young man was looking down at him. His name was Tang Si, and he was a martial king from the Reverend King's residence, which was equivalent to a Lemeter. This was a manor in the outskirts of the Reverend King's residence, and the one who had attacked Eriker was the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. The girl was the princess of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan. Are you an outsider? Tang Si's voice was low as he stared at Eriker. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.